Wetwoods, Flux, Flex and Change in Our Forestry, by Steve Bick. Published by the Vermont Forest Business School in Fayston, Vermont. Copyright 2025 by Northeast Forests, LLC, in memory of Francis A. Bick. He didn't get to see this story play out, and I am sure he would have liked it. Now on to the book itself. No jerking of the chain should be allowed. Wrote Austin Carey in A Manual for Northern Woodsmen, P.R.O. Lag. This section, in a different sort of book, might be called a prologue. This book, however, is decidedly pro-wood, pro-log, and pro-logging. It is an exploration of the forest product supply chain in the Northeast, a world where the old expectations about weather, labor, and markets have become as infirm as a late October frost. It is a story of a world in flux. I am telling this story because I have lived it, or at least been a part of it for the better part of 6 decades. My connection to this world began even before I started my career in 1988. In 1973, when I was not yet 7 years old, my father introduced me to a logger named Bruce Koenig. He was a friend of my father, a man who moved with a quiet competence that I would come to know well. Not long after that first meeting, Bruce and his brother Ted opened their sawmill on North Lake Road, and in doing so, they inadvertently provided me with an endless supply of building materials. Picking through the mountainous slab pile, sorting through the half-formed boards and edgings, I found the raw material for an ever-expanding boyhood fort. At the time, I had no idea how deeply I would be drawn into the industry that produced them. Decades later, the U.S. Forest Service came to me with a request. They wanted me to take on a project examining the forest products supply chain in the Northeast and its vulnerability to climate change. It took more than a year for that request to move from an idea to a signed agreement, but from the start, they made one condition clear. They wanted me to work with Paul Frederick, then the Forest Economy Program leader at the Vermont Department of Forests, Parks, and Recreation. That was an easy condition to accept. This book is built from the voices of the people in that industry. It is the product of interviews with men and women involved in every facet of forestry in the Northeast. Some are people I have worked with over the years. Others I met in my travels, in research, and in the continuing education workshops that bring together much of the industry. I entered this work at a time when there were still firm expectations about the seasons. It did not take long to learn how fragile those assumptions truly were. Year-round work outdoors taught me how wet the woods of the Northeast have always been. Since then, to my surprise, they have only gotten wetter. The practices of forestry have had to evolve in response, and my own expectations have evolved with them. In the chapters that follow, the story unfolds through the people and patterns that make up our forestry. Northman begins with Bruce Koenig's early years at North Lake, where you could build on that meant 4 or 5 good months of winter work every year without fail. The unraveling almanac shows how that world slipped away. January thaws that once came and went now strip the frost in days, leaving a grapple skidder parked in the mud. Flow in the Forest looks at the quiet, skilled interpretation that lets a logger read the ground, the sky, and the market all at once, knowing which ridge will hold and which hollow will sink a machine. Mind Methods and Machines follows the tools of the trade, from the Koenig brothers buying their mill with cash to the million-dollar cut-to-length systems that now demand 10.5 months anyhow of work just to keep ahead of the bank. The Cost of Doing Right examines the weight of regulations and the extra effort required to leave a job site better than it was found, like pulling off a tract for a week to protect a saturated crossing with no one paying for the downtime. Conservation in real time brings us to the work of protecting land and water while keeping wood moving, cost-share bridges, stone on skid trails, and the judgment to walk away when conditions turn. The Uneasy Link introduces the landowners, family, corporate, and institutional, whose decisions shape the work before it starts, from the ones who hand you the keys to the gate to the ones who rewrite coming into the trade, the shrinking pool they draw from, and the gap they are asked to fill, with some veterans saying the job would need 30% more pay just to make it worth a young person's while. Different types of optimism closes with the outlook of those still in the game, measured hope from loggers, foresters, and mill managers who have adapted to an environment that no longer follows the old rules yet still believe in the work. If you have lived this life as well, I hope I have done justice to your story. If you have been an interested observer or joined this story partway through, or if your work involves support or oversight of our industry. I hope this book helps you to better understand the unseen, difficult, and essential work that happens in our forests. Chapter 1. Northman. In the autumn of 1943, when the soft maples along the winding road to North Lake were just showing a purple mottling amongst the green, Bruce Koenig, then less than a year old, arrived with his family at a remote outpost in New York's Adirondack Mountains. His father, Otto, a man of underlying capability who had proven himself with Herkimer County's road-building crews, had secured a coveted state job as the dam keeper for the North and South Lake reservoirs. The family, Otto, his wife Ernestine, and Bruce's older brother Ted and Bruce himself, moved into the State House, a structure built in the 1800s beside North Lake to regulate water flow for the distant Erie Canal. Life there was defined by the earth itself, mountains heavily strewn with large boulders, and a cold, wet landscape of long winters. Bruce remembers the snow then as wicked, and in far greater abundance than today. It piled so high it drifted onto the front porch. The single windy road stretching 15 miles to the nearest town of any size would often become impassable, sealing the family in for days at a time. The town didn't plow the road for 3 days, Bruce said, running a thick hand over the brim of his cap. 15 miles to the store, nothing but drifted snow and silence. On one occasion, with groceries running low, Otto discovered the local road crew had neglected their duties, and he called the highway foreman. The next day, the foreman arrived, fired the lax workers on the spot, and handed Otto the keys to the plow. "You plow the road from now on." Once they were settled in at North Lake, the Koenig boys needed schooling. That meant a long daily trip to the school in Forestport, a single building that held every grade from kindergarten through high school. Bruce would graduate from there in 1962. Most days, Otto drove them. In winter, deep snow often made the road to town impassable. Spring brought its own trouble. As the frost came out of the ground, the road turned to mud, sometimes for 6 weeks straight. In that season, the family swapped the car for a horse and wagon. When the ruts were too deep even for that, Bruce and Ted boarded in town from Monday morning until Friday night. They stayed there until the road dried enough to get back to the isolated State House on North Lake. It was one more way the seasons dictated every move in their lives. The cold was a constant, dependable backdrop. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration (NOAA) data from Herkimer County in the 1940s showed average January temperatures hovering at 14.6 degrees Fahrenheit, numbers that in the high-elevation hamlet of Atwell near North Lake likely dropped another 5 to 10 degrees. This consistency was the bedrock of an entire industry. For decades, the climate was sufficiently predictable and reliable to make plans around, allowing people working outdoors to make good decisions and count on weather conditions. You had 4 good months, Bruce said, sometimes 5. You could build on that. Another constant for Bruce, for the next half-century at least, soon became a welcome sight on his long trips back and forth to school. This was the North Lake Tower, built in 1950. The tower was a base-insulated steel skeleton more than 1,200 feet tall, at the time the 4th highest man-made structure in the world. Raised by the U.S. Air Force for long-range radio navigation experiments, the whole mast served as a low-frequency radiator, its signals meant to travel across oceans. Guy wires ran away from it in all directions, turnbuckles for tightening them so massive they could be seen from miles off. At night, its locals called morning lights winked through the dark night sky, a steady, reassuring beacon above the shifting shapes of the forest. This beacon would persist for much of Bruce's work life. By the time Bruce graduated high school in 1962, a restlessness had grown in him. Full-time farming, though he'd helped his uncle for a stretch, didn't stick. His calling arrived in the unexpected form of Fred Rocker, a logger working on the J.P. Lewis timberlands, who needed someone to simply hang around with his head woodsman, Harold Skinny Axtell, on a day he could not be there to work with him. Skinny picked up Bruce the next morning and, at the job site, amidst the tracked D4 and D6 bulldozers, Skinny pointed and asked, "Bruce, which one of these bulldozers you gonna run?" Inexperienced but unwilling to hesitate, Bruce chose the D4. He skidded 65 logs that day, 2 or 3 at a time, across short distances of bare ground. When Fred Rocker returned the next day, his fury was immediate. "Mr. Man, I could kill him for letting you run that tractor." Bruce's reply, delivered with an indelible grin, was a profound realization. "Fred, I was in seventh heaven." Wood's work had found him, and his destiny had begun. In his early days, he used a '74 International truck to haul 4-foot pulp, once Bruce and older brother Ted went to work for themselves. Later, the J.P. Lewis Company supplied him and Ted with a Bombardier skidder, a tracked machine with low ground pressure, ideal for the wet soils around North Lake where red spruce thrived. He learned to work within the stable cycles, cutting and piling logs in the fall to prepare for winter hauling. Before the mill changed its process, he and Ted would hand peel and pile up to 700 cords of wood in clearings, ready for when the haul road, late in December, held firm through March. His career was shaped by mentors who embodied a practical balance. His father, Otto, instilled the imperative to do the work and get the wood out. Bob Bramhall, the forester for J.P. Lewis Company, became a pivotal figure in Bruce's early career. "When you go in the woods," Bramhall would say, "you got to do it right, but he says you got to do what you got to do to get the wood out." Bob later told people that the Koenig boys never let me down, a compliment that still brings a smile to Bruce's face decades later. This era of stability offered more than just reliable work. It offered financial opportunity. When Bruce and Ted decided to open their own sawmill, Bob directed them to Joe Kwasniewski, known by everyone as Joe Squash, who gave them critical advice about grading lumber and avoiding debt. The brothers bought the mill without any outside financing. This was the world as it was, a time when harvest scheduling was simply coordinated with a glance at the calendar. Bruce Koenig's deep literacy of the land came from years of looking, listening, fixing what breaks, and showing up again the next day in that dependable world. It is this deep-seated knowledge, grown out of steadfast seasons, that serves as the crucial benchmark against which the coming volatility must be measured, a time before the long erosion of predictability reshaped the woods forever. Chapter 2. The Unraveling Almanac. To say that the average temperature in the Northeast has warmed by 2 degrees Fahrenheit since 1900 is to say almost nothing at all. It is a statistic of such bland and sweeping abstraction that it is rendered useless to anyone whose life is tied to the land. For a logger planning a winter harvest, a forester laying out a timber sale, or a mill owner trying to manage a log yard, that number offers no practical wisdom. It doesn't tell them if the ground will be frozen in January, if the fall will be a quagmire, or if the skid trails will hold through a sudden thaw. The climate, for those who work in it, is not an annual average. It is the brisk reality of a single morning. The real story of the changing climate in the Northeast is not found in century-long trends, but in the sharp, seasonal shocks that have torn the pages from the unwritten almanac that once governed life in the woods. It is a story that is best told not in degrees Fahrenheit, but in inches of October rain, in the shrinking number of nights that dip below zero, and in the growing number of workable days. The forest products industry, a cohort of pragmatic and regularly skeptical professionals, have become the unwitting, frontline observers of this change. They are not, for the most part, climate scientists, but their collective experience forms a data set of its own, a ground truth of unparalleled richness and detail. This chapter is an exploration of that ground truth. It is an examination of the unraveling of the old, stalwart seasons, a process that has happened in 3 distinct but deeply interconnected acts. First is the collapse of winter, the slow, steady erosion of the deep and reliable frost that once formed the bedrock of the entire timber economy. Next is the wettening of the other seasons, a shift in precipitation patterns that has turned once reliable working periods into a year-round struggle against saturated ground. Finally, there is the human response, a quiet, almost unspoken consensus among the professionals in the woods that the world has changed and brought a systemic, unsettling loss of the ability to plan. The world we lost. The work of a life can be measured in seasons, in the steady turning of the earth that dictates the rhythm of the days. For those who made their living from the forests of the Northeast, this rhythm was once as steady and largely reliable, not quite like a heartbeat, but still enough to keep things alive. There was an almanac, unwritten but universally understood, a covenant with the cold. It was shared knowledge that winter would arrive with an authority that could be counted on, that the ground would freeze hard and deep, and that the business of moving wood would proceed with the certainty of a well-oiled machine. This predictability was more than a convenience. It was the bedrock of the region's timber economy, the foundation upon which businesses were built, investments were made, and lives were planned. It was a world of steadfast assumptions, a world that now exists only in memory and in the fading pages of old climate data. This deep, abiding cold shaped every aspect of life. It was a presence confirmed by the clinical precision of government data. In the 1940s, the average January temperature in Herkimer County was a mere 14.6 degrees Fahrenheit. By the 1980s, 4 decades later, that number had barely budged, holding at 14.5 degrees Fahrenheit. In the higher elevations around North Lake, it was much colder still. This was the consistent, dependable cold that a logger could build a business on. When Bruce found his calling in the woods, it was in a world where the ground's cooperation was a given. That feeling, that sense of rightness, was tied to the work itself, but it was enabled by the weather. The work was planned around the seasons, with a logic that now seems like a relic of a distant past. Bruce and his brother Ted would spend the autumn months preparing for the guaranteed freeze, cutting and piling pulpwood. This foresight was not a hedge against uncertainty. It was a confident act of coordination with a reliable natural partner. They knew winter would come, and they would be ready. When Bruce and Ted decided to start their own sawmill in the late 1970s, they did so with a degree of self-reliance that is almost unimaginable today. They operated with their equipment all paid for, and when the time came to buy the mill, they did so without external financing. This was possible because the predictable seasons allowed for consistent production, which in turn allowed for the strategic accumulation of capital. The Bank of Winter was open for business, every year without fail. This same rhythm pulsed through every other part of the supply chain, in many backwoods locations around the Northeast. At her family's White Cedar Mill in northern Vermont, Colleen Goodridge ran her operations by the same dependable clock. Her mill specializes in northern white cedar, a wood that thrives in swampy, wet ground, areas that were, for most of the year, completely inaccessible to heavy equipment. The winter freeze was not just an advantage, it was an absolute necessity. It was the only time the loggers could get into the cedar swamps to harvest. The mill's entire business model was built around this seasonal, she explained. Certainty. You could set your clock on when the logs started coming in. She knew that between December and the first hints of the spring thaw, what the loggers called mud time, 80% of her annual supply of wood would be delivered to her yard. This reliable flood of logs allowed her to manage her inventory, plan her production schedules, and run her business with confidence, born of a stable, repeating pattern. The almanac held true. Even for a younger generation, the memory of this predictability, or at least its final vestiges, still lingers. Paul Snyder began his career as a procurement forester for Bailey Lumber in Boonville, New York in 1998. He stands as a bridge between two worlds. By the time he started, the climate had already begun its slow, almost imperceptible shift, but the memory of what a good winter was supposed to be was still fresh. He can clearly define it. In the good winters it got cold early and stayed cold, he said. The ground would freeze, the snow would fall and pack down, and the logging could proceed uninterrupted. In his first 20 years on the job, however, he recalled, there were just 5 such winters. The rest were up and down, and you couldn't keep things frozen. His experience is a testament to the unraveling of the old ways, the beginning of the end of the reliable almanac. The collective memory of this bygone era is not a product of nostalgia or romanticism. It is a shared recollection of a fundamental operational reality, a time when the natural environment provided a firm and unwavering foundation for the forest products industry. It was a world where a young man like Bruce Koenig could build a life and a business on the promise of the cold, where a sawmill owner like Colleen Goodridge could plan her year around a guaranteed supply of wood, and where a forester could look at the calendar and know, with a high degree of certainty, what the woods would allow. It was a world that made sense, one that held fast. It is the loss of this world, the slow, steady erosion of its certainties, that forms the essential, often unseen, backdrop to the challenges that confront the forest products industry today. The almanac has been rendered obsolete, and those who work in the woods are now forced to navigate by a new and aloof set of stars. Winter unravels. The covenant has been broken. The reliable, hard-handed handshake with winter that defined the forest products industry here for more than a century has been replaced by a fickle and untrustworthy grasp. The almanac of the past was written in the simple, declarative language of deep frost and lasting snow. It was a text that every logger and forester understood, a set of rules that, while harsh, were at least consistent. That text has been erased, its certainties replaced by a confounding and costly volatility. To understand the depth of this change, one must look past the broad, unhelpful statements about global averages and drill down into the sharp, seasonal realities that now govern the woods. The story of the modern forest products industry's struggle is, first and foremost, an account of the collapse of winter. A close look at the climate records, meticulously compiled by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, reveals the precise nature of this unraveling. When one compares the decade of the 1980s, a period still fresh in the memory of many veteran loggers and foresters, to the conditions of the 2010s, the change is not subtle. It is a consequential alteration of the region's character. The critical blow has been dealt to the heart of the winter logging season, the months of December and January. Across the northern forest states of Maine, New Hampshire, New York, and Vermont, the average temperatures in these two crucial months are now at least 3.5 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than they were in the 1980s. A look at the raw numbers tells the story in stark, clinical detail. In January, the average temperature climbed from 15.4 degrees to 19.0 degrees. The real tell is December, a month that once reliably locked the ground in for the season. Its average temperature has jumped from 21.1 degrees Fahrenheit to 25.7 degrees Fahrenheit, a stunning increase of 4.6 degrees. In the more southerly states of New England and in Pennsylvania, the story is the same, with December warming by a near identical 4.5 degrees Fahrenheit. To a person sitting in a warm office, a 4-degree shift may seem trivial. A minor fluctuation at a saturated skid trail, those 4 degrees, represent a monumental state change. It is the difference between solid and liquid, between a workable surface and an impassable mire. It is, as longtime state forester Fred Monk observed, the critical difference between, quote, rain instead of snow. The deep penetrating cold required to freeze the ground solid. The sub-zero nights needed to freeze roads and trails in place, as the data confirms, are no longer a given. Loggers now speak of needing single digits to truly harden the ground, a condition that has become a rare and precious commodity. Bruce Koenig, who has seen the full arc of this change, from the steadfast winters of his youth to the fickle seasons of his later years, summarized the shift with his typical precision. It used to come on and stay. Now it comes and goes. The reliable, season-long block of cold has been replaced by a frustrating cycle of freeze and thaw, a meteorological whipsaw that makes planning nearly impossible and turns capital-intensive machinery into idle, expensive lawn ornaments. The state-by-state data paints a more detailed picture of this regional transformation. In New Hampshire, the warming has been more pronounced in winter than in any other season, with an average increase of about 4 degrees since the turn of the 20th century. For Massachusetts, the story is told not in the heat of the day, but in the chill of the night. The number of truly cold nights, with temperatures dipping below zero, has been consistently below the long-term average since the early 1990s. In New York, the decade of the 2000s was warmer than any other recent historical period, with that warming, again concentrated in the winter and spring. Vermont tells a similar story through the life of its plants. The growing season there has lengthened by an average of 4 days every decade for the past 40 years, a direct consequence of warmer winters and fewer days when the temperature drops below freezing. The old king of winter has lost his iron grip. This is not to say that the thaws themselves are a new phenomenon. The woods have always had their moments of respite, their brief winter rebellions. Kevin Verkler was the chief forester for decades at the vast Adirondack League Club before retiring in 2023. He notes the old guys always talked about a winter, a January thaw too. The idea of a mild spell in the heart of winter is part of the forest lore. Verkler, like everyone else who spends their days in the woods, sees a crucial difference in the modern version. "I think they're bigger thaws now," he observed. "These are not gentle breaks in the cold, but aggressive, often rain-fueled events that can wipe out a month's worth of accumulated frost in a matter of days. A half-inch of rain on top of a thinning snowpack can turn a solid skid trail into a soupy, impassable pair of ruts, shutting down operations for days and sometimes weeks. This new intensity changes everything. It means that even when a logger gets a good, hard freeze, he cannot trust it to last. The operational consequences of this new, erratic winter are stark and immediate. The career of Paul Mitchell, a prominent logger from Tupper Lake, NY, who once ran one of the largest and most respected logging operations in the Adirondacks, is a testament to the new calculus of risk. In a previous era, his company would confidently freeze miles of winter road to reach remote timber stands. It was a common practice, an investment of time and labor made with the full faith that the cold would hold, and the investment would pay off. That faith has been shattered. The risk is no longer worth the potential reward. When asked if he would take on a job today that required freezing in even 1.5 miles of winter road, his answer is swift and unequivocal. "I would say I'm not interested," he stated, the frustration evident in his voice, "because you just don't know if you're going to get it," meaning the consistent cold needed to make the road viable. "You can do your homework, get it all prepared," he explained, "but if you miss 1 or 2 or 3 of the good days, you didn't get it, and you're not going to get it. It's just so erratic." This is not a failure of will or a loss of skill. It is a pragmatic business decision made in the face of overwhelming uncertainty. The almanac has become a liar, and to trust it is to court perhaps the most damaging change of all. It's not just that the winters are, on average, warmer, it's that they have become wildly variable. The climate data for Vermont provides a stunning example. While the average January temperature over the past decade has been 4 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than it was in the 1980s, the fluctuation within that decade has been immense. In some years, January has been more than 10 degrees warmer than the historical average. In other years, it has been 8 degrees to 10 degrees colder. This is the chaos that the modern logger faces. He is planning his operations, with hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment on the line, against a backdrop of weather that can swing by nearly 20 degrees from one year to the next. This is the story told not just by the data, but by the lived experience of those on the ground. It is in the voice of Paul Snyder, the procurement forester with Bailey Lumber, who, after 2 decades, can count the good winters on one hand. It is in the calculations of Paul Mitchell, who now sees a winter road as unacceptable gambling. It is in the understated resignation of Fred Monk, who knows you simply can't count on winter anymore. The collapse is not a future projection. It is a present reality. The foundation of the old logging world has cracked, and the entire industry is now scrambling to find its footing on shifting, uncertain ground. Wettening. The collapse of the reliable winter with its deep and lasting frost represents only half of the depiction of the unraveling almanac. For the logger and the forester, the calendar has been rendered unreliable not just by a lack of cold, but by an abundance of water arriving at the wrong times and with a new and startling intensity. The disruptions are no longer confined to the winter months. They now bleed into the spring, the summer, and, most destructively, the autumn, creating a year-round operational quagmire that challenges the foundations of harvest planning. If the fading of winter was the first sign that the old rules no longer applied, the wettening of the other seasons was the final confirmation. This shift is written in the rainfall data. Across the northern forest states, the month of June now receives, on average, a full inch more rain than it did in the 1980s. More significant, however, is the change in the fall. October, a month that once signaled the winter was around the corner, now brings an average of 1.5 inches more precipitation than it did in the past. In the southern New England states and Pennsylvania, the trend is similar, with both September and October becoming substantially wetter. 1.5 inches of rain may sound like a trivial amount, a minor meteorological footnote. But to understand its impact on a logging operation, one must translate that number into a physical volume. A single inch of rain falling on a single acre of land amounts to 154 gallons of water. It is a volume equivalent to 9 full fuel trucks, a weight of 530 tons. When a logger looks at a 10-acre block of timber he intends to cut, a modest 1.5-inch rain event means he is contending with more than 40,000 gallons of water being dumped onto his factory floor. This is the new reality of the autumn woods. This deluge has given rise to a new and challenging feature of the operational calendar, the fall mud season. Ray Berthium, an extension field specialist in forestry who works with loggers across New Hampshire, has articulated a truth now widely recognized by those on the ground. Fall mud season is worse than spring mud season, he explained. The reason is a matter of simple, brutal hydrology. In the spring, the mud season is a well-known quantity. The ground is thawing from the top down, the days are getting longer, the sun is getting stronger, and the emerging leaves on the trees begin to pull moisture from the soil through transpiration. There is a predictable, if messy, drying process. In the fall, the physics are reversed. The days are shortening, the angle of the sun is low and weak, and the falling leaves mean the trees have stopped pulling water from the ground. The Earth's great pumps have shut down for the year. That extra inch-and-a-half of October rain does not get evaporated by the sun or drawn up by the trees, it just sits. It soaks into the ground, saturating the soil until it can hold no more. Things don't dry until they freeze. Itself has become less reliable. This saturated state can persist for months, turning the woods into a holding pond. The experience of Betsy Lesnikoski, who for decades has procured wood for the McNeil Generating Station in Burlington, Vermont, confirms this phenomenon. She has seen the emergence of a, quote, fall mud season now, where one simply did not exist in the past. This has vast consequences for the supply chain. Loggers who traditionally used the fall months to stage equipment and get a head start on winter jobs now find themselves shut out of the woods entirely. A site that becomes saturated in October may not be accessible again until the following summer, if then. The once reliable rhythm of the year has been replaced by a long, drawn-out season of mud that can stretch from October through April, broken only by fleeting, untrustworthy periods of partial frost. The summers, too, have become more volatile. Mike McClarty, the Vice President of Forestry and Wood Procurement at Finch Paper, has observed what he calls a hydrologic whipsaw. The pattern he sees is one of dry springs with sun-baking days in April and early May that can dry out the woods nicely, creating a brief window of opportunity. Often this is followed by substantial reversals in June, with frequent and intense thunderstorm patterns. Maine has seen this trend, experiencing a record number of extreme precipitation events, defined by NOAA as storms bringing more than 2 inches of rain in the decade between 2004 and 2014, a rate twice the long-term average. These are not gentle soaking rains, they are violent downpours that can overwhelm culverts, wash out roads, and turn a well-ordered job site into a chaotic mess in a matter of hours. This constant state of flux forces loggers into a start-stop pattern of operations, a frustrating cycle that destroys productivity and morale. Andy Irish, an innovative logger from western Maine, spoke of the deep frustration of getting a new job started, moving his expensive machinery into place, only to have an unexpected deluge hit before his crew can even properly prepare the trails. It is, as he bluntly put it, a real pissed-off situation. The rhythm of the work is broken before it can even be established. This forces a new kind of nomadic existence. As Ray Berthio observed, loggers are moving around more than ever before, constantly shifting between job sites in a perpetual search for a patch of ground dry enough to support their equipment. This requires not only having access to multiple timber tracts simultaneously, but also possessing an intimate, ground-level knowledge of the subtle differences in soil and drainage across a wide territory. A logger must know, from experience, what sandy hillside might shed water faster, and which ridgetop might have missed the worst of a localized thunderstorm. It is a demanding game of operational chess against an unpredictable opponent. This constant wetness makes the careful application of best management practices, BMPs, for water quality both critical and more challenging. The industry has made a widespread commitment to these practices over the past 2 decades, but following them in an environment of saturated soils and sporadic, intense rainfall is a difficult and costly proposition. A logger might have to suspend operations for days after a storm to prevent rutting and erosion, but this means no money was earned. The logger simply absorbs the cost of the lost production. The alternative is to invest heavily in more stone for the roads, larger culverts, extensive use of temporary bridges, and heavy equipment mats to keep working. These are effective, but they add significant expense to an operation already straining under thin profit margins. The wettening of the seasons, therefore, represents a fundamental, systemic challenge. It is not merely an inconvenience. It is a foundational alteration of the physical environment in which the forest products industry operates. It exacerbates the financial pressures on loggers, complicates the logistics of procurement for mills, and turns the once reliable calendar into a document of frustrating uncertainty. The collapse of winter stole the industry's most reliable season. The wettening of the other seasons ensures that the challenges are perpetually flooded, and the workers are left to figure out how to keep the assembly line moving, one saturated acre at a time. A quiet consensus. The slow, pitiless unraveling of the seasons has forced a reckoning within the forest products industry. The response has not been a single, unified declaration, but a quiet consensus that acknowledges a new and challenging reality while simultaneously resisting the politicized language often used to describe it. This is the paradox of the modern woodsman, a deep, first-hand knowledge of a changing climate paired with a hardened skepticism of the discourse surrounding it. This internal conflict shapes their response, which is, above all, a pragmatic, unsentimental, and continuous scramble to adapt to a world where the historic rules of planning have been rendered obsolete. The cultural resistance to the term climate change is palpable. Many in the industry, from the log landing to the mill office, identify as climate media skeptics. They express a deep-seated resentment at being told what to think, or being presented with what they see as hype or doomsday scenarios. Andy Irish, the plain-spoken and widely known logger from western Maine, articulated this sentiment perfectly. "The real problem with talking about climate change is that it's been politicized," he said. "They're using it to set an agenda." For many, the term itself is inseparable from a set of policy prescriptions and cultural judgments that seem disconnected from their lived experience and often hostile to their livelihood. Betsy Lesnikowski, whose work procuring wood for Vermont's McNeil Generating Station gives her a broad view of the industry, voiced a related concern. She is certainly no climate skeptic, but is worried about the rush to implement solutions without a full understanding of the problem, a haste that could further deteriorate our industry. Kevin Verkler at the Adirondack League Club criticized what he saw as scare tactics used to force people in a direction that doesn't align with the practical realities of forest management. This skepticism is not shaped by ignorance, but by experience. It is the defensive posture of an industry that feels misunderstood and often unfairly maligned, a group of people who see their deep, practical knowledge of the land consistently ignored by policymakers and urban commentators. Yet beneath this bristling exterior of skepticism lies a universal, almost unspoken agreement. The world has changed. The old ways no longer work. No one who spends their days in the woods argues with the evidence of their own eyes. As Mike McClarty of Finchpaper observed, after countless conversations with loggers and foresters across the region, "Everyone I'm talking to has lived these changes gradually over time, so they're not in climate denial." He is emphatic on this point. "No one's arguing that the weather conditions have changed," he said. "I mean, they clearly have, and it's impacted how everyone does this." This is the quiet consensus. It is a shared understanding that is communicated not in the language of climate science, but in the practical shorthand of the trade. They talk about the loss of good days, the bigger thaws, the fall mud season, and the simple fact that, as Fred Monk put it, you can't really count on it anymore. Joe Gamola, a forester with the U.S. Forest Service's Allegheny National Forest, noted that for those who have lived this and adjusted to it, their recollection is something different and they know they've changed. Their acknowledgement is rooted not in ideology, but in the irrefutable data of their own daily lives. Paul Mitchell, the veteran Adirondack logger, summarized the industry's pragmatic stance with a simple shrug of acceptance. "You can't argue that things aren't different," he said. "You adapt to it." The most significant consequence of this new, unpredictable reality is the erosion of the ability to plan. The traditional business model of the forest products industry, like agriculture, was built on the foundation of a semi-consistent calendar. That foundation has crumbled. Jared Nannery is the Orleans County forester in Vermont. His job involves helping hundreds of landowners and loggers navigate this new landscape. He encapsulated the core problem with a stark finality. "All this gets back to, you can't predict anymore for your plans," he stated. "It used to be more predictable." This is not a minor inconvenience. It is a key disruption that impacts every facet of the operation, from securing contracts to managing cash flow. The death of the seasonal calendar means that foresters like Tim Morton, who manages state forest lands in Vermont, have had to completely reinvent their approach. "You have to know your properties better," he notes. "You can't just look at the calendar to know what happens on these parcels." He now finds himself looking for the drought in the summer to find a window to harvest tracts that were traditionally reserved for a winter freeze. He writes timber sale contracts that no longer specify a season, but are instead contingent on conditions being any season dry or frozen or snow-covered, a fluid designation that requires constant monitoring and communication. This uncertainty has forced a revolution in the structure of timber sale contracts. The old 6-month or 1-year agreements, designed around typical seasonal expectations, are becoming a thing of the past. Procurement foresters now demand longer windows to provide a necessary buffer against the weather's caprice. Eric Parenti, who manages procurement for Sosimo Lumber, explained the new logic. "We used to do these 6 months, 1-year contracts, because you could plan on a winter to harvest," he said. "Well, now you want 2 years in case you lose that winter." He added that contract extensions have become standard operating procedure. This 2-year window is now the industry norm, a contractual admission that the old almanac is no longer a reliable guide, and that an entire season of work might be lost to mud and rain. Mike McClurdy frames this entire dilemma within the concept of the logging chance, a term used to describe the unique combination of conditions for any given harvest. The logging chance, he explained, is changing, and this increases costs in 2 distinct ways. First, loggers need added techniques or equipment to work in these more challenging conditions. Second, and more insidiously, the, quote, compressed logging seasons make fewer days available for loggers to turn a profit because their significant annual fixed costs for equipment and insurance must be spread over fewer productive days. This is the brutal arithmetic of the new climate reality. The loss of predictability translates directly into lost production days, which has a devastating impact on the bottom line. Sam Lincoln, a Vermont logger, provided a stark example, reporting that his historical average of 160 to 180 workable days per year had plummeted to just 103 in 2023, a 40% reduction in his ability to generate revenue, primarily due to weather. Joel Currier, who logs on his own land to supply his small sawmill, confirmed that the industry is, quote, losing significant productive days due to weather, directly impacting profitability for any operator carrying the heavy debt of modern machinery. The human response to this cascade of challenges has been a forced evolution toward a new mindset, one defined by 3 key characteristics: vigilance, hedging, and humility. The vigilance is constant. Loggers now obsessively monitor forecasts, their eyes glued to weather apps, looking for the narrow windows of cold or dry that will allow them to work. The hedging is strategic. They must secure longer contracts, maintain access to multiple, geographically diverse job sites, and invest in more versatile and expensive equipment. Humility is hard-won. It is recognition that, despite their skill and their powerful machines, they are not in control. It is the wisdom to know when to pull off of a job, when to leave the landing, when to accept a lost week to save the site and preserve the possibility of future work. It is, as one observer noted, a state of more vigilance, more hedging, more humility in the face of weather that no longer follows rules. Examination of climate change in the Northeast is therefore not just a matter of melting ice or rising seas. It is a story of lost time, of broken rhythms, and of a foundational pillar of the rural economy being forced to operate in a constant state of reactive uncertainty. For the men and women of the woods, navigating this new world without a reliable map has required a forced evolution toward a matter of following the seasons, but of mastering a new craft, the art of more vigilance, more hedging, and more humility in the face of weather that no longer follows rules. Chapter 3. Flow in the Forest. The modern forest products industry, as we have seen, is a system under crushing and compounding pressure. It is a world defined by a landscape of unseen bosses with competing desires, by a forest whose health is challenged by a host of new threats, and by a business model that often squeezes its primary producers to the breaking point. The logger, the indispensable actor at the center of this drama, is caught in a vice, pressed on one side by the high cost of his machinery and on the other by his powerlessness as a price taker in a global market. The deck, it would seem, is stacked against him. Given this daunting set of structural challenges, a rational observer might wonder how anyone could possibly succeed in such a business. If the economics are so pitiless, the labor is so scarce, and the risks so pervasive, how does the wood continue to move? The answer cannot be found on a balance sheet or in a market analysis. It is found in the unspoken, focused, and deeply intelligent work of the people who are still in the woods, the ones who have managed to survive not by changing the rules of the game, but by mastering the art of playing a difficult hand. Their survival depends on a set of skills that go far beyond the simple ability to run a machine. It depends on a fundamental and multi-layered act of interpretation. The successful modern logger is a master of reading the complex and contradictory messages that the woods present to him each day. He must read the ground for its ability to hold his equipment, the sky for its intent, the timber for its value, and the market for its demand. He must decipher the subtle language of a landowner's hopes and the stern grammar of a timber sale contract. This is the hidden intellectual labor of the trade, a constant, risky process of observation, analysis, and judgment. This chapter is an exploration of that art. It is a journey onto the landings and into the cabs of the machines with the men who have mastered this craft. We will see how a veteran logger in the Adirondacks reads the character of the frost and the memory of the ground. We will see how another in Maine reads the potential of his machinery to weatherproof his operation against the climate. Then we will see how a new generation is learning to read a digital soil map with the same acuity that their predecessors read the bark of a tree. This is the story of logging as interpretation, a tale of how the modern woodsman uses his most important tool, his own focused and experienced judgment, to find a path through a difficult and uncertain world. The forest and the landowner. The forest products industry is often imagined through the lens of its most dramatic moments: the sharp, whining bite of a saw, the authoritative crash of a falling tree, the rumble of a loaded log truck making its way to the mill. The true work begins long before any of these sounds echo through the woods. It begins with a quiet assessment of what some consider the factory floor, the forest itself. Unlike a factory of steel and concrete, this one is a living, breathing, and often unpredictable system. Its floor can be a tangled mat of roots and rock. Its inventory is subject to disease and decline, and its ultimate management is in the hands of a diverse and often unseen group of bosses, the landowners. To understand the intense pressures on the modern logger and the mills they supply, one must first walk this ground and understand the complex and compromised nature of the raw material and the varied, sometimes conflicting, motivations of the people who own it. The identity of this quiet boss has an outsized impact on what is possible in the woods. In a state like Vermont, the landscape of private land ownership has been largely shaped by the state's Use Value Appraisal program, a tax abatement system that enrolls a vast portion of the working forest. As much as 75% of the wood harvested in some counties, the Orleans County Forester, explained that the program is a powerful incentive for active management, often drawing in landowners who might otherwise not be thinking timber management at all. This creates what Joel Currier, a logger and mill owner from an earlier chapter, calls a personal preference economy, where the goals of a harvest may be more nuanced than pure profit. The landowner might be focused on improving wildlife habitat, creating recreational trails, or simply maintaining the long-term health of their woodlot. This requires a forester to be more than a timber cruiser. They must be a diplomat and a translator, balancing the ecological needs of the forest with the personal desires of its owner. This dynamic is further complicated by a broad demographic shift that is slowly reshaping the rural Northeast. Matt Langley, a county forester who oversees the UVA program for hundreds of thousands of acres in Vermont's Northeast Kingdom, has observed the influence of new landowners coming up and not having the same cultural ideals as the generations that came before them. These new owners, often arriving from more urban or suburban backgrounds, may lack a true understanding of the role that timber harvesting plays in the working landscape. They may see the forest purely as a place of pristine aesthetics and recreation, a view that can put them in direct opposition to the perceived disruption of a logging operation. Tom Gilman, a supervising forester with F&W Forestry in the Adirondacks, has seen a similar culture change in the makeup of local government, where the new highway superintendents and town board members may not have the same ingrained familiarity with the needs of the forest products industry as their predecessors. This can lead to friction over things as commonplace as road use and maintenance. This evolving social fabric means that foresters and loggers must spend an increasing amount of time managing expectations. Tim Morton, who manages public forest lands for the Vermont Department of Forest, Parks, and Recreation, notes that his job requires a deep, long-term understanding of each individual property, because you, quote, can't just look at the calendar to know what happens on these parcels. He must balance the need for timber production with the demands of public recreation. This is a common challenge. Betsy Lesnikoski, from the wood chip burning McNeil Generating Station, recalled how logging operations would often have to basically shut down for hunting season in November, a significant disruption that came right on the cusp of the traditional winter harvest season. The forester, in this environment, becomes a negotiator, constantly balancing the competing demands on the forest resource. The challenge is different, but no less complex, when the quiet boss is not a family but a large, institutional investor. Timberland investment management organizations, or TIMOs, control vast swaths of forest land in the Northeast. Working for them, as logger Paul Mitchell has experienced, is a different calculus. These entities are, by their nature, focused on financial returns. Their primary concern, as Mitchell described it, is money coming in. They are often less willing to talk about money going out for the kind of long-term maintenance and infrastructure investment that a family landowner with a generational tie to the property might prioritize. This can lead to a slow degradation of the road systems and other infrastructure that are vital for efficient logging operations. Despite this, many of the foresters who manage these lands are quick to point to investments these firms have made in the forest infrastructure. This complex social and financial landscape is layered on top of a factory floor that is itself under increasing biological stress. The raw material of the industry is different from that of a generation ago. Andy Irish, whose logging career spans the transition from the old ways to the new, recalls a time when his work was defined by big hardwood and big stems. The wood was larger, the quality higher. Now, he observes, the stands are thicker, but the timber is often smaller and of lower quality. This sentiment have noted, we're growing plenty of wood, but we're not replacing the quality. This creates a frustrating financial paradox. The lower the quality of the wood, the more expensive equipment you need to handle it. A logger must invest more in high-production machinery to make a profit on lower-value wood, a treadmill that only gets faster. The health of the forest itself is a growing concern. Fred Monk, the veteran New York forester, voiced a worry shared by many. The forest is not as healthy as it used to be, he said, noting that it used to be every 10 or 15 or 20 years you'd get a new problem passed, but now it's all the time. While the globalized movement of goods is the primary vector for these new threats, the changing climate, with its warmer winters and stressed ecosystems, has created a more hospitable environment for them to thrive. Perhaps no single pest has carved a deeper scar into the landscape in the past decade than the emerald ash borer. The relentless march of this invasive beetle has forced a region-wide triage of one of its most valuable hardwood species. For landowners, the arrival of EAB precipitates a grim choice: preemptive salvage or the near-certain loss of their ash saw timber. This has altered harvesting schedules across the Northeast. Every landowner where they have an ash now is calling everybody up, said procurement forester Paul Snyder. The pressure to get our ash, as he put it, is substantial. Dan Newman, a consulting forester in south-central New York, lives with this reality every day. We got a lot of ash down here, he said. I mean, right here, I'm looking at trees now that are dead because of it. The salvage operations often mean cutting smaller ash trees that would have been left as crop trees in the past, a decision that impacts the future yield and productivity of the forest. The ripple effects are felt throughout the supply chain. The need to manage this sudden influx of ash has created both challenges and opportunities, with markets in China at one point absorbing a significant volume of the salvaged timber. The pressure on the ground is real, forcing loggers into stands of dying trees, a hazardous and often melancholy task. The pests do not stop with ash. The hemlock woolly adelgid continues its spread, threatening not only a key timber species, but also the health of riparian zones, where hemlock provides the crucial shade and streambank stability necessary for healthy aquatic ecosystems. In northern Vermont, the balsam fir woolly aphid has caused significant fir mortality, leading to widespread salvage harvests. Even native pests, like the forest tent caterpillar, can become more destructive when trees are already stressed by drought conditions. Finally, layered on top of the changing landowners and the ailing trees is a new personal threat to the workers themselves. The explosion of tick populations in the Northeast has made Lyme disease and other tick-borne illnesses a constant and serious occupational hazard. Tim Morton, our state forester in Vermont, noted that when he began his career, ticks were not a concern. Now, he and his colleagues must be constantly vigilant, proactively treating their clothes with permethrin spray. Eric Parenti of Sersosimo Lumber has seen firsthand the toll it takes, with loggers and fellow foresters contracting Lyme disease. For some, the effects can be debilitating, incapacitating them to the point where they are unable to work. This adds a deep personal layer of risk to every day spent at work in the woods. This, then, is the complicated and compromised reality of the forest that the modern logger enters each morning. It is a place owned by people with a kaleidoscope of different goals, a place where the quality of the raw material is in decline, where the trees themselves are under assault from a growing army of pests, and where the simple act of walking in the woods carries new and unseen health risks. Before a single machine is started, before the first gallon of diesel is burned, the logger must contend with the burgeoning and frustrating complexities of this living, breathing, and deeply challenged factory floor. The logger is a price taker. The American logger occupies a powerful space in the national psyche. He is the classic free agent, a symbol of rugged self-reliance who answers to no one.
He owns his own equipment,
if he can sets his own hours, and
Mother
wrestles a living from the wild margins of the modern world through grit and skill. This image, while deeply ingrained in some and utterly ignored by most, is a dangerous and incomplete romanticism. Many, if they think of loggers at all, still think of them as employee lumberjacks in remote camps, working for large mills. That story tale has passed. The central, defining truth of today's logging existence is this. For all his apparent independence, he operates within a financial vice that is relentless and implacable. He is a man caught between the immovable reality of his costs and the inscrutable whims of a market over which he has absolutely no control. He is, in the blunt and unsparing language of the industry, a price taker, not a price setter. This underlying power imbalance is the unseen force that governs every decision made in the woods. The price a logger receives for a load of wood is not usually a negotiation. It is a declaration. It is dictated by the mill, which is itself reacting to the complex and distant currents of global commerce, national housing starts, and the shifting tastes of consumers 1,000 miles away. The math is straightforward enough. Volume of wood multiplied by price equals value paid, but the mill measures the volume and sets the price. Paul Mitchell, our veteran Tupper Lake logger whose career has spanned the boom times and the busts, articulated this market fundamentalism with a precision born of long and occasionally painful experience. The price is market-driven, he explained. You can claim that you're not making money until the cows come home, but unless they have to compete, price-wise, it doesn't matter. The logger's own balance sheet, his rising costs for fuel, insurance, and steel, are of no concern to the market. The only thing that matters is the price offered by the mill down the road. This one-way financial pressure is a constant, grinding force that shapes the character of the industry. And the Irish, whose logging operation is a model of efficiency and innovation, sees this from a global perspective. We can't compete with the rest of the world, he stated, acknowledging the larger forces at play. He sees the distributional pie of the forest products industry and knows that, for the logger, the slice is never big enough. The pie, he said with a note of frustration, isn't divided right. To fully grasp the precarity of the modern logger's position, one must first understand the world that it replaced. There was a time, within the living memory of the industry's veterans, when the business landscape was as stable and steady as the winters. It was a time when a logger, through hard work and discipline, could build a business on a foundation of more than just hope. Bruce and Ted Koenig's body of work stands as a testament to this bygone era. In the late 1970s, after years of logging for others on remote Adirondack parcels, the two brothers decided to make the leap from being loggers to being mill owners. Their ambition was guided by the practical, hard-won wisdom of their mentors. The J.P. Lewis forester, Bob Bramhall, who had long admired the Koenig brothers' work ethic and integrity, directed them to Joe Squash, a seasoned veteran of the sawmill business. The advice he offered was not complicated, but it was essential. He spoke of the critical importance of having their lumber properly graded to ensure they received its true value, a lesson in quality control that could make the difference between profit and loss. He cautioned them against the perilous path of borrowing money for their operations, a piece of advice that reflected the conservative, self-reliant mindset of the time. The brothers listened. Their entire upbringing at the isolated state house at North Lake had been an education in foresight and discipline. They had operated in a world where the seasons were predictable, where a full winter of work was a guarantee, and where a careful man could put money aside. As Bruce stated with the simple, declarative pride of a man who has earned every penny, When the time came to buy the sawmill, we had the money to do it. This was not a miracle. It was the logical outcome of a financial system built on a stable climate. Life is seldom static, but sometimes things hold still long enough to build allowed for consistent production, which in turn allowed for the steady accumulation of capital. A logger could build a business from the ground up, insulated from the monthly pressures of loan payments that now define the modern industry. They were truly independent, not just in spirit but in their finances. That world is gone. The modern logger operates under a completely different set of rules, chief among them the crushing weight of capital. The old days of a man with a chainsaw and a cable skidder have been replaced by the era of more complete mechanization. A modern logging operation is a breathtaking display of technological force. It is a symphony of iron, a feller buncher with a high-speed cutting head that can fell and stack a tree in seconds, a grapple skidder that can drag a massive hitch of trees to the landing, and a delimberer or processor that can strip the branches and cut the logs to length with computerized precision. This machinery is astonishingly productive, but it comes at a staggering cost. A single new machine can cost $500,000 or more. A complete system can easily represent an investment of over $1 million. Many prefer to purchase used equipment, but the unseen cost comes in the form of lost production due to frequent repairs. This monumental capital cost creates relentless, inflexible pressure. The monthly payments on this equipment are deaf to the pleas of rain-soaked ground or an unseasonable January thaw. Mark Bourgeois of CJ Logging Equipment, a regionally prominent dealer, stressed this reality. For a logger to cover his costs, he needs to be working a ton, he said. Ideally, 10.5 months anyhow, but you're probably closer to 11. The machine must be kept running, not just to harvest wood, but to feed the bank. This has led to a harsh consolidation within the industry. As Jack Santamore, the regional manager with Landvest, observed, the loggers who have survived this financial crucible are definitely the better businesses, a stark acknowledgement of the emotionless weeding out process. The small, independent operator of the past has been largely replaced by a highly capitalized, high-production business that must run at maximum capacity to simply stay afloat. The math of this new reality is brutal. Under current market conditions and reasonable assumptions about operating days, for most it is extremely difficult to pay for a new cut-to-length system. The numbers simply do not work. This is a sentiment echoed by the loggers themselves. Andy Irish, despite his highly successful operation, stated bluntly that with the price of new equipment, you literally could not cut enough wood. It's physically impossible to cut enough wood to pay for it. This has forced a strategic shift. Loggers like Gabe Russo, an ambitious operator in Vermont, who one forester describes as a wolf among dogs. Gabe knows that the only viable path is to find good used systems that haven't been overpaid for. The dream of buying a new machine off the lot is, for most, just that, a dream. Beyond the initial purchase price of the iron, there are the daily operating costs that act as a constant financial hemorrhage. Fuel is a major concern. A whole tree harvesting operation, as one logger reported, can burn through as much as 20,000 gallons of diesel fuel in a single week. The price of that fuel is notoriously volatile, subject to global political whims and distant market speculation, creating another layer of unpredictability that the logger must absorb. On top of this is the cost of maintenance. These are highly complex machines, and a breakdown in the woods can be a catastrophe. It is not just the cost of the parts and the mechanic. It is the catastrophic loss of production time. This has made self-sufficiency a critical survival skill. Gabe Russo, after acquiring a house with a proper shop and garage, reflected on his past struggles and wondered aloud how you got by without it. For the modern logger, being a skilled mechanic is almost as important as being a skilled operator. This is the unyielding vice that squeezes the independent contractor of the woods. On one side, he is a price taker, with little power to influence the rate paid for the product. On the other, he is saddled with the massive and rising costs of capital, fuel, and maintenance. The space between those two jaws, the profit margins vanishingly thin and that allowed Bruce Koenig to build his business with cash and discipline, has been replaced by a highly leveraged environment where the slightest disruption, be it a sudden drop in the price of pulpwood or a week of unseasonable rain, can push an operation from the black into the red. The modern logger is still independent in spirit, but he is tethered to a set of financial realities that are as powerful and indifferent as the weather itself. Labor, risk, and generational change. The financial framework of the forest products industry, with its massive capital costs and callous market pressures, rests upon a foundation that is far more fragile than any piece of machinery: the people who do the work. The account of the modern timber economy is not just one of spreadsheets and supply chains. It is a deeply human story of physical toil, ever-present personal risk, and a generational shift that threatens the continuity of the trade. The factory floor may be the forest, and the engine may be the mill, but the hands that operate the levers are growing fewer and older and are working under a level of strain that is becoming unsustainable. The most striking vulnerability in this entire system is not the weather or the markets, but the unsung crisis of the woodsmen themselves. The most immediate and visible symptom of this crisis is the simple fact that loggers are a vanishing breed. The industry is haunted by a, quote, shrinking workforce and generational turnover, a challenge cited by nearly every person connected to the woods, from foresters to mill owners to the loggers themselves. It is a slow-motion hollowing out of the industry's most vital resource. Andy Irish, looking around at his peers at industry meetings, sees the stark reality written on their faces. "Ain't 25 guys look like me," he said, a blunt and poignant assessment of the industry's aging demographic. The grizzled, experienced hands that have guided the trade for decades are not being replaced. The pipeline of new talent has slowed to a trickle, and the reasons are as complex as they are deeply ingrained in the modern economy. At its core, the work is brutally demanding. It is a life of long hours in seemingly immutable conditions, a physical grind that takes a toll on the body over time. The physical challenge alone is not what deters a new generation. It is the worrisome financial precarity that now defines the profession. As consulting forester Dan Newman stated with a note of resignation, nobody wants to do that kind of work. The work, he refers to, is not just the felling of trees, but the shouldering of hefty risk for what is often a marginal reward. To attract a young person into this life, to convince them to take on the debt, the long hours, and the uncertainty, requires a compelling financial incentive that, for many, simply does not exist. Andy Irish, who has thought deeply about this problem, put a number on it. To make the profession attractive enough to build a new workforce, he estimated that loggers would need to be paid 30% more than they currently are. It is a staggering figure, and in an industry where the logger is a price taker, it is a cost that has nowhere to go. The industry is not blind to this crisis. There are concerted efforts to recruit and train the next generation of woodsmen, but these initiatives often run headlong into the hard wall of fiscal reality. Mike McClarty at Finch Paper described his company's young logger program as a, quote, painful necessity. It is an acknowledgement that if they do not actively cultivate new talent, their mill will eventually be starved for wood. The program is fraught with challenges. It is, as he admitted, not easy, and not without a lot of bumps in the road. He recounted an example of 3 recent scholarship recipients his company had sponsored to attend a logging program at Paul Smith's College. Of those 3 promising young men, only 1 still works in the industry today. The other 2, despite the training and the support, found the path too difficult, the rewards too slim, and chose other careers. This is the frustrating reality for those trying to solve the labor crisis. You can train a young person to run a feller buncher, but you cannot train them to endure a business model that is, for many, inherently broken. This human crisis is not just about the future. It is about the outsized and often unseen risks borne by those who are still in the woods. A man deeply rooted in the working landscape of Vermont stands as a powerful and cautionary tale of how quickly a viable business, built on years of hard work and smart decisions, can be brought to its knees by forces far beyond any single logger's control. Sam Lincoln's origin story does not begin in the forest. It began on a dairy farm in Randolph Center, Vermont, where he was born and raised. His early life was defined by the demanding rhythms of agriculture, a world where success is measured in milk yields and hay bales. He had an agricultural business until his early 30s, a background that instilled in him a deep understanding of land, equipment, and the harsh economics of a commodity-based enterprise. It was only later that he transitioned to the woods, partnering with his father-in-law and eventually building his own successful whole tree harvesting operation. Complete with a loader, slasher, and grapple skidder, he initially subcontracted the felling. He was not just a logger, he was a businessman who approached his work with a farmer's pragmatism and a deep respect for the bottom line. He was, by all accounts, doing everything right. Then came 2016. It was a year that would become a line of demarcation for many in the Northeast's forest products industry. A sudden and unprecedented collapse in pulpwood markets sent a shockwave through the region. The reality of decreasing use of paper products caused a great deal of adjustment by pulp and paper mills. Apart from seasonal peaks in demand, there has been little recovery since that time, coupled with a corresponding decrease in regional logging capacity. This decline was followed by the near-total loss of low-grade outlets, the markets for wood chips and other lower-value products that are the essential relief valve for any logging operation. For a logger, these low-grade markets are not a bonus, they are a necessity. They allow for the full utilization of the forest's yield and provide a crucial source of revenue that helps to cover the grand, fixed costs of the operation. When those markets vanished, the entire business model of the industry fractured. The effect on Sam Lincoln's business was immediate and absolute. He suddenly found that he could not move a stick of pulp, and then we couldn't move any chips. The wood was cut, the machinery was ready, but there was simply nowhere for the product to go. The supply chain had snapped. He was forced to do the one thing a logger with massive monthly payments could not afford to do. He had to, quote, park his equipment. It was a tangible symbol of a thriving business grinding to a halt, a powerful machine silenced not by a mechanical failure, but by the invisible hand of a distant market. His story remains a stark testament to the fact that you can't do logging just out of habit. It's a business, one that is vulnerable to global economic currents that can change with the speed and finality of a summer thunderstorm. The crisis of 2016 was a turning point for Sam Lincoln. It transformed him from a businessman into an advocate. During the long, forced idleness of that mud season, he began to write. His white papers were meticulous, data-driven analyses of the financial realities of logging in Vermont, highlighting how state-level policies, often crafted with good intentions, could inadvertently make it harder for loggers to survive. Sam accepted an invitation to speak at a meeting in Bradford, Vermont to address the problems ailing the state's forest products industry. Lincoln's Bradford Address, as it has come to be known, was a powerful sermon delivered to a mix of people from both the state government and the forest products industry. This became a galvanizing moment, catalyzing reform conversations in the state capital of Montpelier. Sam's journey, which would eventually lead him to serve as Vermont's Deputy Commissioner of Forests, Parks, and Recreation, is still a powerful example of how personal crisis can fuel a drive for systemic change. He understood, from his own painful experience, that the challenges facing the industry were not just individual problems to be solved by personal grit. They were structural problems that required collective action and smarter public policy. We will learn more of his quintessential Vermont story later. This, then, is the human foundation upon which the entire forest products industry rests. It is a foundation but only because of the extraordinary resilience, the unyielding work ethic, and the unnoticed sacrifices of the people who show up every day in the face of economic uncertainty, physical risk, and a demographic tide that is running against them. The image of the independent logger, a master of his own destiny, has been replaced by a more complicated and troubling reality, a man tethered to substantial debt, vulnerable to distant markets, and working in an environment that is becoming more hazardous with each passing year. The factory is still running, but the human cost of keeping it open is getting higher every day. The mill and the market engine. At the far end of the supply chain, often many miles from the stump, stands the engine of the entire enterprise. The mill, whether it is a sprawling paper mill, a high-production sawmill, or a specialized cedar processor, the mill is the consuming heart of the forest products industry. It is the place where the raw, chaotic output of the woods is transformed into the clean, orderly products of modern life. The mill's demand for a sufficient volume and quality of wood on a timely basis is the force that puts the loggers to work, the powerful current that pulls timber from every corner of the Northeast. This engine, for all its power and scale, is broadly vulnerable. It is tethered to the fortunes of the loggers who supply it, and its survival depends entirely on a continuous, steady flow of raw material to feed its multi-million-dollar processing lines. When that flow becomes sporadic, as it increasingly does, the mill faces its own set of existential threats, forcing it to evolve from a passive buyer into an agile and proactive participant in a deeply stressed system. The primary challenge for any sawmill is securing a steady diet of logs. This task, which falls to procurement foresters like Paul Snyder and Eric Parenti, has become, in their words, a perpetual juggling act. They must balance the mill's insatiable need for wood with the chaotic reality of the modern supply chain. The unpredictable weather, the shrinking workforce, and the volatile markets have turned the once steady stream of logs into a series of frustrating fits and starts. The central vulnerability of the mill was stated with stark clarity by Colleen Goodridge at her white cedar mill in the Northeast Kingdom. "If you don't get the logs," she said, "it doesn't matter how many orders you have." This simple truth governs every decision made at the procurement level. To cope with this new unreliability, mills have been forced to abandon old assumptions and adopt a range of adaptive strategies. The most immediate of these is the simple expansion of their sourcing range. A mill can no longer rely on the timber in its immediate backyard. Procurement foresters now cast a much wider net, reaching across state lines to find wood. Eric Parenti noted that his staff now operates across a broad geography, sourcing wood all the way down to Massachusetts. This wider reach increases the chance of including soils and local weather conditions that allow harvesting when the core supply areas do not. Ray Colton, who runs a kiln-dried firewood business in Vermont, has made this part of his pricing strategy, adjusting his rates by as much as $10 per ton to draw in supply from greater distances, a necessary expense to keep his processor and boiler running and his kilns heated. Inventory management has also evolved from a simple matter of stockpiling to a strategy of risk mitigation. For a mill like Colleen Goodridge's that relies on winter harvests for 80% of its cedar logs, this is a matter of survival. With the winter season becoming increasingly unpredictable, she has been forced to maintain a massive inventory, sometimes holding enough wood to operate for up to 2 years. This strategy ensures her mill can continue to run year-round, but it comes at a significant cost, tying up a, quote, pretty big pile of money in inventory. For other mills, like Ray Colton's firewood plant, inventory management can lead to painful choices. He recounted having to chip valuable logs that were destined for firewood simply to feed his boilers during a supply crunch, a decision made out of the necessity to keep our kilns going because they can't shut down. These are the desperate measures required to keep crucial adaptation for the mills has been their embrace of low-grade markets. The markets for wood chips, pulpwood, and biomass are not just a way to dispose of waste. They are an essential relief valve for the entire system. Foresters like Ray Berthiaume and Tim Morton see these markets as a, quote, tool that is liberating for forest management. They allow for the practice of silviculture, enabling the removal of diseased or undesirable trees, like the beech that chokes the understory in many stands, improving the health of the forest and the quality of the remaining timber. Paul Snyder noted that the existence of a chip market makes for a better pile of wood coming into you when they sort it, because it allows loggers to bring everything out of the woods, rather than just high-grading the most valuable stems. These vital markets are fragile and often dependent on the shifting winds of public policy. Mike McClarty has watched with growing concern as policies in New York State have undermined the viability of the wood-to-energy market. New York's ambitious climate law, by excluding woody biomass from its portfolio of renewable energy sources, has pretty much sealed the deal for the demise of electricity generation from wood chips. It's hard to reason with politicians who are too vapid to grasp the renewability of wood. For McClarty, who understands that woody biomass is just another group of products that a logger produces if it is profitable or ignore if it is not, this policy is a devastating blow. It will, he predicted, hurt an awful lot of people by removing a key market and making it more difficult and expensive to practice sound forestry. The viability of these markets often hinges on policy mechanisms like renewable energy credits, RECs, which were designed to make it financially feasible to produce electricity from wood. When those policies change, the market can evaporate overnight, as Sam Lincoln discovered in 2016. In response to these mounting pressures, the most forward-thinking mills have realized that they can no longer be passive consumers. They must become active allies, providing direct support to the loggers who are their essential partners. This represents a massive shift in the traditional relationship. Recognizing that their own survival is inextricably linked to the survival of their suppliers, mills are now making significant investments in the upstream links of the chain. This support takes many forms. One of the most common is the provision of infrastructure. Paul Snyder recounted how his company, Bailey Lumber, recently acquired 40 new portable skidder bridges for distribution among its 7 mills, with many of them being used by independent logger suppliers. Eric Parenti confirmed that Cersosimo lumber regularly lends out bridges, a practice that not only helps loggers comply with environmental regulations, but also serves as a strategic tool to secure valuable logs from their jobs. This support extends to equipment and services. Some larger companies, like Cersosimo, now employ their own dedicated dirt crew, complete with dozers and excavators, to handle roadwork and site cleanup, a significant investment that relieves some of the burden on their logging contractors. Many mills also provide essential trucking services. Cersosimo Lumber owns a fleet of trucks equipped with loaders that travel within a 100-mile radius to pick up logs from smaller producers who may not have their own transport. This is not charity. It is a smart business strategy. It helps the logger stay in business. It ensures compliance with increasingly stringent best management practices, and, most importantly, it keeps the wood flowing to the mill yard. This entire dynamic weighs heavily on people like McClarty, who must consider the long-term health of their operations. The constant struggle for supply, the rising costs, and the unsettling policy landscape create what he calls a, quote, reinvestment dilemma. The, quote, unpredictability, he explained, raises questions about future reinvestment. A modern mill is an immensely expensive thing, and without a reliable supply of wood, a company cannot justify the massive capital needed to upgrade its facilities, where mills, unable to secure a steady diet of timber, become starved and no longer competitive, a slow decline that would ripple outwards, devastating not just the company but the entire regional forest economy. Chapter 4. Mind, Methods, and Machines. The journey of a tree from a shaded mountainside to a bustling lumberyard is not a simple, linear path. It is a complex and sometimes turbulent flow, a river of wood pulled forward by the gravity of the market, diverted by the whims of landowners, mapped by the diligent foresters, and navigated by the skill of the loggers who work its currents. This flow is the lifeblood of the Northeast's rural economy, a system of interconnected dependencies where the fortunes of one are inextricably linked to the actions of all the others. The entire enterprise is a study in tension, a constant negotiation between the long, patient timescale of the forest and the urgent, inflexible timeline of a business loan. This chapter is an exploration of that flow. It is a journey into the intricate, often unseen machinery of the forest products supply chain. We begin with the most precarious position in this system, the logger. Through Bruce and Ted Koenig's lives, we will see a bygone era of greater stability, a time when a man could build a business on a foundation of reliable seasons and hard-earned equity. This era of stability will be contrasted with modern reality, a world where the logger is a price taker, caught in a financial vice between the giant cost of his equipment and the non-negotiable prices set by the paper mills. Finally, we will look downstream at the mills that are the engines of the entire enterprise and see how they too are forced to adapt to a supply that has become increasingly unreliable. This is a chronicle of the unseen forces that govern the movement of wood, a story of the delicate and strained relationships that must hold for the entire system to function. The era shifts. The traditional image of the American logger, shaped by years of popular culture, is of a man working alone in the forest with a chainsaw at his side. He is skilled in the felling cut and able to bring down a tree with precision. His work requires strength, focus, and a steady hand around powerful equipment. For generations, this image was not a myth. It was the lived reality of the forest products industry in the Northeast. Back then, the woods echoed with the two-stroke roar of steels and Husqvarnas, the pace of production governed by the strength of a man's back and the skill in his hands. That era's dominance is over. Today, the sound of the woods is less often the high-pitched whine of a chainsaw, and more often the deeper, more powerful thrum of hydraulics and the authoritative clang of steel on steel. Many loggers no longer stand on the forest floor. They sit in the enclosed, climate-controlled cab of a staggeringly expensive machine, hands on a set of joysticks, gaze fixed on a complex dance of boom and grapple. This was not a simple evolution. It was a revolution, a crucial and forced transition from a labor-intensive craft to a capital-intensive industry. The change was driven not by a quest for novelty, but by a powerful confluence of pressures, human, ecological, and financial, that made the old ways untenable in many forests. The story of modern logging begins with the end of the chainsaw's dominance. To understand the magnitude of this shift, one must first understand the world that was left behind. Andy Irish, the veteran logger, lived this history. For the first 25 years of his career, from the time he started as a teenager until the late 1990s, his world was one of hand felling and cable skidding. The work was a partnership, a precise choreography between the man with the saw and the man on the skidder. Andy, as the cutter, was the point of the spear. His job was to walk the timber stand, assessing each tree, planning his cuts, and then, with a skill that is difficult for many in today's labor pool to comprehend, dropping the tree exactly where it needed to go, angled perfectly for the skidder operator to grab it and pull it out with minimal damage to the residual stand. It was work that required infinite physical strength, unwavering concentration, and a deep, intuitive understanding of the physics of a miscalculation of the lean or the wind could result in a hung-up tree, a damaged log, or a fatal accident. The skidder operator, in turn, had to be a master of his own machine, a nimble and powerful beast with a winch and a long steel cable. He would back his machine into position, pull the heavy cable out to the felled trees, harness them with choker chains, and then winch the hitch of logs toward the skidder before dragging it, often over rough and difficult terrain, to the landing. The work was slow, deliberate, and physically punishing for everyone involved. For years, Andy Irish and his crew worked this way, primarily on Forest Service sales on the White Mountain National Forest, cutting the big hardwood that once defined the region. It was a world of saw timber and pulpwood, a world where a good day's work was measured in the dozens of trees, not the hundreds. Valuable trees merited such personal handling. Bruce and Ted Koenig, working in the rugged country of the Adirondacks, lived a parallel history. Ted started his career early enough to see the first chainsaws show up in woods. He got a big boost in his career when a clumsy feller named Lester dropped a tree on his boss's first ever chainsaw, demolishing it. From then on, the boss only trusted Ted to operate the chainsaw. Bruce's early equipment reflected the era's technology, a '74 International truck for hauling 4-foot pulp, and later, the Bombardier skidder that was described in earlier chapters. This Bombardier, a Canadian-made machine that ran on wide tracks, was a specialized piece of equipment chosen for its ability to work in the wet, spruce fir flats where other machines would bog down. It was nimble and left a modest footprint, a testament to an earlier era's focus on minimizing ground disturbance through careful equipment selection. Whether it was Bruce on his Bombardier or one of the many cable skidders they owned over the years, the core reality was the same. The scale of the equipment was smaller, the pace of the work was slower, and the financial barrier to entry was a fraction of what it is today. This entire way of life, this culture of the chainsaw and the cable skidder, began to crumble in the late 1990s under the weight of three converging forces. The first, and perhaps most powerful, was a human crisis. The well of available labor, of young men and women willing and able to do the physically grueling and hazardous work of hand felling, began to run dry. The generational transfer of knowledge and skill, which had sustained the industry for a century, started to break down. As Andy Irish stated with a blunt finality that leaves no room for argument, the old ways became impossible because you can't get help, echoing the same sentiment as consulting forester Dan Newman did in an earlier chapter. The reasons are clear. The work is dangerous, the physical toll is compounding, and the pay, relative to other trades, is often not enough to compensate for the risks and the strain. The image of the logger as a rugged individualist has been replaced by the stark reality of a man facing a lifetime of hard labor for an uncertain reward. The old appeal, the romance of the woods, was not enough to compete with the lure of steadier, safer, and more lucrative careers. The second catalyst for change was the forest itself. The raw material of the industry was evolving. The big stems that Andy Irish had cut in his youth, the high-value saw logs that could make a day's work profitable, were becoming less common. The forest was now often characterized by denser stands of smaller diameter and lower quality timber. One of the consequences of many past years' reliable winter harvesting was the abundant regeneration of shade-tolerant beech trees, low in value and prone to disease. Frozen conditions do a great job of protecting the ground, but the lack of scarification prevents regeneration of many desirable tree species. Shade-tolerant beeches, already present in the understory, take full advantage of openings in the canopy above them. As Ray Berthium, the New Hampshire Extension Specialist, observed, "We're growing plenty of wood, but we're not replacing the quality." This shift in the resource created a burdensome financial challenge. The business model of hand felling and cable skidding was built on the value of individual the time and effort to carefully fell a 24-inch diameter veneer or sawlog quality hard maple. It is another thing entirely to try and make a living by hand felling thousands of 6-inch diameter beech pulpwood stems. The third force was the constant financial squeeze. As the cost of doing business, fuel, insurance, parts, and compliance with environmental regulations began to climb, and as the number of workable days began to shrink due to the increasingly unpredictable weather, the need for higher production became an existential imperative. The slow, deliberate pace of the chainsaw in low-quality stands could no longer generate enough revenue to cover the rising costs. The industry had reached a tipping point. To survive, it had to change. A logger could afford to idle a cable-skidding tree-length system because the investment in it was so low. The payments on modern whole tree and cut-to-length systems make this incredibly difficult. The pivot, when it came, was swift and decisive. It was a pivot to mechanization. Mechanization is a deceptive term because loggers were already mechanized. It has become a catch-all to describe the transition to mechanized felling, a switch that created the need to scale up the rest of the harvesting system to match. In 1998, Andy Irish bought his first feller buncher, a Timco. It was a moment that marked the end of one era and the beginning of another. The feller buncher is a tractor-wheeled machine with a powerful hydraulic boom, at the end of which is a high-speed cutting head, either a massive circular saw or a powerful shear. In a single fluid motion, it can grab a tree, cut it at the base, and then lift it and place it in a pile or bunch for the skidder. It replaced the man on the ground with a man in a cab, protected from the weather and the ever-present danger of a falling tree. Its impact on productivity was staggering. A skilled operator could now fell and bunch as many trees in a single day as a crew of hand cutters could produce in a week. Where felling had been a bottleneck in the earlier process, this was no longer the case. Tom Gilman of F&W Forestry Services' Tupper Lake office in the Adirondacks has had a front-row seat for this technological revolution. He has seen the woods transform over the course of his career. He recalled a time, not so long ago, when 90% of it was still a chainsaw and cable skidder. Now, the opposite is true. The landscape is dominated by the large, mechanized crews. He has seen how this has changed the character of a logging job. The feller buncher, he noted, concentrates the impact of the harvest. Instead of a network of small trails cut by a nimble cable skidder, the modern job site is defined by a series of wider, main skid trails. The feller buncher works on short spurs off these trails, reaching into the stand with its long boom. This approach minimizes the amount of machine travel on the sensitive forest floor. It is a different kind of footprint, a different kind of logging. Anyone who wants to see this footprint need only to use Google Maps to zoom into nearly any wooded location in the state of Maine. The fishbone pattern of the harvest layout is immediately obvious. This was the end of the old era. The transition from the chainsaw to the feller buncher was not a matter of simple progress or a desire for bigger toys. It was a necessary adaptation, a response to a powerful confluence of forces that made the old ways obsolete. The labor was no longer available, the forest itself had changed, and the fiscal pressures had become too great to bear. The chainsaw did not disappear from the woods, of course. It remains an essential piece of equipment in higher quality forests, such as those found in the southern tier of New York and much of Pennsylvania. The chainsaw's role as the primary instrument of the production logger, the symbol of his trade, has faded into history. It has been replaced by hydraulic power, the climate-controlled comfort, for those who can afford it, and the financial burden of the feller buncher, a machine that solved one set of problems while creating a host of new ones. The revolution was underway, and the wet woods would never be the same. Reading risky ground. Reading the ground is the foundational skill in forestry. It is an act of interpretation that precedes all others, the gathering of the raw, physical data that will inform the language of soil, of slope, and of seep, the subtle ways a landscape signals its strengths and its weaknesses. In the modern Northeast, where the certainties of the seasons have been replaced by a new and frequently hostile volatility, reading the ground is no longer enough. This initial interpretation is meaningless until it is translated into a second, more abstract language, the language of risk. This is where the woodsman must also become a shrewd calculator, a gambler who understands that every decision to start a machine, to cross a swamp, to enter a stand of timber in a fickle season, is a wager against the formidable and indifferent forces of weather, markets, and physics. The art of survival in the modern woods is not just about knowing how to run a skidder. It is about knowing, with a deep and sober clarity, when to leave it parked. This constant, nerve-wracking calculation, a running ledger of potential costs and uncertain rewards, is the true intellectual work of logging. This fusion of reading the ground and calculating the risk is not a new phenomenon. It is an evolution of a skill that has always been at the heart of the trade. In Bruce Koenig's time, his methods, developed over a lifetime of work in the Adirondacks, were always a response to the challenges of the terrain. His instinctive engineering, his mastery of building winter roads with a bulldozer and brush, was a direct translation of his reading of the snow and the cold into a practical, working system. Even in the more predictable climate of the past, the most successful operators were the ones who could think ahead, who could read the subtle signs of a coming change and adapt their methods accordingly. A story from the late 1990s perfectly illustrates this proactive, interpretive skill. As the winters began their slow, almost imperceptible shift toward becoming less reliable, Bruce and his brother Ted recognized a new bottleneck in their operation. Late fall, a period that was once a stalwart ramp-up to the winter season, was becoming a time of operational limbo. The ground was often too soft to support their heavy, truck-mounted log loader, but the weather was still good enough for felling and skidding. They were producing logs but had no efficient way to stack them at the landing, to pre-deck the wood in preparation for the moment the roads would finally freeze solid enough for the trucks. They were losing precious time, held hostage by a few degrees of temperature. Their solution was a piece of classic woods-built ingenuity, a direct response to their reading of the changing conditions. They took an old cable skidder, a machine that was nimble enough to work on the softer ground, and performed a radical modification. They mounted a hydraulic loading boom directly onto the back of the machine, creating a hybrid all-terrain log loader. This custom-built piece of equipment was a game-changer. It allowed them to get a jump on the winter season in a way that their competitors could not. While others waited for the deep frost, Bruce and Ted could be out on their landings, using their modified skidder to neatly deck the logs, building an inventory that was ready to be hauled the first day the roads became passable. It was a brilliant adaptation, a perfect amalgamation of reading the ground, calculating the risk of downtime, and developing a new method to overcome the challenge. They scanned the text of the wet woods, and, instead of simply waiting, they wrote a new chapter of their own. The modern logger must read this same text of soil and water, but the language has become more complex and the grammar more erratic. Extension forester Ray Berthiaume has spent his career helping loggers decipher this changing language, both in public service and in industry. His focus is on the two elements that, more than any other, dictate a logger's day: soil and water. He has observed and articulated the innate shift in the seasonal rhythm that is the central challenge of the new climate. The emergence of the fall mud season, as he explained, is not an anecdotal complaint. It is a matter of simple, brutal hydrology. The combination of increased autumn rainfall and the natural shutdown of the forest's pumps, the trees that no longer draw moisture from the ground after their leaves have fallen, has created a new and prolonged period of saturation, Berthiaume stated, and as the freeze itself has become less reliable, the woods can remain a quagmire for months. This is the new baseline reality that every logger must now read and contend with. This has forced the nomadic approach to logging that Ray Berthiaume observed in an earlier chapter, the constant shifting between job sites in search of a patch of workable ground. This constant movement is itself a form of risk management. It requires a logger to invest in multiple timber sales simultaneously, to have several options in play at any given time, a significant increase in the upfront financial risk of the business. The ability to read the ground, therefore, has evolved from a tactical skill for avoiding a stuck machine into a grand strategic imperative for managing the entire business. Recall logger Paul Mitchell's "I would say I'm not interested" in projects requiring winter road building from an earlier chapter. His no is a sophisticated calculation that weighs a complex set of potential losses against an uncertain reward. The first layer is the climate risk itself, the warmer, bigger thaws that can undo weeks of work in a matter of days. The second is the financial risk. The cost of the labor and the machinery required to build an ice road is substantial. If that road fails, the logger not only loses that initial investment, but he also loses the revenue from the timber he cannot reach. His expensive equipment sits idle, while the monthly payments to the bank continue unabated. Then there is the reputational risk. A failed job, particularly one that results in environmental damage from rutting or erosion, can damage a logger's reputation with the landowner, the forester, and the state agencies that oversee his work, making it harder to secure future contracts. In the new math of the woods, the equation no longer balances. In the southern tier of New York, where the winters are often real mild and the challenge is different, consulting forester Dan Newman practices his own, equally sophisticated, form of risk management. His interpretation is focused less on the frost in the ground and more on the lifeblood of the trees themselves. For Dan, the primary risk he seeks to mitigate is damage to the forest and the value of its timber. This has led him to a strong, almost absolute preference for winter work. He has, as he explained, really gotten away from April-August sales when the bark peels. This is a decision based on a deep reading of two interconnected sets of risks. The first is biological. During the spring and early summer, when the sap is running high, the bark of a hardwood tree can slip or tear with the slightest impact. A skidder that brushes against a high-value sugar maple or black cherry tree during this period can inflict a wound that will permanently scar the tree, significantly reducing its future value. For a forester whose goal is to improve the long-term health and value of a stand, this risk is unacceptable. The second layer of risk that Dan Newman calculates is also financial. That same bark peeling season happens to coincide with a period of lower demand in the global export markets for high-value hardwood grades. So even if a logger could harvest the timber without damaging the residual stand, the financial return would be diminished. The risk of working in a soft market is compounded by the risk of damaging the future value of the forest. His decision to always push to do it in the wintertime is a sophisticated interpretation of a complex set of variables, a clear example of a professional making a calculated decision to minimize risk and maximize long-term value. This is the hidden intellectual labor of the modern woodsman. It is a constant, churning process of observation, analysis, and calculation. It is Bruce Koenig seeing the window of opportunity closing in the late fall and inventing a new machine to get ahead of the problem. It is Paul Mitchell weighing the odds of a January thaw against the cost of an idle feller buncher. It is Dan Newman balancing the price of veneer logs in the export market against the biological vulnerability of a living tree. Every decision to proceed is also a decision not to wait. When a logging operation is underway, every halting of the workflow is a direct financial loss absorbed for the sake ability to make these difficult calculations, to read the layered and conflicting scrolls of the weather, the market, the infrastructure, and the forest itself, is what separates those who survive from those who do not. It is the art of knowing the odds and having the wisdom to walk away from a bad bet. The climate-smart winter road. The art of building the true winter road, the kind Bruce Koenig learned in his youth. A seasonal artery of packed snow, water, and ice capable of carrying a loaded log truck is a dying one. Not many around who know how to do it anymore, he says, while also noting that Francis Van Alstyne of Lyons Falls is one of the few younger men he has come across that can build these winter roads like an old-timer. Many foresters lament the loss of this talent in the logging workforce. It is a skill that requires not only an intimate knowledge of the land, but also a deep and abiding faith in the weather. It demands a long, uninterrupted period of deep, penetrating cold, a commodity that has become increasingly rare and unreliable in the modern Northeast. The risk of investing weeks of labor to build such a road, only to have it washed out by a January thaw or unseasonable rain, has become, for most, simply too great to bear. Despite this, the need to access remote, wet ground in the winter has not disappeared. In response, a new and more robust method has emerged. A climate-smart adaptation that acknowledges both the loss of predictable cold and the fading of the old-timers' skills. This is the rise of the engineered winter road, a road that is, for all intents and purposes, a fully finished, improved road, lacking only gravel. Jack Santamore, the manager for Landvest's extensive New York client base, has seen this become standard practice on the lands he manages. He explained that on many of their properties, they will proactively invest in building permanent, well-drained roadbeds into remote areas, even if those areas are only scheduled to be harvested in the winter. We're putting in a road system to a standard to where it's a gravel road, but there's no gravel on it, he said. The road is fully engineered. The ditches are dug, the proper crown is established, and the culverts and cross drainages are installed to modern specifications. The entire hydrological system is in place, ready to manage water effectively throughout the year. The only thing missing is the final, expensive layer of crushed stone or gravel. The logic of this approach is a direct concession to the new climate. It separates the two most difficult parts of road building, the earth moving and the freezing, into two distinct operations. The heavy, disruptive work of building the road can be done during the dry summer months, when the ground is most stable. The road is then left to settle and harden. When the abbreviated and unpredictable winter season finally arrives, the task of making it passable is no longer a monumental feat of construction, but a simple matter of finishing. As Santamore described, all that is needed is a few cold nights and a bit of snow. A logger can go in there and can freeze that road in very quickly because all the drainage work is done, he said. The roadbed, already shaped and drained, sheds water and allows the frost to penetrate quickly and deeply. A few passes with a bulldozer to pack the snow is all it takes to create a solid, frozen surface capable of supporting heavy trucks. Kevin Verkler, who for decades managed the infrastructure of the Adirondack League Club's expansive holdings, sees this as an essential adaptation, driven as much by a loss of skills as by a loss of cold. The guys who knew how to build a winter road are all gone, he noted. The patient, almost artistic process of layering snow and water and brush is becoming a lost art. By pre-building the roadbed, a landowner like the League Club removes the need for that specialized, generational knowledge. The task becomes simpler, faster, and far less dependent on the skill of an individual operator. This method is a form of risk management, an intelligent hedge against the volatility of the modern winter. It requires a significant upfront investment, an act of foresight that acknowledges the new reality. It is an investment that pays for itself many times over. It dramatically reduces the risk of operational window, allowing a logger to take advantage of even a brief period of cold weather. It creates a more flexible and valuable long-term asset, a road system that is ready to be used not just for the next harvest, but for the one after that, and the one after that. It is the physical embodiment of a new philosophy of working in the wet woods. Do the hard work when the ground allows, so that you are ready to move the moment the weather gives you a chance. Higher production and softer ground. The end of the chainsaw era was not merely a change in equipment. It was a surrender to an entirely new set of financial and environmental imperatives. The slow, deliberate pace of hand felling, a method suited to a world of high-value trees and reliable seasons, could not survive in the new reality of lower-quality timber, a shrinking workforce, and a climate that had become untrustworthy. To remain in business, the logger had to get faster, more efficient, and become anti-fragile, not just bouncing back from adversity, but counterattacking it in a way that leaves them stronger. The response to this challenge was the full-throated embrace of the high-production, whole-tree harvesting system. This was not a tentative step, but a massive leap into a world of complex, powerful, and astronomically expensive machinery. It was a strategic rearming, a conscious decision to fight back against the encroaching chaos with a new arsenal of steel. The goal was no longer just to cut down trees. It was to build a system that could, as much as possible, weatherproof a business against the storms of a world whose almanac had been torn to shreds. The career of Andy Irish in Western Maine provides a perfect lens through which to view this evolution. After 2.5 decades of mastering the chainsaw and cable skidder, he saw the writing on the wall. As we noted earlier, when Andy bought his first feller buncher, he altered the DNA of his operation. This expensive tracked machine, with a powerful boom and a high-speed cutting head, instantly solved one aspect of the labor problem. It replaced the vulnerable worker on the ground with a protected operator in a cab, and it increased the pace of felling by an order of magnitude. This is only the first piece of the puzzle. The true genius of the modern system lies in the seamless integration of a series of specialized machines, each designed to perform a specific task with maximum efficiency. The feller buncher's dance partner is the grapple skidder. Where the old cable skidder required an operator to get off his machine, pull a heavy cable through the brush, and manually choke each log, the grapple skidder is a model of brutal efficiency. It is a large 4- or 6-wheeled machine with a powerful, articulating hydraulic claw or grapple on the back. The operator can simply back up to the bunches of trees left by the feller buncher, grab the entire hitch in its powerful jaws, lift the butts off the ground to reduce drag, and transport them to the landing. The time saved is less in the travel and more in the hitching. The synergy between the feller buncher and the grapple skidder is the beating heart of the whole tree system, a one-two punch of felling and extraction that is built for speed and volume. In the wet woods of the Northeast, even this powerful combination is often not enough. The weak link is the ground itself. A conventional four-wheel grapple skidder, for all its power, could still get bogged down in the soft, saturated soils that are increasingly common. The key to truly weatherproofing the operation, the single most important adaptation in Andy Irish's modern suite of equipment, was his embrace of the six-wheel skidder. He speaks of his first six-wheeler, a large tiger cat he acquired in 2009, with the conviction of a convert. He called its acquisition the, quote, best move he ever made. The reason lies in the simple, elegant physics of the machine's design. The six wheels, combined with a bogie axle system with tracks on the rear, two tires on each side, spread the crushing weight of the machine and its load over a much larger surface area. This dramatically reduces its ground pressure, giving it a level of flotation that a four-wheel machine simply cannot match. It can, in essence, walk across soft ground, where a conventional four-wheel skidder might large tracts of former industrial timberlands were an ideal place for his six-wheeled skidders. They were far from a panacea, or they would have been adopted more widely in the region. Few small woodlot owners would have welcomed a visit from one. The six-wheeler was not just a machine, it was an interpretive method. It allowed a logger like Andy Irish to read a piece of wet ground not as an impassable barrier, but as a manageable challenge. It transformed his understanding of what was possible. He noted that the divergence on soft ground was a super difference. The machine did a nicer job, he said, leaving less marks on the forest floor. It also had a long reach, meaning the feller buncher didn't have to travel as far into the stand, which further minimized soil disturbance. The six-wheeler, in short, gave him the ability to work more days, in more difficult places, more responsibly. It was the critical piece of steel that allowed him to build a truly vigorous, all-weather operation. Even the most advanced machine is only as good as the trail it runs on. The other key innovation of the whole tree system is an ingenious, low-tech method for building temporary, durable skid roads, the practice of armoring the trail. Forester Tom Gilman has observed this technique become standard practice across the Adirondacks. The process is simple and effective. On the first few passes into a stand, the grapple skidder drags the entire tree, the trunk, the limbs, the top, everything, to the landing. The branches and tops are then brought back after the whole tree is processed and deliberately left on the main skid trail. The repeated traffic of the massive, heavy-tired skidders then mashes this woody debris into a thick, springy, and remarkably durable mat. This mat serves several critical functions. It acts as a cushion, distributing the weight of the equipment and preventing the tires from churning up the mineral soil beneath. It channels water, acting as a kind of temporary, biodegradable drainage system. This provides a layer of traction in slick conditions. It is a form of on-the-fly, organic road building, a way of using the byproduct of the harvest to facilitate the harvest itself. In a world of increasing wetness, this ability to armor the trail is not just a clever trick. It is an essential survival strategy. This entire high-production system, the feller buncher, the grapple skidder, the armored trails, is a remarkable feat of adaptive engineering. It is industry's direct, mechanical answer to the challenges of a changing climate and a changing forest. This power and resolve come at a staggering price, and this price creates its own set of relentless pressures. The logger who invests in this equipment is no longer just a woodsman. He is the manager of a highly capitalized, mobile factory, and the factory must run. The payments on $1 million equipment package are due every month, regardless of the weather. This is the challenge of the modern logger's equipment. The embodiment of the logging paradox explained in an earlier section, cheap wood, expensive equipment. The machines that give him the ability to work in more challenging conditions also trap him in a vicious cycle that demands constant production. He is engaged in a crucial volume game. He must move hundreds, if not thousands of tons of wood every week, simply to break even. As Mike McClarty from Finch Paper explained, the need for high production is absolute. A single broken hydraulic hose, a common and unavoidable occurrence, can sideline a machine for a day. Small wonder that most loggers now keep pre-made spares on hand. In the old days, that was a frustration. In the new reality, with the clock of the loan payment always ticking, it is a financial catastrophe, representing thousands of dollars in lost revenue. The logger is caught on a treadmill. He has armed himself with a powerful and sophisticated array of equipment to fight back against the uncertainties of the natural world, but in doing so, he has made himself a servant to the burdensome certainties of the bank. The steel that was meant to set him free has, in many ways, tethered him more tightly than ever before. Curse the loan, CTL. The history of logging equipment in the Northeast is largely a story of escalating power, of an unending drive toward bigger, faster, and more productive machinery capable of weathering the storms of an unpredictable with its formidable feller bunchers and massive grapple skidders, is the industry's powerful mainstream answer to the challenges of a new era. It is a system built on the logic of volume and force, a testament to the idea that the best way to survive is to outwork the problem. There is another, quieter revolution taking place in certain corners of the woods, a different philosophy of logging that is based not on overwhelming power, but on efficiency, and a lighter touch, one that rearranges the order of production. This is the world of the cut-to-length, or CTL system, a specialized suite of equipment that represents a different, more surgical approach to the art of harvesting timber. It is not a replacement for the dominant whole-tree systems, but it is a vital and growing part of the industry's adaptive response, a specialized method for a specialized set of tasks. To understand the CTL system is to understand a conceptually different workflow. Where the whole tree system brings the entire tree, limbs and all, to a centralized landing for processing, the CTL system does its work deep in the woods, right at the stump. The system is a two-part harmony, a mechanical ballet performed by a harvester and a forwarder. The harvester, or processor, is the brains of the operation. It is a tracked or wheeled machine with a long, articulated boom, but instead of a simple cutting head, it is equipped with a remarkably complex processing head. This head is a marvel of hydraulic engineering, a single attachment that can grab a standing tree, cut it at the base with a powerful chainsaw bar, and then, in a single, fluid motion, tilt the tree to a horizontal position. The operator, seated in the cab and working a set of joysticks with the dexterity of a pianist, then uses a set of powerful feed rollers to pull the entire stem through the head, while a set of sharp hydraulic knives cleanly strip the branches. As the tree passes through, a measuring wheel tracks its length with computerized precision. The operator must make a series of do-or-die decisions in a matter of seconds. He must assess the quality of the stem, identify any defects, and then buck the tree into its most valuable components: a high-grade saw log from the butt, a lower-grade pallet log from the middle, a stick of pulpwood from the top, all with the push of a button. The neatly cut and delimbed logs are then carefully placed in sorted piles on the forest floor. The most valuable tree stems are often set aside to be bucked by hand. Following behind the harvester is its partner, the forwarder. The forwarder is a large, articulated machine with a bunk or cargo bed on its back. It is equipped with its own hydraulic loader and grapple, and its purpose is to travel through the woods, pick up the processed logs left by the harvester, and carry them to the landing. The key difference is that the forwarder carries the wood, rather than dragging it like a skidder. This can dramatically reduce soil disturbance and rutting. The forwarder travels over a mat of the limbs and tops that the harvester has strategically placed in its path, a method known as corduroying the trail, which further protects the ground. The operator must be a master of his loader, skillfully and efficiently stacking the logs into the bunk, a kind of high-risk, real-world game of Tetris, to maximize the payload of each trip. While the harvester operator has the more skilled role, the forwarder operator is more than just a bus driver. He or she must prioritize and sort buck stems in a manner that optimizes their priorities at the landing site. Some of this sorting is done while loading, and some while unloading. In the end, the landing site should have neatly sorted piles that are ready to load on trucks. Sometimes the forwarder is pressed into truck loading duties as well. For sites with sensitive soils or wetland crossings, the low ground pressure of the machines and their reliance on a slash mat can offer more options than a conventional skidding operation. For landowners who are particularly concerned with aesthetics, the CTL system is a sometime godsend. Note, others hate to see limbs and prefer the swept look of the delimbing and topping happens in the woods. The landing at the end of the job can be a tight, clean, orderly affair, free from the massive piles of slash that characterize a whole tree operation. For the right site and harvesting prescription, the CTL system is a method of almost unparalleled elegance and efficiency. A few foresters and even policymakers believe that forwarders do not make ruts in the forest. This is a telling observation in that it means they have little experience in working with or observing CTL systems. While it is probably a fact that they are less prone to causing ruts than skidders, under the wrong circumstances they leave ruts deep enough to create elongated vernal pools. Our wetwoods lend themselves to disturbances by all sorts of equipment. In the Northeast, with its varied terrain and complex forests, it is not always the right kind of job. This is why the CTL system, for all its advantages, remains a niche player in the region. Gabe Russo, the deep-thinking CTL operator from Vermont's Meadowy Valley, offered a memorable and perfectly apt analogy. The CTL system, he said, is like a 16-gauge shotgun. It's good, he explained, but it's not the 12s and 20s are just always going to be there. The whole tree systems, the 12 and 20-gauge shotguns of the logging world, are the multi-purpose systems, the powerful and versatile equipment that can handle almost any situation. The CTL system is a specialist's weapon, a piece of equipment that is exceptionally good at what it does, but whose applications are limited. The primary limitation, as Jack Santamore, the Landvest forester, pointed out, is the terrain itself. The steep slopes, rocky ground, and long-hauling distances that characterize much of the Northeast are a serious challenge for a harvester and forwarder. These machines are not as nimble or as powerful on steep grades as a grapple skidder. The second limitation is the timber itself. CTL systems, as Santamore noted, are most efficient in uniform, medium-sized timber, like the pine plantations of the Southeast. They struggle in the mixed hardwood stands of the Northeast, with their massive, heavy, and sometimes crooked large-diameter trees. The processing head has a maximum diameter it can handle, and a single, massive sugar maple can be simply too big for the machine to process effectively. Finally, there are the financial aspects to consider. Despite the heading of this section, CTL does not stand for curse the loan or even curse the lender, but it is common knowledge that this can be an expensive approach to logging in the Northeast. It has been noted that the math behind paying for it under current market conditions doesn't add up. The system's productivity, defined as the ratio of output to effort, while high in the right conditions, can be lower than that of a top-tier whole tree operation in many locations in the northern forest. This makes it difficult to generate the massive volume needed to service the debt. This financial precarity is real. As Matt Langley, the county forester in the Northeast Kingdom, observed, he has seen a number of CTL systems that came and went over the years, a testament to the difficulty of making a successful go of it in this challenging region. Those who bought them were given a vaguely worded promise of more year-round work and higher rates that never seemed to materialize. For the operators who do succeed, like Gabe Russo, it is because they have become masters of a new kind of enterprise. They combine a deep understanding of their specialized equipment with a shrewd business sense and a forward-thinking embrace of new technologies. Gabe's workday begins not in the woods but at his computer. He uses the publicly available soil mapper from the Natural Resources Conservation Service to create a digital map of his job sites. He can analyze the soil types, identify the poorly drained clay flats that will turn to mud with the first rain, and plan his road and trail layout with a level of precision that was unimaginable a generation ago. This is a revolutionary form of interpretation, a reading of the invisible geology that lies beneath the forest floor. This digital foresight informs his every move on the ground. He is constantly thinking about how to minimize his impact, he explained. He will pull the tree to a designated area and pile it up there to keep out of trouble. This means he fells the trees and then uses his harvester's long boom to carry them to a central, stable processing area, concentrating on the impact of his machinery and preserving the integrity of the surrounding site. This is a micro-level adaptation, a real-time decision based on his reading of the immediate ground conditions, all made possible by the flexibility of his chosen equipment. His success is a testament to the idea that the future of logging will belong to those who can effectively blend the old skills of the woodsman with the new methods of the information age. Indispensable excavators. The high production system, with its powerful feller bunchers and high flotation skidders, represents the industry's primary offensive strategy, a direct, mechanical assault on the challenges of a difficult landscape. It is a system designed to move wood quickly and efficiently, to outproduce the mounting pressures of a difficult economy. In today's woods, a good offense is not enough. The successful logger must also be a master of defense, capable of managing the constant, insidious threat of water and erosion. The climate of the Northeast, with its wetter seasons and more intense, violent downpours, has turned every job site into a potential hydrological problem. A poorly managed stream crossing, an improperly drained skid road, or a hastily constructed landing can quickly unravel, leading to environmental damage, regulatory fines, and costly shutdowns. In response to this ever-present threat, a new piece of equipment has transitioned from a helpful accessory to an absolute necessity in the logger's arsenal. It is the humble and versatile excavator, the indispensable addition that has become the key to environmental compliance, operational flexibility, and, ultimately, financial survival. The rise of the excavator is a direct consequence of the unraveling almanac. As the seasons have become wetter and the ground more saturated, the simple act of moving heavy machinery across the landscape has become fraught with new peril. The old methods of water management, a hastily thrown-in hollow log culvert, a shallow ditch dug by hand, are no longer sufficient to handle the volume and velocity of water that a modern storm can unleash. The industry has been forced to adopt a more robust and engineered approach to managing water, an approach codified in the widespread adoption of best management practices, or BMPs. The primary tool for implementing these practices is the excavator or its wider blade cousin, the bulldozer. Paul Mitchell, who has witnessed the full trajectory of this change, stated the new reality with an authority that leaves no room for debate. "You can't be a logger and not have a piece of excavation equipment anymore," he declared. His statement is not an opinion. It is a simple acknowledgement of a key shift in the operational requirements of the trade. This shift is rooted in the changing demands of the landowners and the foresters who represent them. Jack Santamore has seen this evolution from the landowner's perspective. His primary responsibility is to protect the long-term value of the asset he manages, and that means ensuring that every logging operation is conducted in a way that minimizes its impact on the land and water. In the past, the cleanup of a job site, the smoothing of ruts, the installation of water bars was often an afterthought, a task to be completed at the end of the harvest. That is no longer the case. The majority of our jobs now, there's very little to do at the end of the job, Santamore explained, because most cleanup is done during the operation. This is the new standard of professionalism. The logger is expected to manage water and stabilize soil as he goes, a practice known as concurrent reclamation. The only way to do that effectively is always with a piece of excavation equipment on site. For a forester like Santamore, the presence of an excavator on a landing is a powerful signal. It is a sign that the logger is a true professional, a contractor who understands the modern requirements of the job and has made the necessary investment to meet them. It provides a crucial sense of security. Matt Langley echoed this sentiment, admitting that he feels a sense of comfort when he arrives at a job site and sees an excavator has the correct equipment to do the job right. This has become so ingrained in the culture of the industry that, as equipment dealer Mark Bourgeois noted, if a logger doesn't have this equipment, he simply doesn't work. The market itself has made the excavator a prerequisite for entry. The specific tasks that fall into this indispensable machine are varied and critical. Its primary role is the construction and maintenance of the road and trail system. It is used to shape the road surface and to create the proper crown or outslope that will shed water effectively. It is used to dig the ditches and turnouts that will channel that water away from the road and into the stable forest floor. Most importantly, it is used to install structures that allow a logger to cross the most sensitive parts of the landscape, the streams, the seeps, and the wetlands. A modern stream crossing is no longer a simple matter of dropping a few logs in a creek bed. It is often a carefully engineered structure, a portable steel bridge, or a set of heavy-duty culverts, and the excavator is the tool that allows for its precise and responsible installation. The machine can carefully place a bridge, backfill a culvert, and armor the approaches with stone, creating a stable, durable crossing that can withstand the new climate's fury. The excavator is also the key to operational flexibility, the logger's plan B in the face of unpredictable weather. When the ground becomes too soft for a skidder to run without causing damage, a logger with a dozer or an excavator is not necessarily shut down. He can pivot. He can use the machine to bunch logs in the woods, pre-positioning them for a time when the ground firms up. He can spend the day building or improving his road system, preparing for the moment when hauling can resume. Or, as many loggers now do, he can use the downtime to pursue other lines of work, using his excavator for dirt work elsewhere, as one observer noted, digging foundations, building ponds, or doing landscaping work for local homeowners. This ability to diversify is a crucial element of tenacity in an industry where logging-specific, workable days are becoming an increasingly scarce commodity. This indispensable machine comes with its own set of special challenges, chief among them its cost. This is the central tension that defines the modern logger's relationship with his equipment. He cannot work without the excavator, but he can barely afford to own it. Joel Currier, a thoughtful logger and sawmill owner from Vermont's Northeast Kingdom, lives this dual reality every day. He understands, as well as anyone, that the excavator is a necessity for meeting the demands of modern environmental regulations and for keeping himself productive. He is also acutely aware of the financial burden it represents. The capital investment, he noted, is a significant barrier for many. A new, mid-sized excavator can easily cost over $200,000, another massive monthly payment on top of the already crushing debt service for the feller buncher and the skidder. This is a cost that, in the price-taker economy of logging, cannot be easily passed on to the mill. It is simply absorbed by the logger, another squeeze on his already thin profit margin. A better bet is a less expensive used machine that may be idled for days at a time. This is the difficult conversation that Joel Currier believes the industry needs to have. He is a strong advocate for peer-to-peer networking, for creating forums where loggers can share their struggles and their solutions, where they can talk openly about the true costs of doing business. He has even mused about the possibility of loggers collaborating on joint projects, like building some skidder bridges together, a way of sharing the cost and the burden of the necessary infrastructure. His perspective is a reminder that integration of the excavator is not just a depiction of technological adaptation, it is a story of financial strain. The machine that allows a logger to be a better steward of the land also pushes him closer to the financial brink. The excavator, then, is more than just a versatile machine. It is the physical symbol of the modern logger's evolution toward greater professionalism and a commitment to stewardship. Yet it is also the symbol of a deep logger has armed himself with this heavy, expensive steel to fight back against the uncertainties of a wetter world, but in doing so, has made himself a servant to greater costs. A synthesis of methods and machines. The work of logging in the modern Northeast is a formidable and multifaceted challenge. It requires a logger to be a geologist, reading the subtle language of soil and stone. It requires him to be a meteorologist, interpreting the fickle and many times treacherous intent of the sky. It requires him to be a biologist and a market analyst, a mechanic and a heavy equipment operator, a risk manager and a skilled negotiator. Above all, it requires him to be a businessman, rather than simply a skilled technician. These individual skills, as critical as they are merely instruments in the orchestra. To survive, to thrive, to coax a living from the modern woods, requires something deeper, a blending of all these capabilities into a single, fluid, and overarching art form. It is the art of judgment. This is the unseen, intellectual labor of the trade, the constant, churning process of weighing a dozen competing variables and, in a single moment, making the right call. It is this quality, more than the horsepower of his machinery or the sharpness of his saw, that distinguishes the true professional and allows him to find a path through an increasingly complex and uncertain world. The people who hire loggers, the procurement foresters who must keep a mill fed, the state and consulting foresters who are stewards of the land, and the private landowners who sell them stumpage understand this truth intimately. When they look for a logger, they are looking for more than just production. They are looking for judgment. Paul Snyder, the veteran procurement forester for Bailey Lumber, spends his days navigating the delicate ecosystem of relationships between the mill, the landowners, and the logging crews. His job, as he described it, is largely to manage expectations. He knows that a landowner might have unrealistic ideas about harvesting. He must rely on the logger's good sense to execute a job in a way that is both profitable and professionally respectable. He looks for contractors who understand the nuances, who know when to work and when to wait, and who can be trusted to leave a site in good condition without constant oversight. The best loggers, in his view, are the ones who make his own job easier, the ones whose sound judgment minimizes conflict and ensures a smooth, reliable flow of wood. They are partners in the complex process of managing not just timber, but people. On public lands, the stakes are just as high. Tim Morton, who manages regional timber sales on state forests in Vermont, is responsible for balancing the financial needs of the industry with the long-term ecological health of the forest and the demands of public recreation. He too is looking for judgment. He recounted with a note of professional respect instances where loggers have bested his own flagging for water bars, demonstrating a proactive understanding of water management that goes beyond mere compliance. These are the operators who see the forest not just as a collection of trees to be harvested, but as a complex hydrological system to be respected. They are the ones who internalize the principles of stewardship. Eric Parenti echoed this sentiment. He has learned to give more latitude to crews who have earned his trust over time, the ones who have demonstrated that they will make the right call even when no one is watching. The ultimate mark of a professional, in his view, is the simple, uncompromising discipline to not run the brook. It is a line that separates the true logger from, as he put it, someone with a machine. This is the essence of judgment, the understanding that some rules are not meant to be bent. The successful modern logger, therefore, is the one who can synthesize all the different readings of the landscape into a coherent and effective operational plan. The stories of the people who are thriving in this difficult environment are stories of this synthesis in action. Andy Irish has integrated his deep understanding of the changing forest with a brilliant and evolving array of machinery. Several years ago, his decision to weatherproof his operation with heavy, high-flotation equipment was a direct response to his reading of the weather interpretation of the climate with a shrewd calculation of economics, investing in the steel that would allow him to work more days, secure more contracts, and remain profitable in conditions that would sideline a less well-equipped operator. His judgment is a blend of mechanical aptitude and business acumen. In the Adirondacks, Paul Mitchell's judgment is a masterclass in the sober assessment of risk. His synthesis is one of caution and long-term thinking. He reads the same weather data as everyone else, but his interpretation leads him to a different conclusion. For him, the steep financial and reputational risk of a failed winter road now far outweighs the potential reward of cutting the timber. His judgment is a union of his experience, his understanding of his own operational costs, and his healthy skepticism of a climate that has proven itself untrustworthy. His decision to walk away from certain jobs is not a sign of weakness, but of an innate and disciplined wisdom. In Vermont, Gabe Russo represents the apotheosis of the next generation. He combines a traditional work ethic with a modern, technological sensibility. His judgment is informed not just by what he sees on the ground, but by the data he analyzes on his computer before he even starts his truck. He reads the digital soil maps, anticipates the problem areas, and then uses his flexible, cut-to-length system to execute a precise, tactical plan on the ground. His strategy of pulling trees to a central location in wet weather is a product of his reading of the immediate ground conditions and his understanding of his machine's capabilities. His judgment is a fusion of digital foresight and practical, on-the-ground skill. Then there is Bruce Koenig, the man whose entire life has been a testament to the enduring power of judgment forged through experience. He did not learn his craft from a manual or a computer screen. He learned it through the direct, unfiltered experience of a lifetime in the woods, through the daily practice of looking, listening, fixing what breaks, and showing up again the next day. His judgment is a deep and native understanding of the land he works, a literacy that cannot be taught, only learned. He understands the character of the Adirondack boulders and soil, the way the snow drifts on a particular hillside, the precise feel of a dozer blade on frozen ground. His synthesis is the seamless integration of a lifetime of observation into a single, fluid act of work. When he looks at a stand of timber, he is not just seeing trees. He is seeing the sum of all the seasons he has ever known, and it is this deep well of experience that informs his every decision. This, then, is the ultimate truth of the modern forest products industry. In a world of increasing complexity, of ever more powerful machines and ever more unpredictable weather, the single most important component of a logger's professional makeup remains the one he carries between his ears. It is the ability to synthesize, to see the whole picture, to understand that reading the ground is connected to calculating the risk, which is connected to choosing the right equipment, which is connected to managing the expectations of the landowner and the mill. It is a constant, dynamic, and deeply challenging intellectual process. The text of the forest has become more complex, its language more uncertain, but the work of interpretation, in all its forms, remains the essential, enduring core of the trade. The logger who succeeds is the one who understands that his real job is not just to cut down trees, but to exercise judgment. Chapter 5. The Cost of Doing Right. The unraveling of the seasons, as we have seen, has forced a disciplined reevaluation of every aspect of the logger's craft. The old certainties are gone, replaced by a world of volatile weather, saturated ground, and substantial operational risk. The response to this new reality has been a reluctant but necessary arms race, an investment in bigger, more capable, and more expensive machinery designed to work in these more difficult conditions. This toolkit of modern iron, however, is only a partial solution. A feller buncher can cut a tree in any weather, but it cannot stop the rain from turning a skid trail into a river of mud. A high flotation skidder can cross soft ground, but it cannot prevent a poorly managed stream crossing from collapsing. In the wet woods is not just a story of new tools, it is one of new rules. This chapter is an exploration of those rules, the complex and sometimes controversial set of procedures known as best management practices, or BMPs. These are the on-the-ground techniques, the water bars, the skidder bridges, the carefully engineered roads that are designed to mitigate the inherent environmental impact of a timber harvest. Their story is a complicated one, a tale of a penetrating cultural shift within a fiercely independent industry. It is a journey from a place of deep-seated resentment, where BMPs were seen as a costly and unnecessary regulatory burden, to a new era where they are increasingly viewed as a hallmark of professionalism and a key to financial survival. We will explore the logic behind these practices, seeing them not as abstract regulations, but as a useful response to the merciless physics of water. Through the eyes of traditionalists like Bruce Koenig and modern-day foresters like Dan Newman, we will see how good stewardship is also a form of asset protection, a necessary investment in the long-term health and value of the forest. We will also confront the stellar and unseen costs associated with these new standards, examining the double whammy that punishes the logger twice, once for the high price of the practicing stewardship, and again for the uncompensated loss of time when he makes the responsible choice to wait for better conditions. Ultimately, we will see that the most powerful force driving this evolution was not a law or a manual, but the climate itself. The weather, in its new and more violent form, has become the great enforcer, the rigid referee on every job site. It has rendered the old ways of doing things obsolete, and has made a commitment to sound environmental practices not just an ethical choice, but a matter of absolute, non-negotiable necessity. This is an exploration of the cost of doing right in a world where doing wrong is no longer an option. The reluctant embrace. There was a time, not so long ago, when the arrival of a state-issued manual on a logging job in the Northeast was met with a uniform and unsurprising response, a tightening of the jaw, a muttered curse, and a deep-seated, simmering resentment. The manuals, with their clinical diagrams of water bars and their bureaucratic language of compliance, represented an intrusion, a misunderstanding of the work itself. They were seen as something cooked up in a distant office in Albany or Augusta, written by people who had never had to winch a skidder out of a mud hole or fix a busted hydraulic line in a sub-zero wind. For the loggers who had spent their lives in the woods, who had learned their trade through a long and difficult apprenticeship of trial and error, the notion that they needed a book to tell them how to cross a stream or build a road was, at best, laughable. Their own judgment, they felt, had served them well enough. The water ran where it always had, and the wood got to the mill. Best management practices, or BMPs as the manuals called them, landed in this world unnoticed in many places, a solution in search of a problem. This initial resistance did not spring from a desire to do harm to the land. It arose as a natural feature in a deep and fiercely independent work culture, a culture that valued practical experience over abstract regulation. It was a world where a man's worth was measured by his skill with a saw and his ability to keep his machinery running, not by the neatness of his paperwork. A logger like Bruce Koenig, whose entire career is a testament to his self-directed stewardship, did not need a manual to tell him how to build a road that would last. His methods, the careful crowning of the road surface, the intuitive placement of drainage ditches, the deliberate sequencing of his landings to ensure trucks could reach them, were a form of proactive engineering. His philosophy was simple. He built his roads and trails in such a way that he would never have to go back and fix something he could have prevented in the first place. This was not about compliance. It was about efficiency and professional pride. For his generation, the introduction of a formal, one-size-fits-all set of rules felt like a decided lack of trust, a suggestion that their hard-won judgment was no longer pushback on BMPs from the logging crews he oversaw in the 1990s. The loggers of that era were not environmental villains. They were pragmatic businessmen operating on thin margins, and they viewed the new rules, first and foremost, through a financial lens. It was just one more thing they had to do, Gilman explained. The focus was on production, on getting the wood to the mill as efficiently as possible, and anything that slowed that process down, like stopping to build a series of carefully constructed water bars, was seen as a direct threat to their livelihood. The early BMPs were often viewed as a cosmetic exercise, a matter of making the job site look good for the inspector, rather than a functional improvement in its design. The compliance was often grudging, the bare minimum required to avoid a fine, a performance for an audience of regulators rather than a true change in practice. They were also viewed as something that came last, as part of the cleanup. This sentiment was echoed by Jack Santamore at Landvest. He had witnessed what he called a huge change over the years in the nature of the work, a shift from an ad hoc to a documented way of doing business. In the past, he explained, the work was done intuitively. An experienced logger knew where to put a road and how to cross a stream because he had learned from his father or from the old-timer who had given him his first job. It was a craft passed down through observation and experience, a form of knowledge held in the hands and the eye, not in a written code. The arrival of formal BMPs and the feeling of paperwork and regulation that came with them represented a central change in this culture. It required a logger to not only do the work but to document it, to prove that he had followed the rules. Jack Santamore recounted the almost farcical example of needing to secure two separate permits, one from the state's Department of Environmental Conservation and another from a town planning board for a simple skidder bridge. The second permit, he noted with a hint of exasperation, was driven not by any real environmental concern, but by the viewshed concerns of the town, a clear example of how the regulatory burden could become disconnected from the practical realities of the woods and could feel, to the man on the ground, like a pointless and frustrating exercise in bureaucracy. About then, slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, a change began to take root. It was not a change driven by a sudden conversion to environmentalism, but by the relentless logic of reality. As the climate began to shift, as the winters grew less reliable and the rains more intense, the wisdom embedded in the once resented manuals began to reveal itself. The loggers, who had grudgingly installed a set of water bars at the end of a job, noticed that their skid trails were still there in the spring, while their neighbors had washed out. The operators who had taken the time to properly install a culvert found that their stream crossings survived a summer thunderstorm, while others were faced with time-consuming repairs. It was a slow, dawning realization, a process of discovery that happened one job site at a time. The practices that were once seen as a hindrance to production began to be understood as a key to it. A well-drained road meant less downtime. A stable stream crossing meant reliable access. A properly closed-out job site meant a satisfied landowner and a good reputation. The logic was undeniable. The practices worked. Widespread acceptance was born of a real need for these techniques. This growing recognition of the practical value of BMPs was accompanied by a growing shift in the professional ethos of the industry. The image of the outlaw logger, the rough-and-tumble operator who fought the land and the regulations with equal vigor, began to fade. It was replaced by a new ideal, the true professional, the operator who took pride in his work, in his machinery, and in the condition of the land he left behind. By the time Eric Parenti entered forestry, after a career in the military and an education at the New York State Ranger School, this new professionalism had taken hold. For him, discipline, standards, and accountability were not just buzzwords. They were procuring logs and timber for Sersosimo Lumber, and managing their company lands put him in constant contact with logging crews across the region. His line on water quality was absolute. "Nobody wants to be the guy who runs the brook," he stated with force. "That's just not professional anymore." This statement, simple and direct, captures the essence of the cultural shift. The responsibility for environmental stewardship has moved from an external imposition to an internal ethic. It has become a matter of professional pride. Eric Parenti knows which crews he can trust to stay out of the streams, to respect the buffers, to build a water bar, as if they were the ones who would have to use that road next spring. He gives more latitude to those who have earned it, the ones whose judgment he can rely on. For him, a skid trail in the wrong place is not just a violation of standards. It is a sign of unprofessionalism. It is a failure of judgment that undermines the viability of future harvests and calls the operator's entire approach into question. The market itself became the most powerful enforcer of this new standard. The procurement foresters, the men like Eric Parenti and Paul Snyder who are responsible for keeping the mills supplied with a steady diet of logs, began to favor the crews who did the job right. A logger's reputation for clean, responsible work became one of his most valuable business assets. It was a clear competitive advantage. A forester could go to a hesitant landowner and sell a timber harvest based not just on the financial return, but on the quality of the contractor he intended to use. He could promise with confidence that the logger he brought in was a true professional who would respect the land and leave the site in good condition. The timber sale contracts themselves began to reflect this new reality. Bonding requirements became standard practice, a financial guarantee against a poorly executed job. Specific clauses detailing the required BMPs were written in the contracts, making good environmental practice a legally binding, non-negotiable part of the agreement. The cost of non-compliance, the forfeiture of a bond, the loss of a contract, the damage to one's reputation, became simply too high to ignore. The invisible hand of the market spoke, and its message was clear. Professionalism and environmental stewardship were no longer optional. Jack Santamore has seen this become the norm on the lands he manages. As he explained in the last chapter, for the best operators, the ones he hires repeatedly, most cleanup is done during the operation. This is a real change in workflow. The excavator doesn't simply show up at the end of the job to patch things up. It may well be there from the beginning, working in concert with the feller buncher and the skidder. As the skid trails are being cut, the excavator is there to shape them, to install the necessary drainage, and to build the temporary bridges. As a section of the harvest is completed, the excavator is there to smooth the trails and build the water bars before the crew moves on to the next section. It is a continuous, integrated process of harvesting and reclamation, a dance of production and protection. Tom Gilman has seen this same evolution among his crews in the Adirondacks. The BMPs, he noted, are now done without question. The loggers who embrace them, he observed, are the ones who can work longer than the ones that don't. This is the new reality of logging in the Northeast. The cultural reversal is nearly complete. The old resentment has been replaced by widespread acceptance that doing the job right is simply the cost of doing business. The motivation is no longer just the avoidance of a fine. It is the desire to be seen as a professional, the need to secure the next contract, and the practical, on-the-ground recognition that in a wetter, more volatile world, good water management is the key to keeping the operation running. The industry has, out of a complex mix of regulatory pressure, market forces, and sheer necessity, internalized a new ethic. It is an ethic of stewardship, an ethic of professionalism, and an ethic of foresight. The manuals that were once met with suspicion are now, for many, simply written confirmation of what they already know to be true. The only way to make a living in the modern woods is to take care of them. The cultural stewardship toward embracing best management practices was, at its heart, a rediscovery of an ancient truth, that the logic of water and the logic of wood are inextricably intertwined. To make a living from the forest over the long term, one must first learn to respect the forces that can unmake it. A washed-out road, a silt-choked stream, a stand of young trees scarred by a careless skidder. These are not just environmental problems, they are abject financial failures. They represent lost time, devalued assets, and broken trust. The most successful practitioners in the forest products industry, both past and present, have always understood this dual imperative. Their work is guided by a deep, pragmatic understanding that the best way to protect the financial value of the timber asset is to first master the art of protecting the land and water that sustain it. This is the logic of stewardship as asset protection, an education best learned in the demanding classroom of the woods. For a man like Bruce Koenig, this education was not received in a classroom or from a manual. It was absorbed over a lifetime, an innate understanding of the land forged through 6 decades of work in the western Adirondacks. His classroom was the steep, challenging terrain itself, a landscape that punished carelessness with swift and costly consequences. His approach to water management was not a separate environmental consideration. It was woven into the fabric of his work, an intuitive form of engineering born of a simple, powerful philosophy of prevention. His goal was to build roads and trails so intelligently that he would never have to waste a day or a dollar going back to fix a mistake that foresight could have prevented. In a business where every hour of downtime drained a thin profit margin, a skidder mired in mud or a truck stranded by a washed-out culvert was not an acceptable cost of doing business. It was a failure of planning. The foundation of his system was the road itself. A logging road, in Bruce's view, was not merely a path for a truck. It was an active water management structure. He understood a truth that was often lost on many amateur road builders. A flat road puddles water. He would meticulously crown his roads, using the blade of his D6 bulldozer to sculpt the surface so that it was slightly higher in the middle, creating a gentle, almost imperceptible slope to either side. The design was as elegant as it was effective. It mimicked the logic of a roof, ensuring that any water that fell on the road surface was shed immediately into the ditches alongside, rather than pooling in the travelway, saturating the roadbed, and turning it into a channel of mud. The ditches themselves were not just careless trenches. They were carefully designed conduits, dug with the proper depth and angle to intercept the runoff from the road and the surrounding hillside. He placed them not just where the ground was obviously wet, but wherever his reading of the land's contours suggested that water might accumulate during heavy rain. Crucially, he installed turnouts at regular intervals, shallow, angled channels that spilled the water from the ditch back into the stable, undisturbed forest floor, preventing the ditch itself from becoming an erosive gully. He was a master of the classic tip-outs water bars, features that, in the hands of a less skilled operator, can be a source of constant frustration. For Bruce, a water bar was not just a bump in the road. It was a carefully angled dike built to intercept the flow of water down a steep skid trail and divert it safely into the woods. He understood that the angle was everything. A water bar built perpendicular to the trail, a common mistake, would simply act as a dam, creating a pool of water that would eventually overtop it and continue its destructive path. A proper water bar, as Bruce would build it, had to be angled downslope so that it would catch the water and, using the water's own momentum, turn it and eject it from the trail. It was a subtle but critical distinction, the difference between fighting the force of the water and using a kind of hydraulic jujitsu to redirect it. His understanding of water extended to the living streams that crossed his work sites. He knew that a culvert, the round steel pipe used to channel water under a road, was a point many undersized or improperly placed culverts become overwhelmed during a spring freshet or a summer thunderstorm, the water backing up, washing over the road, and taking the entire structure with it in a torrent of mud, gravel, and steel. When he placed a culvert, he thought not just about the stream's gentle summer flow, but about its potential fury and a flood. He would size it not for the average day, but for the worst day, ensuring it had the capacity to handle a major event. He would carefully seat the pipe on a firm bed of gravel, setting it at the correct angle to match the natural flow of the stream. He would meticulously armor the inlet and outlet with heavy stone, a practice that is now a standard BMP, to prevent the rushing water from scouring away the surrounding soil and undermining the entire structure. This was not about following a regulation that had not yet been written. It was about building something that would last. It was about respecting the power of the water and acknowledging its ultimate authority on any job site. This deep, perceptive logic of the old school has not disappeared. It has been adapted and formalized for the challenges of the modern era. The work of a contemporary like Mike Walsh, chief forester for the Woodwise Land Company, is a direct extension of this tradition. His classroom is not the cab of a bulldozer, but on the many woodlots the company owns. His role is different from Bruce's. He is not the operator, but the planner, the advisor, the fiduciary responsible for protecting the long-term financial value of Woodwise's forest assets. He understands, as Bruce did, that the key to protecting the value of the wood is to first protect the integrity of the land and water. For Mike Walsh, one of the most powerful tools of stewardship is the modern timber sale contract. The contract is no longer a simple, one-page agreement to buy and sell trees. It is a complex legal document that spells out, in precise detail, the operational and environmental standards to which the logger will be held. The BMPs are no longer a suggestion. They are a contractual obligation. The contract might specify the size and type of culverts to be used on certain streams and drainages, the spacing of the water bars, the width of the stream buffers, and the standards for the final closeout of the job. This provides a crucial layer of security for the landowner, ensuring that the harvest will be conducted in a responsible and sustainable manner. A huge part of Mike's job is communicating the logic of these requirements to the loggers he works with. He helps them understand why these practices are a necessary and wise expense. In his early career work in procurement, he often walked a property with a landowner, a person who perhaps sees their forest more as a scenic backdrop than a working asset. He would point to a small, seemingly insignificant stream that cuts across the proposed route of a skid road. He explained the long-term risk that arises when that drainage becomes swollen after a rain. A single, intense thunderstorm, the kind that is becoming more common in the new climate, can wash out a makeshift crossing, sending a plume of sediment downstream and carving a deep, erosive gully into their property, a permanent scar from a temporary miscalculation in the wet woods. He then laid out the alternatives: a pole ford, a hollow log, a steel culvert, or perhaps the installation of a portable steel skidder bridge, a structure that cleanly spans the stream, protecting its banks and preserving water quality. As the most expensive option, the bridge might cost quite a bit more, a significant upfront expense. This, he explains, is an investment in asset protection, a form of insurance against the far greater cost of a catastrophic failure, a cost measured not only in the expense of remediation, but in the degradation of their property and the devaluation of their forest. The landowners could bear this cost directly, or perhaps indirectly by accepting less money for their timber. This same logic applies to the protection of the trees that are left behind. Mike Walsh's work is guided by the principles of silviculture, the art and science of tending a forest to meet a landowner's objectives. A poorly executed logging job can do widespread damage to the residual stand, the young, high-quality trees that are left to grow. Operator can tear the bark from the trunk of a promising young red oak or sugar maple, inflicting a wound that will invite disease and decay and render that tree worthless as a future saw log. Mike's contracts will include specific clauses about minimizing damage to the residual stand, and he will work with the logger to lay out the skid trails in a way that protects the most valuable young trees. This, too, is a form of asset protection, a recognition that the future value of the forest depends on the care that is taken today. Perhaps the most important modern BMPs that Mike Walsh employs is not a physical structure, but a contractual one, the use of an extended 18 to 24-month harvest window. In an era of unpredictable weather, this is a crucial tool for protecting the land. It allows the logger to wait for the right conditions, for the ground to be either thoroughly dry or solidly frozen. It frees the logger from the pressure to work in the mud to meet an arbitrary deadline, the pressure that often leads to the worst environmental outcomes. This is a behavioral BMP written into the language of a contract, a formal acknowledgement of the climate's new volatility and a proactive strategy to mitigate its risks. The work of Mike Walsh and the work of Bruce Koenig, though separated by a generation and a set of professional roles, are animated by the same core logic. They are both engaged in a constant, dynamic conversation with the land. They understand that water is the boss, that a forest is a long-term asset, and that short-term expediency is often the enemy of long-term value. Bruce learned this logic through the direct, tactile experience of his hands on the levers of a bulldozer. Mike applies this logic through the careful crafting of a timber sale contract and through his patient education of loggers. The methods are different, but the underlying wisdom is the same. It is the wisdom of stewardship as a pragmatic act, a recognition that the only way to ensure the forest will continue to provide for us in the future is to take care of it today. The agent of change. The birth and spread of a new ethic of stewardship in the Northeast is not a monolithic tale. It is a mosaic composed of countless individual stories of conversion, conflict, and eventual, often grudging, collaboration. It is the story of men like Bruce Koenig, whose intuitive, self-directed stewardship was a form of artistry that predated any manual. It is the account of a new generation of foresters who found themselves on the front lines of this cultural shift, tasked with translating the abstract language of regulation into the muddy, messy reality of a logging job. To fully understand the friction and the eventual fusion of these two worlds, one need only follow the career path of Andrea Mercurio, a forester for the state of New York, whose professional journey gave her a unique, comparative lens on this quiet revolution. Her path to the woods was not preordained. Growing up in the city of Rochester, her connection to the natural world was forged not on a family woodlot, but during affordable camping trips, a practical form of recreation that instilled a deep and lasting love for the outdoors. She was, in her own words, a little quirky, a little bit different than everybody else. A disposition that led her away from more conventional careers and toward the demanding, immersive forestry program at the New York State Ranger School. After earning a bachelor's degree from the College of Environmental Science and Forestry, she did what many ambitious young graduates do. She followed the work, a decision that took her south, to a different forest and a different forestry culture. For 5 years, she worked as a service forester for the North Carolina Forest Service. It was a tale of two landscapes. Part of her time was spent on the coastal plain, a region dominated by the vast, even-aged pine plantations of industrial forestry. In contrast, she also worked in the state's mountainous western region, a landscape of mixed hardwoods and steep topography that was a closer cousin to the Northeast she had left behind. It was here, in the early stages of her career, that she became an unwitting participant in a movement that was still in its infancy back home. The state of North Carolina was rolling out one of its first formal initiatives to survey the use of best management practices foreign in many parts of the Northeast. BMPs for the practices themselves, SMZs for the protected streamside management zones, were already part of the professional lexicon. Her job was to visit randomly selected timber harvests and, with clipboard in hand, systematically document the on-the-ground reality. It was a data-gathering mission, an institutional effort to establish a baseline, to understand what loggers were actually doing to protect water quality. The process was methodical, official, and a clear signal that a new era of environmental accountability was dawning. When she eventually returned to her home state to take a position as a forester with the Department of Environmental Conservation, she carried this experience with her. She had seen how a state agency could begin to codify and encourage a new standard of care. She understood the logic behind the practices and the language used to describe them. What she found in her new territory, however, was a world operating on a different timeline. The ideas that were taking root in the South were, in her corner of upstate New York, still viewed with deep suspicion. The cultural gap was immediately apparent. When she arrived at her new office, a base of operations for managing over 100,000 acres of public forest land, she discovered a startling fact. Before her arrival, no one there had been consistently inspecting the work of the loggers who were awarded contracts on state land. The state would sell the timber, and the loggers, for the most part, were left to their own devices and trusted to operate according to the unwritten rules of their trade. The logging crews she encountered were, as she recalled with diplomatic understatement, a rough bunch. They were men who had survived in a notoriously difficult business through a combination of grit, mechanical ingenuity, and ingrained habit. They operated in a universe where the only inspectors who truly mattered were the foreman, the log buyers, and the scale house operator at the mill. The notion of a state forester, let alone a slight young female forester, the first that most of them had ever worked with, arriving on their landing to scrutinize their methods was not just a novelty. For many, it was an eye-opening affront. The reaction was as expected as it was visceral. "I got yelled at a lot," she remembered, the memory still sharp decades later, to come onto a job site and not just observe, but to expect them to perform extra work, to install a series of carefully constructed water bars, to clean up a landing to a new standard, to adhere to practices they had never been asked to consider before, was to invite a contentious and often loud debate. It was a clash of worlds, a collision between the top-down logic of institutional policy and the bottom-up wisdom of lived experience. Her challenge was enormous. It was not simply to enforce a set of rules, but to bridge a massive cultural divide. It was a task that could not be accomplished through authority alone. It had to be built on a foundation of mutual respect, earned one muddy, contentious job site at a time. I had to earn their respect, and they had to earn my respect, she explained. It was, necessarily, a two-way street. She approached the situation not as an enforcer who possessed all the answers, but with the pragmatism that acknowledged the deep well of practical knowledge the loggers possessed. I came into the situation as these loggers, they've been in the field, they've been doing this for a long time, so they've got props for sure, and they know things that I don't know. It was a conscious act of professional humility, a recognition that, while she had the manual, they had the memory. The process was one of slow, incremental growth, for her and for them. It was a gradual journey from outright hostility to a grudging and eventually genuine collaboration. She grew a lot of loggers, as she put it, patiently working with them to see their craft through a new lens, to cultivate a respect for the job that they're doing in the woods. Over time, the yelling subsided, replaced by dialogue. The relationships that formed, built on a shared understanding of the challenges of the work, became the essential lubricant in the grinding gears of change. It was the human connection that made the implementation of slow personal evolution was happening on the ground. A powerful institutional force was building in the background, a force that would dramatically accelerate the need for a more formalized approach to stewardship. The state's forestry program had, for a period, dropped its third-party certification, a seal of approval from organizations like the Forest Stewardship Council, FSC, or the Sustainable Forestry Initiative, SFI, that verifies sustainable practices for an increasingly discerning marketplace. The reason was not a flagrant violation of forestry principles, but rather internal bookkeeping issues. Nevertheless, the push to regain this certification became a major catalyst for change. To meet the rigorous, internationally recognized standards of these programs, the state had no choice but to develop and implement a whole new suite of clear, written policies. Suddenly, the gradual, persuasive approach was augmented by a top-down mandate. We had all these working groups to develop the policy on our best management practices, our riparian buffer zones and road building guidelines. It did all kind of come into play, Mercurio recalled. It was a massive undertaking that happened all at once, a tidal wave of new rules that swept over the agency and, by extension, the loggers who worked on state land. What had begun as a forester's patient effort to encourage better practices was now being codified into the fine print of every timber sale contract. The suggestions of the forester were becoming the legally binding, non-negotiable obligations of the contractor. For the foresters themselves, even the newer ones like Mercurio, it was a lot all at once. For the loggers, it was confirmation of their worst fears. The era of doing things by handshake and intuition was officially over, replaced by an era of regulation, paperwork, and a whole new set of costs. The reluctant embrace became a mandatory one, setting the stage for a new and costly arms race against the formidable and increasingly unpredictable forces of water and weather in the wet woods. A double whammy. The professionalization of the forest products industry in the Northeast, its slow and reluctant embrace of a new ethic of stewardship, has come at a staggering and sometimes unseen price. For the independent logger at the heart of the supply chain, the cost of doing right is not a line item on a budget. It is a daily, grinding reality, a constant and heavy weight on an already precarious business model. In a world of rising costs and stagnant prices, the added expense of modern environmental practices has pushed many operators to the financial brink. The central challenge lies in a cruel and demanding paradox, the double whammy that punishes the logger twice for his commitment to responsible practice. He must first bear the high, tangible costs of the physical tools and practices of stewardship, and then he must absorb the even greater, completely uncompensated cost of the time he loses when he makes the responsible choice not to work. This dual burden is the hidden story of modern logging, a story of grinding financial pressure borne by the people who can least afford it. To fully understand this dilemma, one must first grasp the critical distinction, as articulated by Tom Pavlicic, the thoughtful and experienced director of the Watershed Agricultural Council's forestry program in the Catskill region of New York. He separates best management practices into two distinct categories, structural and behavioral. The structural BMPs are the things you can see and touch. They are the heavy, engineered tools and practices of modern water management. They are the portable steel skidder bridges, which can cost tens of thousands of dollars, that are often required to cross even small, intermittent streams. They are the massive, corrugated steel culverts, sized not for the average flow, but for the 100-year flood that now seems to come every few years. They are the tons of crushed stone and larger rip-rap needed to armor the roads and landings against the erosive force of the more intense rains. They are the heavy, interlocking equipment mats, rented or purchased, that allow a machine to cross a patch of soft ground without turning it into a hopeless quagmire. These are the physical artifacts of the new stewardship, and each one comes with a clear and often substantial price tag. The behavioral
They are not
BMPs, on the
things.
other hand,
They
are
are
choices.
intangible.
A behavioral BMP is the decision a logger makes to pull his crew off a job on Thursday afternoon because a heavy rain is forecast for Friday. It is the choice to keep his million-dollar fleet of machinery parked for 3 days after the storm has passed, waiting for the ground to firm up, a costly but necessary pause in the wet woods. It is the wisdom to look at a saturated skid trail and, despite the burdensome pressure of a looming loan payment, make the call to stay out. It is the simple, powerful act of waiting. This is perhaps the most effective form of environmental protection, the single most important thing a logger can do to prevent erosion and protect water quality. This comes with an uncompensated cost. It is notable that Vermont's experience with these practices was, in many ways, an exception that proves the rule. The state was a national leader in this arena, formally introducing its acceptable management practices, AMPs, for maintaining water quality on logging jobs as early as 1987, decades ahead of many other states in the region. Unlike the voluntary BMP guidelines common elsewhere, Vermont's AMPs were adopted as official rules for the state's water quality statutes. Their most significant power, however, came from their direct integration into the state's enormously popular Use Value Appraisal property tax program. Adherence to AMPs became a mandatory requirement for the hundreds of thousands of acres of private forest land enrolled in the program, a powerful incentive that tied good stewardship directly to significant property tax benefits. This created a different dynamic from the outset. While the initial introduction of formal practices was met with some of the same measured skepticism seen elsewhere, the deep integration of AMPs into a program that was widely seen as beneficial to landowners fostered a culture of shared responsibility and led to a quicker, more widespread, and ultimately less contentious adoption than in many neighboring states. The experience of logger Gabe Russo provides a powerful and illuminating case study in the real-world impact of this dual burden. He adheres to Vermont's Acceptable Management Practices, or AMPs, and they are rigorously enforced. Unlike the loggers working in the New York City watershed, he operates without the benefit of a comprehensive, publicly funded cost-share program. More on this later. When he needs a bridge, or a culvert, or a load of stone, the bill comes directly to him. He is a man who is deeply committed to doing the job right, but he feels the full, unmitigated weight of its cost. The first hit is the out-of-pocket expense for the structural BMPs. On any given job, Gabe must think like a civil engineer, planning a complex and expensive water management system. A single portable bridge, a necessity for crossing a protected stream, can represent a capital investment of over $20,000, but at least it is reusable. A load of crushed stone for a landing can cost hundreds. The specialized equipment mats needed for wetland crossings can run into the thousands. Then there is the cost of the excavator itself, the indispensable tool required to install all of this infrastructure, a machine that represents its own substantial investment. Gabe, like every other responsible logger, must build these costs into his bids for a timber sale, a necessity that makes him less competitive against any less scrupulous operator who is willing to cut corners. It is a direct financial penalty for his commitment to professionalism. It is the second hit of the one-two punch, the invisible cost of the behavioral BMPs, that is truly devastating. To understand this cost, one must understand the brutal mathematics of a modern logging operation. A logger like Gabe Russo, or Andy Irish, or Sam Lincoln, is running a costly manufacturing business, but his factory has no roof, and his assembly line is subject to the whims of the weather. His fixed costs, however, are as regular and unsentimental as a ticking clock. The monthly payment on a feller buncher, a skidder, and an excavator can easily exceed $20,000. The insurance premiums, the shop overhead, the salaries of anyone who is paid in non-productive periods. These are costs that accrue every single day, whether the machines are running or not. There is almost no slack in the system. Every day that the machines sit idle is a day of pure gray, threatening sky in the middle of October. He is not just seeing a chance of rain, he is seeing a direct threat to his livelihood. If that storm forces him to shut down for a week, he knows that he has just lost tens of thousands of dollars in potential revenue, while his fixed costs have continued their relentless march. This is the uncompensated cost of stewardship. It is the wages he pays to his crew while they wait for the ground to dry. It is the interest he pays on his equipment loans for every hour that they sit silent. It is a cost that is not reflected in any government form or in any environmental study, but it is as real and as painful as any direct expense. This is the central brutal dilemma of the modern logger. He is caught between the demands of a new environmental ethic and the harsh realities of an old model. He is asked to be a steward of the land, and he is willing to do so. He invests in the tools, he learns the techniques, he embraces the new professionalism. He is also a businessman, a price taker in what is usually a commodity market, and he is being asked to bear the full financial burden of a public good. The clean water that flows from a well-managed forest benefits everyone, but the cost of protecting that water falls almost exclusively on the shoulders of the man at the end of the road. This is why the collaborative, cost-sharing model of the WAC program is so significant. It is one of the few programs in the entire country that explicitly recognizes this two-fisted cost and attempts to address it. By helping to defray the cost of the structural BMPs, it eases the financial burden on the logger and makes it more feasible for him to make the right behavioral choices. It is a model built on the pragmatic and empathetic understanding that you cannot expect a person to be a good steward if the price of that stewardship is bankruptcy. It is a model that sees the logger not as a problem to regulate, but as a partner to be supported. For most loggers in the Northeast, people like Gabe Russo, who operate outside this unique bubble of support, the two-part cost remains a daily and solitary struggle. They are left to navigate the difficult terrain of the new woods on their own, armed with their skill, their judgment, and their ever more expensive toolkit. They are the unsung and uncompensated stewards of the working landscape, the loggers who bear the cost of doing right. Ultimately, the industry's sustainability hinges on the answer to a single question: how long can its primary producers continue to shoulder this burden by themselves? Climate as the unforgiving referee. Best management practices taking root in the Northeast as a slow, grinding cultural change is a story of market pressures and a new generation's professional pride. It is a story of innovative programs and the hard-won wisdom of people who learn to see stewardship as a form of self-preservation. This story, on its own, is incomplete. It is like describing a revolution by detailing only the debates in print and virtual media and the shifting allegiances in the halls of power, while ignoring the brute, physical force of the army in the field. In the woods of the Northeast, the final, most persuasive argument for a new way of doing things was not made by a forester or an agency. It was made by the sky, the ultimate driver of this surprising shift, the great enforcer that made the adoption of modern BMPs not just a good idea, but an absolute and non-negotiable condition of survival, was the weather itself. While the industry was slowly, often grudgingly, debating the merits and costs of water bars and culverts, the climate of the Northeast was undergoing a pivotal and probably irreversible change. The ground itself changed first. The weather didn't ask permission, it just changed the rules of the game. The old, reliable almanac was torn to shreds, and in its place was a new reality of warmer winters, bigger thaws, and more violent, drenching rains. The physics of the forest floor had been altered, and the old tools and techniques were no longer sufficient. The logic of water, now amplified and accelerated by a new climatic energy, became the unforgiving referee on every job site, and it judged the old ways of logging with a swift and brutal finality. The connection between the new, volatile climate and the rise of modern BMPs is direct, undeniable, and written in the specific challenges laid out by the climate data, and see their direct reflection in the practices that have now become standard. Consider the collapse of the reliable winter. As the climate records have shown with stark clarity, the months of December and January have warmed by as much as 4.5 degrees Fahrenheit since the 1980s. This has turned what was once a season of deep, penetrating, and reliable frost into a frustrating and unpredictable cycle of freezing and thawing. This single climatic shift has rendered the old ways of winter logging obsolete and has made the application of modern BMPs an absolute necessity. The traditional winter road, a structure built on a foundation of packed snow and an unwavering faith in the cold, has become an endangered species, a relic of a more stable era. This new reality is felt acutely by foresters like Andrea Mercurio, who manages the vast and notoriously wet state lands on the Tug Hill Plateau, a region historically defined by its deep and dependable snowpack. Loggers and foresters there once counted on a cold winter to access the challenging soils in some locations. Now, looking back on her nearly 2 decades of work, Mercurio has seen the climate render that certainty obsolete. She can count on one hand the number of good winters that allowed loggers to work anywhere without issue. The decision by a veteran logger like Paul Mitchell to no longer even attempt to freeze in a long road is a weighty behavioral BMP, a strategic retreat forced entirely by the new climate reality. His calculation of risk, his understanding that you just don't know if you're going to get the weather he needs, is a direct response to the documented warming trend. It's a sentiment that state foresters must now translate into management plans. It is no longer possible to write a timber contract that assumes a season of frozen ground. We've got to come up with a solution, Mercurio stated, reflecting on a conversation with a contractor, because we don't have the weather that we used to have. That simple, powerful admission has become the new foundational principle of forestry in the Northeast. The bigger thaws that Kevin Verkler saw on the lands of the Adirondack League Club are not just an anecdote, they are the physical manifestation of those rising average temperatures. His response, to upsize his culverts, to armor his bridge abutments with heavy riprap, is a direct engineered adaptation to the increased threat of midwinter washouts. When he looks at a stream crossing, he is no longer planning for the vernal freshet of the past. He is planning for the possibility of a violent, rain-fueled flood in the middle of January. This is the new logic of water, a logic that has been rewritten by the climate, and it demands a new, more robust and expensive approach to infrastructure. The same direct line can be drawn between the documented increase in precipitation and the universal adoption of excavation equipment. The data shows that months like June and October are now significantly wetter, and that the region is experiencing more frequent, intense, and violent downpours. An old-fashioned skid trail, with its shallow skidder blade scraped water bars, stands no chance against the 27,000 gallons of water that a single inch of rain can dump on a single acre of land. The result, as many loggers discovered the hard way, was catastrophic erosion, washed-out trails, and entire job sites rendered inaccessible for months. The rise of the excavator, the machine that Paul Mitchell says you can't be a logger without, was the industry's direct answer to this new hydrological threat. Matt Langley, the county forester in Vermont's Northeast Kingdom, lives at the daily intersection of these new realities. His job is to oversee private lands enrolled in the state's U.S. Value Appraisal Program, which requires landowners to follow acceptable management practices. For him, these methods are no longer a matter of simple best practice. They are a matter of absolute necessity. He has seen, with his own eyes, the consequences of what happens when these rules are not followed in the modern climate. A single, intense rain event on a poorly managed site can lead to catastrophic washouts, sending plumes of sediment into the pristine streams that are the lifeblood of his county. The cost of remediating such a failure, he knows, is considerable, both financially and ecologically. He is not just a forester. He is an educator, and, when necessary, an enforcer, working with loggers to ensure they understand that the old ways of doing things are no longer acceptable because the climate itself has changed the stakes. He works with them to plan for the worst, to anticipate the power of the water, and to build a system that is substantial enough to withstand it. The AMPs, he understands, are the essential, non-negotiable playbook for operating in a world where the weather has become an unforgiving referee. The consequences of these failures ripple all the way down the supply chain, a fact that mill owners like Ray Colton know all too well. His business, Colton Enterprises, relies on a steady flow of low-grade hardwood logs to process and to split firewood to keep his operation running. He is the end of the line for a stick of roundwood, the final consumer of the product that begins its journey on a remote hillside miles away. When a key access road washes out in a summer flood, or when a logging crew is shut down for weeks by an impassable fall mud season, the impact is felt directly in his log yard. A single failed culvert on a backwood skid trail can mean that a load of wood does not arrive at his mill. That missing load, when multiplied across a region of stressed and struggling suppliers, can create a serious bottleneck, forcing him to scramble for wood from other, more distant and more expensive sources. This option increases his transportation costs and complicates his logistics. His business, like every other link in the chain, is vulnerable to the integrity of the whole. He understands, from a businessman's perspective, that a well-built bridge or a properly installed water bar far upstream is, in a real sense, a form of insurance for his own operation. A responsible logger is a reliable supplier, and in the modern timber economy, reliability has become the most valuable commodity of all. It is in this context that the cultural shift toward embracing BMPs must be understood. It was not, in the end, a matter of persuasion, it was a matter of necessity. The old ways of doing things simply stopped working. The logger who refused to adapt, who continued to build his roads, as he always had, who failed to invest in the right equipment, was the one who found himself constantly bogged down, washed out, and shut down. The logger who embraced the new practices, who learned the new logic of water, who invested in the excavator and learned how to use it as a tool of proactive stewardship, was the one who was able to keep working, to keep the wood moving, and to keep his business alive. Professionalism has become a synonym for adaptability. It is perhaps no coincidence that the widespread adoption of BMPs accelerated at the same time that the effects of the changing climate were becoming undeniable. The regulations and the training manuals of the 1980s and 90s built the fire breaks, but it was the fire of climate change itself, the warmer thaws, the more violent rains, the perpetually saturated ground, that made the entire industry realize how essential those fire breaks had become. The weather didn't ask permission, it just changed the ground rules. The loggers and foresters who are still standing today are the ones who understood this new reality and adapted their practices accordingly. They have learned, through hard and many times costly experience, that best management practices are no longer just an environmental add-on or a matter for a regulatory checklist. They are the primary on-the-ground toolkit of climate adaptation, the essential suite of skills and tools required to make a living in the wet woods of the 21st century. They are the physical expression of a new and necessary conversation with the land, a conversation built on a deep and abiding respect for the power of water, and a sober understanding that in the modern woods, the cost of doing right is high, but the cost of not doing it is, ultimately, far higher. Chapter 6. Conservation in Real Time. The genesis of conservation in the Northeast is often told as a story of conflict, a zero-sum game between the needs of human industry and the imperatives of a healthy environment. It is a narrative of posted land, of regulatory battles, of a deep and occasionally bitter divide between the rural communities who work the landscape and the urban and suburban populations who view it as a place of recreation. Forested hollows of the Catskill Mountains, a different and far more interesting story has been unfolding for the past 3 decades, a story born not of conflict, but of a pragmatic and deeply intelligent collaboration. This chapter is a deep dive into that story. It is a case study of an unlikely alliance forged between 2 worlds that had long viewed each other with suspicion: the city, with its unquenchable thirst for clean water, and the working forest, with its deep-seated culture of independence. We will explore the unique, chancy crisis that forced these 2 worlds into a partnership, a gambit that pitted a multi-billion-dollar filtration plant against a revolutionary, incentive-based approach to land stewardship. It is the story of the Watershed Agricultural Council, or WAC, a program that dared to ask a radical question. What if the best way to protect the landscape is to invest in the people who call it home? We will see how this grand idea was translated into a set of practical, on-the-ground methods that made sense to the loggers and landowners of the region. Through the eyes of a veteran logger, we will get a view from the landing, a first-hand account of how the WAC's cost-sharing model for bridges, culverts, and roads has transformed the economics of doing the right thing. We will also examine the substantial financial challenges that persist, exploring the double whammy of uncompensated costs that still burden the men and women of the woods. Ultimately, this chapter explores a hopeful, if complex, model for the future. It examines the unique political and economic circumstances that allowed the WAC to be born, and asks the difficult question of why its success has been so hard to replicate elsewhere. It is a story of conservation in real time, a testament to the power of trust, empathy, and shared investment, and a powerful reminder that the future of the forest and the future of the communities that depend on it are, and have always been, inextricably linked. The Unlikely Alliance. Contemporary conservation is often related as a tale of conflict and trade-offs, with resource users cast as villains. This assumption of a necessary conflict, however, fails to account for the many situations where environmental and financial interests align. Zero-sum can usually be replaced with win-win. In the rural communities of the watershed, upstream from the big city, there were farmers, foresters, loggers, and landowners whose families had worked the land for generations and whose livelihoods depended on their ability to continue to do so. It was an alliance arising from a shared and looming crisis, a gambit that would ultimately lead to one of the most successful and innovative conservation programs in the world. The Watershed Agricultural Council is a testament to the idea that the best way to protect a landscape is to work with the people who call it home. The stage for this drama is a vast and rugged expanse of forests and fields known as the Catskill-Delaware Watershed. Covering 1.2 million acres of mountainous terrain west of the Hudson River, this region is a hydrological marvel. The rain and snow that fall on its forested slopes are collected by a complex network of streams and rivers, which in turn feed a series of massive reservoirs built by the city of New York in the early 20th century. From these reservoirs, the water travels over 100 miles south through a breathtaking set of aqueducts, arriving at the taps of New York City with such exceptional purity that, for over a century, it has been one of the largest unfiltered municipal water supplies in the world. This system was, and is, a triumph of both natural design and human engineering, a testament to the foresight of the city planners who, a century ago, looked north and saw a permanent and pristine source for their growing city's thirst. In the early 1990s, this entire system was thrown into crisis. The Federal Environmental Protection Agency, acting under the mandate of the Safe Drinking Water Act, issued a stark ultimatum to the city: build a massive and technologically advanced filtration plant to treat the water from the Catskill-Delaware system, or prove to the satisfaction of the EPA that you can protect the quality of the water at its source in the watershed itself. The projected cost of the filtration plant was staggering, an estimated $6 to $8 billion, a figure that would have to be paid for by the city's water ratepayers. This ultimatum came at a time when the city was, predictably, already facing a severe fiscal crisis. The prospect of taking on such a massive infrastructure project was, to put it mildly, daunting. The alternative, known as filtration avoidance, was no less challenging. It would require the city to exert an unprecedented level of control over the land use practices in a watershed that was largely composed of private farms and forests. The traditional approach to this kind of problem would have been for the city to use its titanic financial power and its authority of eminent domain to simply buy vast tracts of land, creating a buffer of protected but unmanaged forests around its reservoirs. A revolutionary approach that might just spark a revolution of the historical sort. This approach would have been a declaration of war on the rural communities. It would have meant the end of farming, the end of forestry, and the end of the traditional resource-based economy that had sustained the region for generations. The people of the Catskills, an independent group with a long memory of the city's past land acquisitions, were not about to let this happen without a fight. The stage was set for a classic and potentially devastating urban versus rural conflict. A group of visionary local leaders, farmers, foresters, and city officials began to champion a different and far more radical idea. What if, they asked, the city could achieve its goal of water protection not by fighting the local communities, but by working with them? Maybe the carrot was better than the stick. What if, instead of spending billions of dollars on a concrete and steel filtration plant, the city could make a far smaller, but far more strategic investment in the stewardship of the working landscape itself? What if they could treat the farmers and loggers of the watershed not as potential polluters to be regulated and controlled, but as essential partners in the work of conservation? This was the pioneering idea that gave birth to the Watershed Agricultural Council and the innovative forestry program that resides within it. The early leaders of the WAC were instrumental in designing a program that was built on this foundation of collaboration and trust, not coercion. Dr. Chris Brown joined them later as their research and evaluation forester. "We're not here to tell people what they can't do," was the guiding philosophy he explained. "We're here to help them do it better in a way that protects what's downstream." This philosophy was put into practice by a dedicated staff of foresters and outreach specialists who, in those early years, began the slow, patient, and essential work of building relationships. Heather Hilson, who works closely on the program's outreach, focused her efforts on changing the perception of the logger from a problem to be managed to a partner to be engaged. Her emphasis was on inviting loggers into the process early, on co-developing harvest plans, on listening to their concerns and respecting their expertise. They spent years on the ground, walking the woods with loggers and landowners, drinking coffee in their kitchens, and slowly, painstakingly building the trust that would become the true currency of the program. Tom Pavlicic, in his work with the WAC Forestry program, understands that this trust is the bedrock of everything they do. He is a man who thinks deeply about the human dimension of conservation, and he knows that you cannot solve complex environmental problems without first understanding the people involved. The problems associated with climate change are challenging and involve a lot of different people, he explained, and I don't think we stand a chance of addressing those problems without a strong level of trust. For him, empathy is as important a tool as any scientific instrument. The ability to, quote, understand what the other person is going through, he believes, is the essential first step toward finding common ground. The initial success of the WAC model was with the region's agricultural community, where the program helped farmers implement new practices to manage manure and keep their livestock came later, adapting the same principles of voluntary participation and incentive-based stewardship to the unique challenges of logging. The challenge was significant. A logging operation, by its nature, involves the disturbance of soil, the construction of roads and skid trails, the use of heavy machinery, and the felling of trees all carry the inherent risk of erosion and sedimentation, the pollutants that the city was desperate to keep out of its reservoirs. The task of the Our Forestry program was to prove that active commercial timber harvesting could coexist with the protection of pristine water quality, that a working forest could also be a clean water forest. While the forest must be protected during logging, it is the logging itself and the larger forest products community that protect the forest from the residential or commercial development that destroys watersheds. To do this, they developed a comprehensive program that offered both technical assistance and direct financial support. Their team of professional foresters work with landowners and loggers to design timber harvests that incorporate a rigorous set of best management practices. They help lay out the roads and trails to minimize their impact, they design the stream crossings to be as stable and non-erosive as possible, and they create a detailed plan for the final closeout of the job to ensure that the site would be left in a stable and healthy condition. They knew that asking loggers to adopt these costly practices without any financial support was a non-starter. With this in mind, at the heart of their program is a revolutionary idea. The city, as the ultimate beneficiary of this enhanced stewardship, would help pay for it. This was the birth of the Unlikely Alliance, a partnership built on the pragmatic recognition that the health of the city's water and the health of the watershed's economy were not opposing forces, but two sides of the same coin. The journey was just beginning, but the foundation of trust and collaboration had been laid. The view from the landing. The philosophy of the Watershed Agricultural Council, with its lofty ideals of partnership and its ambitious goals of protecting a city's water supply, was born in the world of policy papers, scientific reports, and tense, impactful negotiations. For that philosophy to have any real meaning, it had to prove its worth not in the meeting rooms of New York City, but on the wet landings and steep, rock-strewn hillsides of the Catskills. In those early years, it had to work for those in the wet woods, the loggers who wrestled with the daily, demanding realities of mud, machinery, and markets. The story of the WAC Forestry program's success is ultimately one of how a grand idea was translated into a set of practical, on-the-ground practices that made sense to the people who used them. It is a story best told from the perspective of the logger himself, a view from the landing. Paul Crickon Sr. has spent a lifetime in the woods. A veteran logger from Delaware County, he has seen the industry change in ways that would have been unimaginable when he first started. Over the decades, he has witnessed the transition from chainsaws to feller bunchers, the rise and fall of markets, and the slow, inexorable shift in the climate that has made his job more challenging with each passing year. He is a man of deep practical knowledge, a professional who takes well-earned pride in his work and in the condition of the land he leaves behind. Like many of his generation, he is naturally skeptical of government programs and top-down regulations. Yet he is also a pragmatist, a businessman who understands the bottom line. For him, the WAC Forestry program has been nothing short of a revelation. Having worked both inside and outside the New York City watershed, he has come to a simple, unassailable conclusion. He would rather work within it. To understand why, one must follow him through the process of a WAC-supported timber harvest. It begins not with the roar of a machine, but with a simple walk in the woods. On a typical job, a WAC forester will meet Paul on site before any trees are cut. Together, they will walk the property, their conversation a blend of silviculture, engineering, and economics. They will discuss the landowner's objectives, the health of the timber stand, and the potential is on the land itself, on reading its contours and anticipating the path of the water. They will identify the sensitive areas, the steep slopes, the perennial and intermittent streams, the hidden seeps and springs that can turn a skid trail into a quagmire. Together, they will design a harvest plan that is built around the logic of the water. They will lay out the haul roads and skid trails to follow the natural contours of the land, minimizing the grade and avoiding the wettest areas. They will site the landing on a stable, well-drained piece of ground, away from any watercourses. Most critically, they will create a detailed plan for the structural best management practices that will be needed to protect the water quality throughout the operation. This collaborative planning process is the foundation of the entire Our Forestry model. It replaces the old adversarial relationship between the logger and the regulator with a new spirit of partnership. The Our Forester is not there to police the logger, but to assist him, to provide a second set of experienced eyes, and to offer technical expertise that can help him do a better, safer, and more environmentally sound job. This is where the program's real power lies. Having identified the need for a series of structural BMPs, a portable bridge for stream crossing, a set of culverts for the main road, a few loads of crushed stone for the landing, the Our Forester can then do something that is almost unheard of in the rest of the Northeast: offer to help pay for them. This is the heart of the Our model, a direct, cost-share program that reimburses the logger or landowner for a significant portion of the cost of these expensive but essential practices. Let us imagine a key stream crossing on one of Paul Criccon's jobs. In the old days, he might have forded the stream or thrown in a temporary culvert or built a rough bridge out of logs. These methods were cheaper and faster, but they carried a higher risk of failure and environmental damage. Today, under the Our Forestry program, the solution is different. The plan calls for the installation of a portable steel skidder bridge, a heavy-duty, engineered structure that can cleanly span the stream, leaving its banks and bed undisturbed. A bridge like this costs more to own, a capital investment that is simply beyond the reach of many independent loggers. Through the WAC program, Paul can be reimbursed for the majority of that cost and continue reusing the bridge in the future. The process is transformative. Instead of having to cut corners, he is now incentivized to use the best possible technology. The bridge arrives on a truck, its heavy steel sections gleaming. Paul, using the hydraulic power of his excavator, can carefully lift each section and place it precisely across the stream, creating a solid, stable crossing in a matter of hours. His skidder can then travel back and forth across this bridge all day long, hauling hitches of logs, with no impact on the water below. When the job is done, he can just as easily lift the bridge out and move it to the next site. It is a tool that allows him to be both highly productive and an excellent steward of the land, a tool that, for him, has been made affordable through the WAC partnership. The same logic applies to the roads themselves. On a steep section of haul road, the plan might call for several loads of crushed stone to create a hardened, all-weather surface. This is another significant upfront expense. Once again, the Our Forestry program can help to cover the cost. The stone arrives in a tandem dump truck, and Paul's excavator goes to work, carefully spreading and grading it to create a road that will not wash out in heavy rain. This is not just an environmental benefit, it is a deep financial one. A stable, well-built road means less downtime, less wear and tear on the machinery, and a safer, more efficient operation. It also leaves behind an improvement for the landowner. Paul knows that the investment in these structural BMPs, an investment made possible by the WAC's support, will pay for itself many times over in the course of the job. This is the view from the landing, a world where doing the right thing is also the smart thing. The WAC model, by sharing the financial burden of stewardship, has changed the logger's financial calculus. It has created a system where he is rewarded, not punished, for his commitment to working in the watershed is not based on sentiment. It is based on a sharp assessment of his own business interests. He knows that the support he receives from WAC allows him to be a better logger, a more productive logger, and a more profitable logger. It gives him the peace of mind of knowing that he is working under a pre-approved plan, with the full support of a team of professionals who are invested in his success. It frees him from the constant, grinding anxiety that is the daily reality for so many of his counterparts who work outside this unique and supportive system. It allows him to focus on what he does best, harvesting timber in a safe, efficient, and responsible manner. For men like Criccon and his son, Paul Jr., the WAC program is not just a government program. It is a lifeline. It is a testament to the idea that conservation, when it is done right, does not have to be a cost. It can be an investment in the future of the forest and in the future of the people whose livelihoods depend on it. The ripple effect. The Watershed Agricultural Council's forestry program is a remarkable and improbable success. In a world where the narrative of conservation is so often defined by conflict and constraint, the WAC model stands as a powerful testament to the power of collaboration. It has, for 3 decades, successfully protected the drinking water of 9 million people, not by locking up the landscape, but by investing in it, by treating the farmers and loggers who work the land as essential partners in stewardship. The program has become a case study in how to align the seemingly opposing goals of environmental protection and financial viability. The success of the program raises a difficult and persistent question. If this model is so effective, so intelligent, so demonstrably successful, why has it remained a singular anomaly in the vast landscape of the Northeast? Why has the ripple effect of this great idea stopped at the watershed's edge? The answer lies in the unique and perhaps unrepeatable set of circumstances that allowed the WAC to be born, and in the complex political and economic realities that have, so far, prevented its replication. To understand the uniqueness of the WAC, one must first appreciate the sheer magnitude of the threat that forced it into existence. In the early 1990s, the city of New York was staring down the barrel of a federally mandated, multi-billion-dollar filtration plant. At the time, it was a financial threat of existential proportions, a potential fiscal catastrophe that concentrated the minds of city officials in a way that few other environmental issues could. The WAC program, for all its complexity and upfront costs, was, in comparison, a bargain. The city's willingness to fund the program, to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in the stewardship of the upstate landscape, did not come from a sudden burst of altruism. It was a sensible, hard-nosed business decision. The filtration plant was a stick, a truly large and expensive one, and the WAC was the carrot. That unique, high-stakes driver, the clear and present danger of a 10-figure infrastructure project, simply does not exist in other parts of the Northeast. Even today, there is no other single entity with both the financial clout and the overwhelming motivation of New York City to make such a large-scale investment in watershed protection. The financial structure of the WAC is also unique. It is a system with a single, massive, and incredibly wealthy consumer, the water ratepayers of New York City, who could collectively fund the program. This created a direct and elegant feedback loop. The people who benefited from the clean water paid for the practices that produced it. This is a far simpler proposition than trying to create a similar program in states like Vermont or New Hampshire, where the funding would have to come from a complex and often contentious public budgeting process, drawing from a diverse and competing set of taxpayer interests. Mike McClarty of Finch Paper, whose work gives him a broad view of the entire Northeast's forest economy, confirmed the unique nature of the WAC model. He stated with a note of finality that there is no comparable program elsewhere in the Northeast. He understands, from the perspective of a large private company, the monumental difficulty of trying to assemble such a complex public-private partnership without the kind of massive, single-source financial driver that New York City provided. The will might be there, but the wallet is not. The WAC model is also an anomaly because it institutionalized a form of support that, in a previous era, was handled through informal, personal relationships. In the 1970s, the experience of Bruce Koenig in the Adirondacks stood as a testament to this different model, one built not on cost-share funding, but on reputation and a forester's faith in a good crew. When he and his brother Ted began cutting pulpwood, J.P. Lewis Company forester Bob Bramhall did not offer a grant. He provided them with a company-owned Bombardier skidder to use for an entire season before any payments were due, a partnership forged in a handshake and a shared understanding of the work. This assistance, as Bruce recalls, was guided by a rational stewardship that predated any manual, a philosophy we noted earlier when Bramhall expressed the need to do it right, but do what you gotta do to get the wood out. That culture of support, rooted in the stability of long-term industrial land ownership and a less capital-intensive industry, has largely eroded, leaving a void that the WAC's unique, collaborative funding was designed to fill. Sam Lincoln's experience in Vermont is a powerful, real-world illustration of this challenge. Sam, the former dairy farmer and logger who left the private sector to become the state's Deputy Commissioner of Forests, Parks, and Recreation, is a man who understands, in his bones, the financial pressures on the working landscape. He had lived through the catastrophic pulpwood market collapse of 2016, an event that forced him to park his own machinery and that impressed upon him the true cost of logging. When he entered state government, he carried with him a deep conviction that the state needed to do more to support its forest economy. He looked to the WAC program as the gold standard, a model of what was possible when a government truly invested in its resource-based industries. Introduced to the program by a forester active in both regions, he became a staunch advocate for bringing a WAC forestry-style cost-share program to Vermont. He knew, from his own experience, that the state's loggers were facing the same cost duality as their counterparts in the Catskills, the high cost of structural BMPs and the uncompensated cost of lost time. He believed that a state-sponsored program to help defray these costs was not a handout, but a vital investment in the health of the forest and the viability of the industry. Sam ran into a wall of political and fiscal reality. In the legislative halls of Montpelier, he discovered that there was no single, powerful entity like New York City willing to foot the bill. The state's budget was a patchwork of competing interests, and a new, large-scale program to subsidize logging practices, no matter how environmentally beneficial, was a difficult sell. His efforts, arising from a deep and personal understanding of the problem, were a frustrating lesson in the difficulty of replicating the WAC's success. The logic was sound, but the political and financial context was entirely different. There is a recent glint of light at the end of this tunnel, at least in Vermont. Years after Sam first championed the idea, and long after he left public service, a new program for AMP cost-sharing in Vermont was introduced in early 2025. It's hard to suppress a good idea forever, and Sam Lincoln shares in the credit for making it happen. Slow adoption of the WAC model in other areas is also a question of culture. The success of the WAC was built on the slow, patient work of building trust in a region that had long been wary of outsiders. In the mid to late 20th century, one must wonder if such a top-down, incentive-based program could have taken root in the fiercely independent culture of other logging communities, like the one Bruce whose entire career was a testament to a philosophy of rugged self-reliance, came from a world where a logger depended on his own skill, his own judgment, and his own hard work, not on a program administered from a distant office. While he would certainly have appreciated the practical value of a well-built bridge or a properly installed culvert, the idea of partnering with a large, government-like entity might have been met with a deep and abiding skepticism by the old-timers he knew. Theirs was a world where you stood on your own 2 feet, where you solved your own problems, and where you didn't ask for help. This is not to say that it would have been impossible, but it speaks to the unique social and cultural work that the WAC had to do to overcome this ingrained suspicion, a feat that might be difficult to repeat in other regions with their own distinct histories and cultural norms. So the WAC forestry program remains a beautiful and mostly lonely exception, despite its poor relation over in Vermont. While the exact model may not be easily exportable, the principles that animate it most certainly are. The true legacy of the WAC is not its specific cost-share formulas or its administrative structure. It is the powerful set of ideas upon which it was built. The first is the simple but revolutionary idea of partnership over regulation, the belief that more can be achieved through collaboration and mutual respect than through top-down enforcement. The second is the principle of shared investment, the recognition that the public benefits of good stewardship, clean water, healthy forests, a viable rural economy are worth a collective, public investment. The third, and perhaps most important, is the principle of empathy, the commitment to understanding the real-world pressures and challenges faced by the people who work the land. These principles offer a powerful and hopeful blueprint for the future. As the pressures of a changing climate, a volatile market, and a shrinking workforce continue to mount, the need for new, more creative and collaborative approaches to conservation will only grow more urgent. The future of the Northeast's working forest may well depend on the ability of other states and other regions to learn the central lesson of the WAC story, that the path to a defendable landscape and a resilient economy is one that must be walked together. The unlikely alliance forged in the Catskills, arising from a city's thirst and a forest's future, may yet provide the ripple of an idea that can travel far beyond the boundaries of the watershed. Chapter 7. The Uneasy Link. The great humming machinery of the Northeast's forest economy, the sawmills and paper mills that are the engines of the entire enterprise, are fed by a vast and invisible network of supply. To an outsider, it might seem as though these mills can simply draw upon an endless sea of green that surrounds them. The reality on the ground is far more complex, a lesson in the intricate and occasionally frustrating geography of land ownership. The forest is not a single, unified entity. For much of the region, it is a fragmented patchwork, a mosaic of thousands of privately owned parcels, each governed by an uneasy link in the supply chain. These are the woodlots of families, the recreational retreats of city dwellers, the legacy lands passed down through generations. Some are more uneasy about harvesting timber than others, but only in the sense that their influence, while decisive, is often unseen. This chapter is an exploration of the extensive power wielded by these uneasy links. It is a journey into the world of the landowner, the figure who, with a signature on a contract or a simple no, ultimately dictates what is possible in the woods. We will see how the entire timber supply chain is shaped by the varied and, often enough, conflicting motivations of these owners. We will explore the challenges of sourcing wood from a landscape of small, private parcels, through the eyes of a sawmiller whose business depends on it. We will then examine the unique culture of land ownership in a state like Vermont, where public policy and demographic shifts have created a new set of ideals that often clash with the traditional logic of the working forest. We will also look at a different kind of uneasy forester on a national forest. We will explore the complex, multi-use mandate that governs our public lands, and see how even this massive landowner must contend with the inexorable realities of the market. This relationship between public and private lands, between different ownership philosophies, creates the complex and uncertain environment in which the modern timber industry must operate. Ultimately, this chapter will convey the great land transfers that have reshaped the Northeast over the past several decades, told through the personal history of the ground that Bruce Koenig worked for his entire life. It is a story of industrial forests sold to financial investors, of working timberlands becoming forever wild preserves. It is a powerful ground-level testament to the fact that the future of the forest, the fate of the logger, and the viability of the mill are all, in the end, determined by the unspoken, unanticipated decisions of the people who own the land. A patchwork landscape. In the forest economy, the patchwork of ownership presents a steep and constant challenge for a mill owner trying to secure a steady and reliable supply of a specific type of wood. The work is not just a matter of buying logs, it is a matter of navigating a complex human terrain, of building relationships, of managing expectations, and of piecing together a viable supply from 1,000 different sources. The profile of Colleen Goodridge and her family's white cedar mill in northern Vermont is a powerful, ground-level testament to this daily struggle, a story of how a small, specialized business has managed to survive and thrive by mastering the art of working with the uneasy links of the forest product supply chain. Colleen Goodridge is a woman who understands the character of wood. Her life has been shaped by its grain, its scent, its weight, and its unique properties. She is the owner and operator of a sawmill that is, in the modern world of high-production commodity lumber, an anomaly. Her family's mill does not deal in the high-volume world of spruce fir framing lumber or the global market for hardwood veneer logs. They specialize in a single, less common and remarkably persistent species, northern white cedar. It is a wood prized not for its strength, but for its longevity. Cedar is naturally resistant to rot and insects, qualities that make it the ideal material for fence posts, for outdoor decking, for cabin logs and shingles that will last for half a century. It is a niche product for a niche market, and Colleen's family has built their reputation on their ability to produce it with a level of quality and care that is unmatched in the region. The Goodridge specialization comes with a unique and formidable challenge. White cedar is a creature of the swamp. It thrives in the wet, boggy, poorly accessible corners of the landscape, the places many loggers, with their heavy machinery, often avoid. Unlike the vast, contiguous timberlands owned by the large paper companies or investment firms, the cedar swamps of northern Vermont are scattered across the landscape in a patchwork of small, privately owned parcels. The uneasy links who own these swamps are a diverse group. They are dairy farmers. They are retired school teachers. They are families who have owned their land for generations. To keep her mill running, To secure the steady diet of cedar logs that is the lifeblood of her business, Colleen simply cannot sign a contract with a single, large supplier. She must engage in a constant, patient, and sometimes tedious process of communication and negotiation with dozens of suppliers who work with these individual landowners. She is not just a sawmiller, she is a diplomat, a community organizer, a student of local history and family relationships. The work begins with a map and a phone call. Colleen and her team must be relationship builders, constantly searching for the next potential source of cedar. They talk to consulting foresters and loggers. They listen to the low murmur of the local grapevine. They are looking for the landowners who might have a stand of mature cedar on their property and who might be open to the idea of a harvest. This is a delicate and sensitive conversation. Many of these landowners are not primarily motivated by money. They are attached to their land, and they are often deeply skeptical. Who are her suppliers must approach them not just as buyers of wood, but as a potential partner in stewardship. She must explain that a careful harvest can actually improve the health of their forest, that by removing the mature trees, they can create the conditions for a new generation of cedar to thrive. She must build a relationship built on trust, a process that can take months, sometimes even years. Once a landowner agrees to a harvest, the logistical challenges are significant. Often the work can only be done in the dead of winter, the one time of year when the swamps are frozen solid enough to support the weight of logging equipment. This creates a narrow and fleeting operational window. The parcels are often small, and so a logger might have to move their equipment multiple times in a single season, a costly and inefficient process. Colleen must rely on a group of logging contractors who have the skill, the patience, and the right kind of light-footed equipment to work in these sensitive areas. These are not the high-production crews, with their massive feller bunchers and grapple skidders. These are often smaller, family-run operations, suppliers who understand the delicate art of working in the wettest of the wet woods. The Goodridge Mill is, in many ways, a story of adaptation to this fragmented reality. They have learned that to survive, they must be more than just a consumer of logs. They must be an active and supportive partner to both the landowners and the loggers. They have built their business on a foundation of long-term relationships and a reputation for fairness and integrity. They know that a single act of carelessness on one job site, a damaged stream crossing, a rutted skid trail, can sour a landowner on logging for a lifetime and can damage their reputation throughout an entire community. They are not just buying cedar, they are buying the trust of the uneasy links who own it. Colleen has long been a stalwart member of the Vermont Forest Products Association to promote these ideals in her industry. Even with their deep community roots and their impeccable reputation, they are still vulnerable to the larger forces that are reshaping the landscape. The changing climate has made the winter logging season less reliable, the ground less certain. The demographic shift has brought in a new generation of landowners who may not have the same connection to the working forest as their parents and grandparents. Rising values of land for other uses, for development, for recreation, for maple sugaring, is creating new competition for the ground that grows their trees. This portrait of Colleen Goodridge's mill, then, is a microcosm of the larger story of the forest economy. It is a story of a business that is inextricably linked to the character of the land and the character of the people who own it. It is a testament to the fact that in this parcelized, patchwork landscape, success depends not just on the quality of your product, but on the quality of your relationships. It is a powerful reminder that the flow of wood from the forest to the mill is not a simple, mechanical process. It is a complex, human endeavor, a constant and delicate negotiation with the thousands of uneasy links who hold the future of the forest in their hands. Colleen's suppliers from the cedar swamps are an extreme example of a reality every mill owner in the Northeast faces. Whether the product is cedar, spruce, hardwood, or pulpwood, the supply does not come from one contiguous forest, but from a constellation of individual owners. The ability to keep a mill running depends as much on navigating these human landscapes as on felling trees or running saws. A changing culture. The state of Vermont, with its rolling green mountains, its fiercely independent ethos, and its carefully curated image as a bastion of progressive environmentalism, represents a unique and sometimes contradictory landscape within the broader context of the forest products industry in the Northeast. It is a state that loves its forests with a passion that is almost a civic religion, but it is often deeply ambivalent about the act of logging, the practice that has shaped and sustained those deeply ingrained relationship between the people and the land, has been powerfully influenced by a combination of deliberate public policy and a meaningful demographic shift, creating a unique landowner culture that presents both opportunities and significant challenges for the state's forest economy. To understand the future of the timber supply chain in Vermont, one must first understand the particular state of mind of the uneasy lynx who controls the vast majority of its forested acres. The engine of this unique culture is a state program known officially as the Use Value Appraisal Program, but known to many in Vermont simply as Current Use. It is one of the oldest and most successful programs of its kind in the nation, a piece of forward-thinking policy designed in the 1970s to combat the growing threat of forest fragmentation and the development of open land. The mechanics of the program are straightforward and compelling. A landowner with 25 or more acres of forest land can enroll their property and have it taxed not at its fair market value, what it might be worth to a second home developer from a metropolitan area, but at its much lower value as a working forest. In exchange for this significant property tax reduction, the landowner must commit to managing their land according to a written forest management plan, a plan that must be updated every 10 years and, crucially, approved by their local county forester. Vermont forester Jared Nunnery is one of the dedicated public servants on the front lines of this program. He and his counterparts across the state are responsible for working with thousands of private landowners to develop and approve these plans, acting as both an educator and a gentle enforcer of the state's stewardship goals. He explained that the program has been overwhelmingly successful in its primary mission of keeping forest land as forests. In a state where the beauty of the landscape creates intense development pressure, Current Use has provided a powerful financial incentive for landowners to resist the lure of subdivision and sale. It has also had a deep and perhaps unintended cultural consequence. By significantly reducing the financial pressure of land ownership, the program has enabled what the logger and mill owner Joel Currier described in an earlier chapter as a "personal preference economy." For many landowners enrolled in Current Use, the primary motivation for owning their land is no longer financial. The tax savings are often enough to cover their carrying costs, which frees them to manage their land not for timber revenue, but for a host of other values: for aesthetics, for recreation, for wildlife habitat, for personal enjoyment, or for a simple, deeply felt sense of stewardship. Jared Nunnery saw this firsthand. The program, he noted, often brings landowners into the world of active forest management who might otherwise not be thinking timber management at all. This is where Matt Langley enters the picture. As the county forester for Essex and Caledonia counties, he is responsible for overseeing the Current Use program for hundreds of thousands of acres in the heart of Vermont's Northeast Kingdom, a region with a rugged landscape and a deep, storied logging history. He is a man who is widely respected for his practical knowledge, his thoughtful approach, and his ability to navigate the complex human terrain of his job. His work is a daily exercise in bridging the gap between the state's policy goals and the personal desires of the landowners he serves. He has had a front-row seat for one of the most significant demographic shifts to sweep through rural Vermont in a generation. He has witnessed the arrival of what he calls the, "new landowners," people who are coming up and not having the same cultural ideals as the families who have traditionally owned and worked the land. These are often people from out of state, people from more urban or suburban backgrounds, who have been drawn to Vermont by its scenic beauty and its reputation as an environmentally conscious place. They buy their 100 acres of forest land, not as a working asset, but as a personal sanctuary, a place to escape the pressures of the modern world. Their vision for their land is often one of a pristine, untouched nature preserve, a place where the human hand is felt as commercial timber harvest, with its noisy machinery, its temporary disruption, and its perceived violence against the trees, is deeply antithetical to this vision. The work of a forester, like Matt Langley, in this context, is an exercise in cultural translation. He must try to explain the logic of a working forest to people whose entire experience of the natural world has been shaped by a different set of values. He might find himself walking a property with a new landowner from Boston or New York, a person who is horrified by the thought of cutting down any of their beautiful, mature trees. Matt must then patiently explain the principles of forest ecology, the idea that a forest is not a static museum piece, but a dynamic, living system that is constantly changing. He must explain that a healthy forest is not necessarily an old forest, that a harvest can be a means of creating new, young habitat that is essential for a wide variety of wildlife species. He must explain that a, quote, regeneration cut, which might look messy and destructive in the short term, is actually a necessary act for ensuring the long-term health and diversity of the forest, and for creating conditions that will allow a new generation of trees, like red oak and hard maple, to take root and thrive. He must also try to explain the financial logic of the local community. He must explain that the forest products industry, for all its flaws, is the backbone of the rural economy, that it provides the jobs that support the local tax bases, the schools, the fire departments, and the small businesses that give a Vermont town its character. This is often the most difficult part of the conversation. For a new landowner whose wealth was generated in a different world, the financial struggles of a local logging or sawmill family can seem abstract and distant. Their desire for an untouched personal landscape can often outweigh their concern for the financial health of the community they have just joined. State Forester Tim Morton has experienced this cultural divide in a stark and personal way. He recounted a story of being on a timber sale on a state forest in the recent year, a routine operation planned and marked by professional foresters, when a person out for a walk approached his crew with a question that was both innocent and deeply revealing. "Why are you gentlemen cutting timber?" they asked. The question, in its simplicity, laid bare the yawning gap in understanding. For Tim and his crew, the answer was self-evident. They were practicing forestry, improving the health of the stand, generating revenue for the state, and providing raw material for the local mills. For the citizen who asked it, however, the act of cutting trees was simply incongruous with her idea of a public forest. It was a powerful reminder for Tim that the work of the modern forester is not just to manage trees, but to constantly explain and justify that management to a public that may not share the same root assumptions about the purpose of the forest. Tim notes that when he first started, the more common question from locals was, "Why aren't you cutting more timber?" This cultural divide is not just a matter of differing philosophies. It has a direct and tangible impact on the wood supply. Forester Betsy Lesnikowski has seen this play out in Franklin County, Vermont. She has witnessed a significant shift in land use, as many landowners have discovered that they can make far more money from leasing their land for maple syrup production than they can from periodic timber harvests. The economics of sugaring, particularly with the advent of new, high-yield technologies, have become so compelling that many landowners are actively taking their land out of timber production. They are, in essence, reimagining their forests, managing them not for sawlogs, but for sap. This is a perfectly rational financial decision for the individual landowner, but its cumulative effect is a significant reduction in the available timber base for the mills and loggers who depend on it. This, then, is the knotty and challenging world of the Vermont landowner. It is a world shaped by a well-intentioned public policy that has, in many ways, decoupled land ownership from the necessity of timber production. It is a world that is being reshaped by a new generation of owners who bring with them a different set of cultural values and a different vision for the future. This means that every job is a unique negotiation. They must navigate a patchwork of ideals, working with uneasy links whose motivations are as varied and as complex as the forest itself. The future of Vermont's working landscape will depend on the ability of all these groups to find a common language, a shared understanding that a healthy forest and a healthy forest economy are not opposing forces, but two sides of the same, essential coin. The federal land contrast. The reality of the Northeast's working forest is, for the most part, a story of private land. It is a story of family woodlots, of recreational retreats, of hunt clubs and investment parcels, all governed by the varied and largely unpredictable desires of their individual owners. There is another, massive landowner in the region, an uneasy link in the chain whose holdings dwarf any single private parcel. This landowner is the American public, and its forests are managed by a cadre of professionals in the state and federal agencies. These public lands, from the White Mountain National Forest in New Hampshire to the Green Mountain National Forest in Vermont and the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania, operate under a completely different set of rules, a different set of motivations, and a different timeline than their private counterparts. To understand the full complexity of the modern timber supply chain, one must understand this public-private interface, the dynamic relationship between the government as a seller of a unique and valuable resource and the private industry as its primary buyer. This relationship provides a powerful point of contrast, and it reveals the ultimate truth that governs the entire system. No matter who holds the deed, the uneasiest of links, in all forms, holds the ultimate power. The world of public land management is a world of deliberate processes, of scientific analysis, and of a complex, multi-use mandate that would be utterly foreign to the average private landowner. Joe Gamola is a man who lives and breathes this world. As a timber team leader for the U.S. Forest Service on the Allegheny National Forest in northwestern Pennsylvania, he is responsible for planning and administering timber sales on a vast expanse of public land. His work is a study in long-range thinking and meticulous bureaucratic detail. The Allegheny is not just any forest. It is world-renowned as the premier source for some of the planet's finest black cherry, a wood historically prized by furniture makers and architects from North America to Europe and Asia for its rich color and flawless grain. The timber that Joe Gamola is trying to produce on the A&F is not a commodity, to be bought and sold by the ton like pulpwood or corn. It is a high-value, specialized product, a luxury good that is cultivated over the course of a century or more. The management of such a resource is, by necessity, a slow, patient, and scientifically rigorous endeavor that often involves weeding out the undesirable tree species or individual trees with poor form. Where a private sale might begin with a conversation at a kitchen table, a timber sale on a national forest begins with a years-long process governed by the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. This process is a deep, multidisciplinary dive into the forest ecosystem. A team of specialists, wildlife biologists, hydrologists, archaeologists, silviculturists, will survey the proposed harvest area, analyzing its every facet. They will study the potential impacts on endangered species, on water quality, on historical sites, and on recreational uses. They will develop a series of alternative plans, each with a different set of goals and outcomes. Crucially, they must present these plans to the public, soliciting comments and feedback from a wide range of stakeholders, from local hunting clubs to national environmental organizations. It is a slow, methodical, and sometimes contentious process, designed to ensure that the management of the public's high-value forest asset is transparent and scientifically sound. Joe Gamola's primary mandate is not simply to sell timber, it is to manage the forest for multiple uses. This means that any timber harvest must be designed to achieve a complex set of goals. A cut might be designed to create a specific type of young forest habitat required by a species like the health and resilience of the stand against future threats from pests or diseases. On the Allegheny, a primary goal is the regeneration and cultivation of its world-class hardwoods. This is a form of silviculture that operates on a timeline that transcends human generations. Joe and his team are making decisions today that will impact the quality of the cherry and sugar maple that will be harvested by a different set of loggers for a different set of mills 100 years from now. He explained how the details of a harvest can have significant long-term ecological consequences. The timing of a cut, he noted, can impact seedling survival. If a stand is opened up too much during a wet year, the young seedlings of a valuable species can be overwhelmed by moisture and fail to thrive. This is a level of long-term ecological thinking that is often a luxury for a private landowner focused on more immediate financial or amenity goals. Once a plan is finally approved, the sale itself is laid out with military precision. The trees to be cut are meticulously marked with paint, the boundaries of the harvest area are clearly flagged, and the specific requirements for the logger are spelled out in a thick and detailed contract. The contract will dictate the size and placement of the landing, the specifications for the roads and trails, and the precise BMPs that must be followed. It is a world away from the handshake deals and informal agreements that can sometimes characterize private sales. For all its scientific rigor and procedural formality, the public land timber sale is still subject to the same market forces as any private sale. The Forest Service is the steward of a premium natural resource, but to manage it effectively, it needs a buyer from the private sector. This is where the two worlds collide. Joe Gamola has seen, with increasing frequency, the phenomenon of the no-bid sale. He and his team can spend years planning a sale, conducting the environmental analysis, marking the timber, and preparing the contract, only to have no one from the private industry show up on the sale day. The reasons for this are a perfect illustration of the complex economics of high-grade timber. It is not that there is no market for wood. It is that the market for a specific grade of black cherry or red oak might be temporarily down. Or, more importantly, the high operating costs required for a logger to carefully and responsibly harvest these valuable trees to meet the Forest Service's strict standards for minimizing damage to the residual stand might be too high relative to the price the larger sawmills are willing to pay at that particular moment. A logger bidding on an A&F sale must calculate not just their production costs, but the risk of damaging a single tree that could be worth thousands of dollars. It requires a different level of skill, a different level of care, and a different set of economics than a simple pulpwood job. The public, as landowners, can do everything right, but if the specialized, high-end market is not there, the wood does not move. The fate of Bruce's woods. Any profile of the working forest is, in the end, a story about land. It is a story of deeds and boundaries, of who holds title to the trees, and who, therefore, holds the power to decide their fate. A logger can possess hard-earned skill. A forester can draft an elegant management plan, and a mill can have an insatiable hunger for wood. But all their efforts are ultimately subject to the will of the uneasy link, the landowner whose signature on a contract is the necessary first act of any harvest. For generations, the landscape of ownership in the Northeast was relatively stable, dominated by large industrial holdings and multi-generational family tracts. That stability is gone. The modern forest is a place of constant flux, a landscape being reshaped by powerful economic and social forces that have led to a series of great land transfers. The fate of the ground that Bruce Koenig worked on for his entire life is a powerful, personal, and poignant case study in the ultimate power of the uneasy link. For much of his long career, Bruce Koenig's professional life was tied to two vast tracts of Adirondack timberland. The first was the sprawling holdings of the J.P. Lewis Company, a paper manufacturer that owned tens of thousands of acres of forest managed primarily for the long-term Northern property, another large, privately held tract managed for its timber resources. For decades, Bruce and his brother Ted worked these lands. They knew their hills and ledges, their swamps and ridges, with the intimacy of a man who knows his own backyard. They built the roads, they cut the timber, they worked in a steady, reliable partnership with the landowners, a relationship built on a shared, practical understanding of the forest as a productive, working asset. It was a world that, for a time, seemed permanent. The sense of permanence was fleeting, and the world was changing. The great paper companies of the Northeast, facing a new set of global financial pressures, began to see their timberland holdings not as a strategic resource for their mills, but as a financial asset to be liquidated. In one of a series of massive land sales that reshaped the entire region, the J.P. Lewis Company lands, the ground that Bruce and Ted had logged on for years, were sold. They were sold first to another paper company that in turn granted a conservation easement on these lands to the state of New York. Not long after that, they were sold into a new and more abstract realm of ownership, acquired by one, then another, and then more still, Timberland Investment Management Organizations, or TIMOs. The arrival of the TIMOs represented an elementary shift in the philosophy of land ownership. A TIMO is a financial entity that manages timberland on behalf of institutional investors, pension funds, university endowments, and wealthy individuals. Their primary objective is not to supply a mill or to practice long-term silviculture. It is to generate a specific, predictable rate of financial return for their investors over a defined period, often just 7 to 10 years, but sometimes longer. The forest, in this model, becomes another asset class in a diversified portfolio, managed for its financial performance alongside stocks, bonds, and other assets. This vital link was no longer a local paper company with a vested interest in the long-term health of the regional forest economy. It was a fund manager in a distant city, accountable to a group of investors who might never set foot in the woods. This change had an observable impact on the ground. The management of the former J.P. Lewis lands was driven by a different and more urgent timeline. The focus shifted from long-term yields to supply a mill to a more aggressive harvesting schedule designed to maximize short-term cash flow and meet the return expectations of the investors. Loggers like Paul Mitchell, who worked on these lands, noted a marked difference in the new owners' willingness to invest in the long-term health of the infrastructure. Their primary concern, as he described it in an earlier chapter, was money coming in. They were often less willing to talk about money going out for the kind of expensive, long-term road maintenance and culvert upgrades that are essential for protecting the land in a wetter, more volatile climate. The forest, once managed in concert with the mills, was now being managed more like a financial instrument. A few years prior to this shift, the other great tract of Bruce's working life, the Pratt-Northam lands, underwent its own, equally significant transformation. This property, instead of being sold into the world of institutional finance, followed a different path. It was acquired by the state of New York and incorporated into the Adirondack Forest Preserve. Under the unique and powerful Forever Wild clause of the New York State Constitution, this meant that the land was to be permanently protected from all forms of timber harvesting. Trees that Bruce and Ted would have cut to improve the health of the stand were now off limits, their fate dictated not by a forester's silvicultural prescription, but by a constitutional mandate. The land that had been a working forest for over a century was now a wild forest preserve, its financial potential extinguished in the name of ecological preservation. Then there was a third path, a story of private conservation that unfolded on a key parcel nestled between these other larger tracts. It is a story that involves, in passing, a young forester whose own father was a friend and contemporary. Knowing the type of people Ted and Bruce were, was eager to work with them on the lower preserve of the nearby Adirondack League Club, a private organization founded in 1890 and dedicated to forestry and conservation. These great land transfers, these high-level decisions made in corporate boardrooms and legislative chambers, had a direct and personal impact on Bruce Koenig. He was the senior observer, the man on the ground who watched as the landscape that had defined his life was reshaped by the distant and largely invisible hand of a new series of uneasy links. He had spent his career working in partnership with the land, his methods, a direct, physical conversation with its contours and its character. Now he saw that conversation ended. On one side, he saw the land being treated as a short-term financial asset, its long-term health a secondary concern to the demands of the quarterly report. On the other hand, he saw the land being locked up entirely, its productive potential removed from the local economy forever. His reflections on these changes are not those of a bitter man. They are the subdued, pragmatic observations of a person who has seen the entire bend of a story. He understands the economic forces that drove the paper companies to sell their land. He understands the deep-seated public desire to preserve the wild character of the Adirondacks. He also sees what has been lost. He sees the loss of a shared culture, of a time when the landowners, the foresters, and the loggers were all part of the same local community, bound together by a shared understanding of the working forest. He sees the loss of a certain kind of stability, one rooted not just in the climate, but in the long-term commitment of a landowner who planned to be there for generations. The land he knew is, for him, a case study of the modern Northeast in miniature. It is a story of parcelization, of changing values, and of the ultimate, unassailable power of the first link in the chain to decide the fate of the forest. Chapter 8. The Next Ones. The forest products industry in the Northeast depends on a complex interplay of natural resources, sophisticated machinery, and established markets. Yet its most essential component, the skilled people who work in the woods, are becoming increasingly scarce. The current generation of loggers and foresters is aging out of the profession, and there are too few young people entering the trade to take their place. This demographic shift presents a real challenge to the entire forest economy. This chapter will examine the causes and consequences of this workforce crisis. It looks at the problem through the perspective of industry veterans like Maine logger Andy Irish, who have watched their peers grow old, with few replacements to follow. It covers attempts to recruit new loggers, such as the program run by Finch Paper, and the high financial and operational barriers that make business succession so difficult. We will then see how these pressures create a new set of challenges for public land managers like State Forester Andrea Mercurio, forcing them to adapt their stewardship goals to the reality of a diminished workforce. Finally, the chapter will explore the skills of modern operators like Gabe Russo to understand what is now required to succeed. Taken together, these stories help answer a critical question: what knowledge, methods, and mindset will define the next generation of woodsmen? Unbalanced age classes. The great, humming economy of the northern forest and larger northeastern region, with its stout inventory of timber, its sophisticated machinery, and its intricate network of mills and markets, runs on a single, increasingly scarce, and significantly undervalued resource: skilled human beings. For all the focus on the changing climate, the volatile markets, and the evolving science of silviculture, the most immediate and perhaps most intractable threat to the future of the forest products industry is a simple and sobering demographic fact. The woods have gone gray. The generation of men and women who have formed the backbone of the logging and forestry workforce for the past 40 years is aging, their bodies worn down by a lifetime of hard labor, their numbers dwindling with each passing season. There are too few people coming up behind them to take a slow-motion hollowing out of the industry's most vital asset, a human resource challenge that threatens to bring the entire complex machinery of the forest economy to a grinding halt. To understand the depth of this crisis, one need only to step into a room at any industry meeting, a loggers' continuing education workshop, or a state or regional Society of American Foresters conference. Andy Irish, who has spent a lifetime advocating for his trade, has stood in these rooms for decades. He looks out at the sea of faces, at the men he has known and worked alongside for years, and he sees an entire industry written in the lines around their eyes and the gray in their hair. The room is filled with men and a sprinkling of women, in their 50s, 60s, and even 70s, who have dedicated their lives to the woods. The number of people in their 20s and 30s, the next generation who should be learning the trade and preparing to take the reins, is vanishingly small. The generational transfer of knowledge and skill, the informal apprenticeship that has sustained this craft for centuries, is breaking down. The old-timers are aging out, and there are not enough people coming along to catch the falling torch. The reasons for this are a complex and deeply intertwined knot of finances, culture, and the sheer physical difficulty of the work itself. Logging and forestry are demanding professions, a life of long hours in unforgiving conditions. Even in the modern era of weatherproof cabs, joystick controls, and handy mobile apps, the work takes a heavy physical toll. The operator of a feller buncher or a skidder can spend 10 to 12 hours a day being jostled and shaken, his body absorbing the constant shock of the machine moving over rough and uneven terrain. It is a life of early mornings, of working in the biting cold of winter and the sweltering, black fly-infested heat of late spring. It is a life that demands a rare combination of physical endurance, mechanical aptitude, and an unwavering mental focus. A moment of inattention, a lapse in judgment, can have catastrophic consequences for the machine, for the forest, and for the operator. The physical challenge alone is not what is deterring a new generation. Young people have always been drawn to difficult and demanding work. The true deterrent, the cold, hard reality that stops most young people at the door, is the fact that it is hard to make money in logging, and field forestry jobs do not pay that well. As consulting forester Dan Newman stated in an earlier chapter with a note of weary resignation, nobody wants to do that kind of work. The work he refers to is not just the felling of trees, it is the shouldering of real financial risk for what is often a marginal and unpredictable reward. The path to becoming a successful logging contractor today is a path fraught with financial peril. Andy Irish, who has thought as deeply about the business of logging as anyone in the industry, put a stark number on the problem. You may recall his declaration in an early chapter that making the profession attractive enough to draw in a new generation of smart, ambitious young people would require pay rates of 30% more than they currently are. It is a staggering figure, and it reveals the innate disconnect between the value that loggers provide and the compensation they receive. In an industry where the logger is a price taker, where he has little control over the value of the wood he produces, a 30% increase in rates for pulpwood and other commodity-grade products is a pipe dream. The mills like to pay the bare minimum that keeps the supply flowing today and, next month, never mind that the well will run dry in 5 or 10 years. The mills themselves, under growing pressure from global markets, are not in a position to absorb such a cost. The industry is caught in a seemingly unbreakable financial trap. It cannot afford to pay the rates required to attract a new workforce, and so the workforce continues to shrink and age, a slow-motion demographic collapse. It's worth noting that this situation is not unique to the forest products world, making the competition for workers even more difficult. The view from the consulting forester's desk provides another equally spends his days trying to connect his landowner clients with loggers who can carry out the work prescribed in his management plans. It is a constant and sometimes frustrating search. There's fewer loggers every year, it seems, he said. People are getting out of it. The pool of skilled, reliable, and professional logging contractors is shrinking with each passing year. The ones who remain, the good ones, are in high demand, their schedules often booked a year or more in advance. The challenge is particularly acute for the small, private woodlots that are Dan's bread and butter. A large, high-production logging crew is often not interested in a 10 or 20-acre commercial thinning job. The time and expense of moving their massive machinery for a relatively small volume of wood is simply not worth it. So Dan must rely on a dwindling number of smaller, independent operators, the loggers who are under the most intense pressure. The consequences of this logger shortage ripple through the entire system. It means that landowners who want to have their forests managed must wait longer, sometimes years, for a crew to become available. It means that important and time-sensitive silviculture work, a thinning to improve the health of a stand, a regeneration cut to create a new age class of trees, often does not get done in a timely manner. It means that the flow of wood from the forest to the mill becomes less reliable, creating new challenges for the procurement foresters who are trying to keep their log yards full. The entire system slows down, becomes less efficient, and less responsive, all because the essential human link in the chain is missing. This is the underlying crisis that is unfolding across the Northeast and beyond. It is a story being told not in headlines, but in the worried conversations at the local diner, in the long silences on a forester's phone line as he searches for a willing crew, and in the aging faces that look back at Andy Irish at every industry meeting. The forest economy is still running, but it is running on the fumes of a previous generation's labor. The machines are more powerful than ever. The science of forestry is more sophisticated than in the past, but without the next generation of skilled and dedicated woods worker to operate the machines and apply the science, the entire enterprise faces a future of slow and certain decline. The most endangered species in the northern forest are not birds or mammals, it is people willing to work in the woods. The unpaved path of succession. The graying of the woods is not a distant, abstract problem, it is a present and deepening crisis, a slow-motion unraveling of the human infrastructure that underpins the entire forest economy. For every forester who hangs up his hard hat and logger who parks his equipment for the last time, a vital link in the supply chain disappears. The challenge, then, is not just retaining the few who remain, but actively forging a new generation of woods workers capable of taking their place. This task of succession, of paving a path for new entrants into the trade, is proving to be one of the most difficult and frustrating challenges the industry has ever faced. The old, informal ladder of apprenticeship has been broken, and the new path is unpaved, uncertain, and fraught with true financial and operational peril. In the past, the path into logging was a well-worn one. A young man might start out working for his father, or an uncle, or a family friend, learning the trade from the ground up. He would spend a few years as a skidder operator or a chainsaw crew, absorbing the craft through a long and informal apprenticeship. He would learn how to fix a machine in the field, how to read the lay of the land, how to fell a tree with precision and safety. Over time, if he was ambitious and disciplined, he might save enough money to buy his own used skidder, and then another piece of equipment, and then another, slowly building his own independent business. The rungs of the ladder were close enough together that a determined logger could climb them. Today, that ladder has been replaced by a steeper grade, if not sheer cliff face. This has often been hyped by stating the multi-million-dollar cost of a new harvesting system, but this is misleading. Many loggers in the Northeast operate their entire career that it is difficult to start with a single-use machine and chainsaw and work your way up. That approach can work in accessible large-diameter saw timber, but much of today's forestry requires the efficient harvesting of large volumes of low-quality trees. The industry has become so capital-intensive that the old organic path of succession has been all but eliminated. This has forced the industry to confront a difficult question. If new loggers can no longer grow from within, how can they be created from scratch? The modern era of Finch Paper in New York and its Young Logger program provides a powerful and sobering case study in the great difficulty of this task. In the early 2010s, Mike McLarty, the Vice President of Forestry and Wood Procurement at Finch, was already a man paid to take the long view. His job was not just to secure the wood that the mill needed for the following week, but to ensure there would be a steady and reliable supply of timber for the next 10, 20, and 30 years. For years, as he looked out at his contractor base, He saw the same demographic writing on the wall that Andy Irish saw at the industry meetings. His loggers were getting older, and no one was coming up to replace them. He realized that this was not just a problem for the loggers, it was an existential threat to his mill. Without a healthy and sustainable logging workforce, the mill would eventually be starved for wood. Faced with this reality, Finch Paper decided that they could not simply wait for a new generation to emerge. They had to actively create it, and so the Young Logger program was born. Mike McClarty described the initiative as a, quote, painful necessity. It was an acknowledgement that the old model of succession was broken, and that the company had to step in to fill the void. The program was designed to identify promising young candidates and provide them with the support they would need to get a new logging business off the ground. This support was not trivial. It often involved helping the young logger secure the financing for their first set of machinery, a significant co-signing of risk on the part of the company. It involved guaranteeing the new contractor a certain volume of work, a steady diet of timber sales on Finch's own lands and private lands. They managed to ensure that they would have the cash flow needed to make their monthly payments. On paper, it was a smart and forward-thinking solution, a direct and strategic intervention to solve a critical business problem. The program has been, as Mike McClarty admitted, not easy and not without a lot of bumps in the road. The high failure rate he described earlier in Chapter 3, where only 1 of 3 sponsored graduates remained in the industry, is a cautionary tale that illustrates the immense pressures facing any new logging business. The reality of the 2 who left is a cautionary tale, an illustration of the stupendous, multifaceted pressures that can crush a new logging business before it ever has a chance to get on its feet. It is a story that goes far beyond the simple ability to operate a machine. The modern logger must be more than a good operator. He must be a savvy and disciplined businessman. A young person might be a wizard in the cab of a feller buncher, capable of laying down wood with impressive speed and precision, but have no idea how to manage a payroll, how to bid a job, or how to navigate the complex and ever-changing worlds of insurance and BMP compliance. The wherewithal required to run a modern logging operation is voluminous, and it is not a skill that is easily taught in a classroom. Then there is the ever-present weight of the debt. Even with the support of a company like Finch, the young logger is still the one whose name is on the loan papers, the one who is ultimately responsible for the expensive line of credit. The psychological burden of this debt is wearisome. It creates an unyielding pressure to produce, to keep the machines running at all costs. Even when the weather is uncooperative or the ground is too soft, it can lead to a cycle of deferred maintenance, of cutting corners, and of a kind of sober desperation that can be toxic to a new business. All in all, there are easier ways to make a living. The old model of apprenticeship, though not without flaws, provided a crucial layer of mentorship and support that is often missing for the modern young logger. A young man working for his father or another local leader could learn the business slowly, under the watchful eye of an experienced veteran. He could learn how to fix a machine without having to call in an expensive field mechanic. He could learn how to navigate the complex social dynamics of dealing with landowners and foresters. He could learn the trade in a relatively low-risk environment. By contrast, the young logger in a corporate-sponsored program today may be on his own, a solo entrepreneur tasked with managing a massive enterprise with little real-world experience. The bumps in the road that Mike McClarty spoke of are often deep and damaging potholes, and without the guidance of a mentor to help navigate, it is all too easy to fall in them. The perspective of the veterans who have managed to survive and thrive in this difficult business only underscores the immensity of the challenge. Bruce Koenig and his brother built their business from the ground up, but they did so in a world where the price of entry was a fraction of what it is today, and where the steady rhythm of the seasons provided a stable foundation for growth. When asked several years back about the succession plan for his nephew Eric to take over, Bruce replied, "It's his." A truly successful small business means the owner can hand off a turnkey operation without placing a financial burden on the next generation. We see far too little of this. Andy Irish has successfully navigated the transition to the modern, mechanized era, but he has done so through decades of hard work, shrewd investment, and a constant, relentless process of adaptation. He understands, as well as anyone, the financial realities that are stacked against a new entrant. His call for a large increase in rates is a direct acknowledgement that the bedrock economics of the industry are a primary barrier to entry. The succession crisis, therefore, is not a problem that can be solved by a single program or a single company. It is a systemic challenge that is deeply rooted in the financial structure of the industry itself. Corporate programs like the one at Finch Paper are a necessary and admirable effort, a sign that the industry is aware of the problem and is trying to find solutions. They are, in many ways, treating a symptom, not the underlying disease. They are trying to pave a path for a new generation. But that path leads to an economic landscape that is, for many, simply inhospitable. The challenge of succession is a stark reminder that the future of the forest economy depends not just on the health of the trees, but on the creation of a business environment where the next generation has a real and fighting chance of surviving. The forester's dilemma. The crisis of a shrinking workforce is not just an abstract enterprise problem for the logging contractor or a distant concern for the mill owner. For the foresters charged with managing our timberlands, it has become a daily, on-the-ground reality that is altering what is possible in the woods. The carefully laid out silvicultural plans, the multi-decade strategies for improving forest health and habitat, all depend on the existence of a healthy, diverse, and available pool of logging professionals to execute the work. As that pool shrinks and the financial pressures mount, foresters like Andrea Mercurio find themselves in a truly difficult position, forced to adapt their own management playbook to a world with fewer players and a different set of rules. As a forester for the state of New York, Mercurio is responsible for the stewardship of about 107,000 acres of public land. The core of her job is to implement forestry practices that ensure the long-term health and productivity of these forests. For decades, timber sales have been the primary tool for achieving this, a symbiotic relationship where the removal of timber generates revenue while accomplishing specific silvicultural goals, such as thinning an overstocked stand or creating openings for regeneration of a new age class of trees. That symbiosis, however, is becoming increasingly strained, caught between a mismatch of machinery on the ground and the collapse that markets for low-grade roundwood and biomass chips were strong. Logging contractors in her region invested heavily in the equipment required to feed that demand. Large, high-production feller bunchers and grapple skidders designed to handle large volumes of wood efficiently. When those markets evaporated, the loggers were left with the high-horsepower machines and the hefty monthly payments that came with them. Now Mercurio faces a difficult paradox. The loggers who are equipped to work in her area have big machines that aren't great on wet soils and are poorly suited for the more delicate harvests that are often needed. At the same time, the lack of low-grade markets means that improvement cuts designed to remove poor-quality trees and retain favored better ones are often no longer financially feasible. The essential tool of the forester has been hobbled by forces far beyond the forest itself. This challenge is compounded by another, more human factor. The pool of contractors willing and able to bid on state timber sales is shrinking. Mercurio acknowledges that her list of bidders is small for a specific reason. Loggers know that the state's environmental rules will be strictly enforced. They know that if conditions deteriorate, she will shut the job down to protect the resource, a responsible decision from the state's perspective, but a potentially devastating financial blow to a contractor with high fixed costs. As a result, a difficult dynamic has emerged. The few large logging outfits that are left, desperate to keep their expensive machines working and cover their overhead, often blow everybody out of the water with their bids, as Mercurio notes. They may not be making a large profit on the sale, but by securing the work, they lose less money than they would by sitting idle. This leaves smaller, local operators unable to compete, further concentrating the work in the hands of a few large players and reducing the diversity of the contractor base that foresters can rely on. Faced with this new reality, a shortage of bidders, a mismatch of equipment, and broken markets, Mercurio and her team have been forced to write a new management playbook. The first, and perhaps most significant change, is a strategic triage of the forest itself. I'm not going to go to those low-grade stands and try to improve them if I know there's no market for them, she explains. Instead, she must focus her limited resources where the economics still work. I'm looking to my red pine stands, and my nicer hardwoods that have been tended. The state is now forced to keep focusing on the same acreage, the parcels of higher quality timber that can attract a bid and pay for their own improvement, while other stands that need silviculture work may have to wait indefinitely. The second adaptation is a shift toward accomplishing forestry work without a traditional timber sale. We're doing a little more in-house, Mercurio says, describing how her small team of 3 foresters now takes on projects themselves. This includes timber stand improvement, TSI work, where foresters manually thin or kill undesirable trees to release more promising ones, as well as targeted herbicide treatments to control interfering vegetation. When the work is beyond the capacity of her team, they can sometimes secure state contracts to get it done, bypassing the timber sale model altogether. It is a core change in strategy, a move away from the integrated harvest model and toward a more piecemeal, publicly funded approach to getting necessary stewardship work done on the ground. Despite these growing challenges, Mercurio does not believe the situation is hopeless. Her pragmatism is tempered by a cautious optimism rooted in the grit of the industry's family-oriented culture. She sees a committed group of loggers, particularly those with young sons that are groomed to take over the business. This next generation, she believes, is ambitious and actively looking outside of their normal markets to find other ways to move wood products. In their ingenuity and commitment, she sees the seeds of a future. It may be a smaller, more focused, and more challenging future, but it is one where the forester's dilemma might just find its solution in the enduring spirit of the logger. Today, this account of the forest products industry, as told through the lens of its workforce crisis, is one of grand and daunting challenges. It is a story of a graying workforce, of a broken ladder of succession, and of a business model that often seems designed to crush the people who form its foundation. It would be easy, in the face of these realities, to conclude that the industry is in a state of terminal decline, a relic of a bygone era destined to fade into obscurity. To do so would be to miss the subtle, powerful, and deeply practical sources of hope that are emerging from within the woods themselves. This hope is not a naive optimism, not a belief that the old days will return. It is a hard-won, unsentimental hope, shaped by necessity and forged in the crucible of the modern challenge. It is a hope rooted in the rise of a new kind of professionalism, a synthesis of tactical ingenuity, deep ecological understanding, and an unwavering commitment to stewardship that is redefining what it means to work in the woods in the 21st century. This new professionalism is not a single, monolithic movement, but a mosaic of individual adaptations, a collection of smart, entrepreneurial operators who are finding new ways to survive and thrive in a difficult world. Gabe Russo, the insightful, cut-to-length operator from Vermont's Meadowy Valley, is a powerful case study in the resourcefulness that defines this new breed. Gabe is a man who understands that the modern logger cannot simply overpower the landscape. He must outthink it. His work is a constant process of proactive problem-solving, a game of chess against the weather and the terrain, and he is using every tool at his disposal to gain an advantage. This tactical ingenuity is complemented by a broader industry-wide shift toward a deeper culture of professional stewardship. This is more than just following the rules. It is an internalization of the principles of good land management, a recognition that a logger's long-term success is inextricably linked to his reputation as a responsible operator. County Forester Matt Langley has had a front-row seat for this evolution. His job is to oversee logging operations on both public and private lands, and he has seen a large change in the attitude and practices of the best logging crews. He spoke in an earlier chapter of the new sense of comfort he feels when he arrives at a job site and sees a piece of excavation equipment parked on the landing. In the past, a bulldozer might have been seen as a tool of disruption. Today, for a forester like Matt, it is a powerful signal of professionalism. It tells him that the logger has made the necessary investment in the right tools to do the job right. It tells him that the operator has the capability to build stable roads, to properly install culverts, to manage water effectively, and to leave the site in a clean and stable condition. The change goes deeper than just the equipment. This new professionalism has a real and tangible value in the marketplace. Forester Paul Snyder understands this as well as anyone. His job is to keep his mill supplied with a steady diet of high-quality hardwood logs, a task that requires him to navigate the complex world of landowners, many of whom are deeply wary of the logging process. A relationship with a logger with a reputation for clean, responsible work is one of Paul's most valuable assets. When he can go to a hesitant landowner and tell them that he has a specific contractor in mind, one known for his professionalism and his commitment to stewardship, it can be the single most important factor in securing a timber sale. It allows him to manage the landowner's expectations, to replace their fear with a sense of trust and confidence. In the competitive world of timber procurement, a logger's reputation for doing the right thing is as valuable as a sharp saw or a powerful skidder. It is a form of professional capital that is built slowly, one well-managed job site at a time. Underpinning all of this is the growing importance of shared knowledge. The challenges of the modern woods are too complex for any one person to solve alone. The industry's persistence and growth depend on a network of experts who are dedicated to understanding the changing landscape and sharing that knowledge with the people on the ground. Ray Berthium, the extension field specialist from New Hampshire, is a key studying the intricate science of the forest and then translating that science into practical, usable information for the loggers and foresters who need it most. His detailed hydrological explanation of the fall mud season, the way the saturated soils of a wet October simply cannot dry out until a deep freeze arrives, is a perfect example of this vital work. He is providing the why behind the what, giving the operators a deeper understanding of the physical forces they are contending with every day. This work, carried out through workshops, articles, and countless one-on-one conversations, is another essential source of hope. It is building a smarter, more informed, and more adaptive industry from the ground up. This, then, is the new professionalism, a mosaic of tactical skill, environmental ethics, and shared knowledge. It is the unsentimental confidence in the future of the forest products industry in the Northeast. It represents a marked departure from the world that Bruce Koenig knew when he first stepped into the woods. His was a world that valued rugged independence, a world where a man's worth was measured by his ability to stand alone, to solve his own problems, and to produce a steady volume of wood through sheer force of will and physical endurance. The next woods workers must still possess that same grit and determination, but it is no longer enough. He or she must also be a savvy technician, a skilled diplomat, a practical hydrologist, and a sophisticated business manager. These people must be collaborators, lifelong learners, and proactive stewards. Bruce, looking out at this new and complex landscape, admires the ingenuity and the steadfastness of those who are navigating it. He also, perhaps, recognizes that for all the changes in the tools and the techniques, the one essential quality that has always defined the true woods work remains the same. It is the quality of judgment, the unheralded internal calculus of someone alone in the woods, looking at a piece of ground, reading its story, and knowing, in their bones, the right thing to do. Chapter 9. Different Types of Optimism. This chronicle of the working forests of the Northeast, as we have seen, is one of accelerating change. It is a story of a climate that no longer follows the old rules, of a marketplace that is increasingly volatile, and of a landscape being reshaped by new owners with different values. The men and women who make their living in these woods have been forced to adapt in 100 different ways, developing new skills and machinery to contend with this new reality. Survival now, however, requires more than just a new method or a better machine. It requires a particular state of mind, a form of forward-looking belief that can endure in the face of compounding pressures. This belief is not a single, simple thing. It comes in different forms, rooted in different experiences. This chapter is an exploration of these different types of optimism: the unsentimental, pragmatic optimism of the diversified businessman, the grudging optimism of the logger who must find hope for the future, even as he confronts the crisis woods that are too wet, too often. We will explore a different path, a story of entrepreneurial spark and adaptation. Then we will turn to deeply held, enduring optimism that is rooted in the continuity of family and the legacy of place. It is a search for the mettle required to face the future itself. Ultimately, this chapter is a story about legacy. It is a story of fathers and sons, of nephews and great-nephews, of a deep and enduring connection between a family and a place. We will return to our central figure, Bruce Koenig, and see, through his eyes, the passing of the torch to new generations. It is a story of both loss and continuity, a grave and unsentimental look at what it takes to be a woodsman in a world that is being remade as you read this, and a search for a fragile but persistent hope in the enduring power of family and the land itself. An honorable exit. Any account of a life in the woods, like the story of the forest itself, is told in seasons. There is a spring of ambition, a summer of high production, an autumn of hard-won wisdom, and finally, a winter whose name was synonymous with logging in the Adirondacks for more than 4 decades. The final season of his long and respected career arrived in recent years, not with a sudden storm, but with a sober and deliberate calculation. His decision to exit the logging business, to sell the powerful machinery that had been the tools of his trade, and to silence the familiar roar of his operation is not a story of failure. It was an honorable exit, a rational and unsentimental choice made by a man who looked down the long road of the future and saw, with a sobering clarity, that the path was no longer sustainable. His story remains a powerful testament to the multitude of pressures that are reshaping the forest products industry, a tale that captures, in the arc of a single career, the real challenges of being a logger in a new and uncertain time. For years, Paul and Mary Mitchell ran one of the most successful and well-regarded logging operations in New York State. Their company, Paul Mitchell Logging, was a formidable presence in the Adirondack woods, a high-production, whole-tree harvesting system that was known for its efficiency, its professionalism, and its commitment to doing the job right. He was a logger's logger, a man who understood the intricate dance of machinery and men, who knew how to move wood from the stump to the mill with a speed and a precision that was the envy of many. He was also a savvy businessman, a man who understood the true economics of the industry, who had weathered the booms and the busts, and who had managed to not only survive, but to thrive in a notoriously difficult business. By the early 2020s, he had begun to feel the ground shifting beneath his feet. The pressures that had been slowly building for years, the shrinking of the skilled labor pool, the rising cost of equipment and insurance, the increasing volatility of the climate, had begun to converge into a single, seemingly insurmountable challenge. He found himself spending more and more time not in the woods, but in the office, grappling with a set of problems that had nothing to do with felling of trees. He was a manager of people, a negotiator of contracts, a student of complex regulations, and a constant, worried observer of the weather forecast. The work of logging had become, for him, a secondary part of a much larger and more stressful enterprise. The breaking point, the moment when the long, slow calculation finally resolved itself into a clear and unavoidable decision, came not in the woods, but during a season of excavation work following a winter logging season. When things had dried out enough to go back to work in the woods, he couldn't find any reason to do so. He had only enough labor to keep his road work going and little financial incentive to go back to logging. Paul Mitchell thought hard before he made his decision. The woods business had been good to his family, and it is the core of his personal legend. He saw the huge stacks of capital tied up in his equipment, the systematic pressure of the loan payments, the rising cost of his insurance, the ever-present threat of another breakdown, another week of rain, another lost employee. He saw a future of diminishing returns and increasing stress. He decided, with an assured and keen resolve, that he was done. The process of dismantling the business he had spent a lifetime building was methodical and pragmatic. He did not simply walk away. He executed an honorable exit. Then he began to sell most of his logging equipment, the great, powerful machines that had been the symbols of his successes, especially the large flail chipper that was the core of his production system. They ran this machine for many years, but the time had come when they needed to repair it almost daily. Nothing in the wood markets justified replacing it with a new one. His decision sent a shockwave through the Adirondack logging community. If a man as successful, as respected, and as tough as Paul Mitchell could no longer make a go of it, what did that mean for the rest of them? His story was not a story of a single, catastrophic failure, but rather a logical look at the alternatives. His exit from logging was not an exit from the woods or from work. It was a pivot, an adaptation, a strategic move to focus on another aspect of his business that only his tolerance for the difficult-to-manage risks of the logging business. He transitioned his company to focus on what had once been a sideline, the production and sale of crushed stone and other aggregate materials. This is a business he knows well, a business that was essential to the construction of the roads that his log trucks had once traveled. Paul had anticipated the need to diversify his revenue streams 2 decades earlier. This led him to first operate and then purchase the old NL Industries mine at Tahawus in the central Adirondacks. Mitchell Stone Products was born. The huge piles of mine tailings were sufficient, in his estimation, to allow 3 generations of Mitchells to supply crushed stone to the region. Trucking distance being the primary limit to markets for crushed stone, he soon leased the former Benson Mines property for the same purposes. This is 80 miles west of Tahawus. Mitchell headquarters sits in Tupper Lake, midway between the 2 mines. Supplying stone is a business that was less subject to the whims of the weather, less dependent on a shrinking pool of specialized labor, and less exposed to the volatile swings of the global timber market. It was, in short, a more stable and less risky way to make a living from the land. It is also one that provides a solution to one of the major challenges caused by climate changes. Stone is a quick cure for eroding gravel roadways. Paul will not only supply a landowner or municipality with stone, but he will happily build them a road out of it. Paul Mitchell's logging exit, then, is more than just the story of one man's career or one family's business. It is a powerful and sobering parable for the entire forest products industry. It is a testament to the realities that are forcing even the best and most adaptable operators to question the long-term viability of the trade. It is a story that underscores the urgent need for new models, new strategies, and new ways of thinking if the industry is to have a future. It is a personal illustration of the human cost of a changing world, a world where the old rules no longer apply and where the path forward is becoming increasingly difficult to find. In recent years, the steady hum of his new stone-crushing operation has replaced the roar of his old logging crew, the sound of a man who successfully navigated the treacherous currents of his time, and who had the wisdom to know when one chapter of his life in the woods had ended, even as the next was taking off. Right about the time Paul was deciding to step away from logging, he was asked to participate in a regional roundtable meeting about the viability of logging in the Adirondacks. His work kept him away, but he sent the group a message about his future in logging. Tell them we've got better things to do. Resilient diversification. Paul Mitchell, his long and successful career in logging brought to a deliberate and rational end, is a story of one possible path through the difficult landscape of the modern forest products industry. It is the path of the honorable exit, a choice made by a man who looked at the compounding risks of a volatile climate, a shrinking labor pool, capricious markets, and decided that the game was no longer worth the reward. Others see another path, a different kind of response to the same set of pressures. It is not the path of exit, but of evolution. It is the path of the diversified woodsman, a new kind of professional who emerges not from a desire to leave the forest, but from a fierce determination to find a way to stay in it. This is a story of entrepreneurial adaptation, of a pragmatic and unsentimental willingness to expand the definition of what it means to be a logger and an entrepreneur. The future of the industry may not lie in a single, all-encompassing solution, but in the collective persistence of these agile, multi-talented operators who are learning to build a business that is as varied and responsive as the forest itself. The life and career of Sam Lincoln, a man whose roots run deep in the working landscape of Vermont, are a masterclass in this new model of resilience. He has spent his life working the land, and he understands, in his bones, the thin margins and inherent uncertainty of a resource-based economy. His journey has been one of constant adaptation, of pivots made not out of a desire for novelty, but out of a clear-eyed response to changing realities. He began it on a dairy farm with the milking and hay bales described in an earlier chapter. He approaches his work with a farmer's practicality and a deep respect for his continuously updated ledger. As we profiled back in Chapter 3, markets evaporated, and Sam found himself at a crossroads. These sudden jerks in the supply chain would not support his well-run business. Sam's story is a stark testament to the fact that you can't do logging just out of habit. It's a business, one that is decidedly vulnerable to global economic currents that can change with the speed and finality of a summer thunderstorm, as they did for him in 2016. That experience was a turning point for Sam Lincoln. It transformed him from a businessman into an advocate, leading him eventually into public service. He did much good in this role, but still thought about cutting wood every day. After 5 years of government work, he heeded that call and went back to logging. Conditions were, perhaps, better than they had been when he left in 2016, but a lot of other things had changed, and the summer rainstorms had become more intense. This reinforced a lesson he had learned long ago on the farm. To survive in a volatile, resource-based economy, one must be prepared to adapt. His most recent adaptation, in the wake of the catastrophic Vermont floods of 2023, is perhaps the most powerful illustration of the pragmatic ethos of the diversified woodsman. The floods, a direct and devastating manifestation of the new climate reality, left a rural landscape of washed-out roads, scoured stream banks, and ruined infrastructure. The need for skilled operators with heavy equipment to do the work of repair and reclamation was daunting. Sam, seeing both the community's needs and the business opportunity, made another pivot. He invested in an excavator and transformed his business to meet the new demand. He was no longer just a logger. He was now in the excavation business, a contractor capable of doing the difficult and essential work of putting a flood-ravaged landscape back together. This was not a move driven by a newfound love for earth-moving. It was a move driven by a clear and unsentimental understanding of financial necessity. "I'm not passionate about digging foundations," he stated, his words a perfect distillation of the mindset that now defines the successful logger. "What I am passionate about," he continued, "is paying my bills." This is the core of the new resolve. It is not about clinging to a romantic ideal of what it means to be a logger. It is about having the foresight, the courage, and the entrepreneurial mindset to find new ways to generate revenue, to keep the cash flowing, and to keep a family-owned business alive in the face of unpredictable challenges. It is a philosophy of what he calls forced optimism, a belief in the future that is grounded not in wishful thinking, but in the hard, practical work of building a more stable business foundation. The genius of Sam Lincoln's pivot lies in the complementary nature of the work. Excavation is a business that requires many of the same core competencies as logging: the ability to operate heavy machinery with skill and precision, a deep understanding of soil and hydrology, and the knowledge of how to build and repair roads. Crucially, the busy season for excavation, the late spring, summer, and fall construction seasons, often coincide with the periods when logging is most difficult due to wet ground. By diversifying, he has built a business that is no longer held hostage by the weather. If the woods are too wet to log, he can be digging a foundation or installing a septic system. If the construction work slows down, he can be back in the forest. He has created a business model that is, by its design, more capable of absorbing the shocks of both the climate and the market. This trend toward diversification is not unique to Sam Lincoln. It is a grassroots movement, a series of individual adaptations that are quietly reshaping the forest economy across the Northeast. The excavator, the machine that has become an indispensable tool for implementing best management practices on a logging job, has also become the key to now using their excavators to do dirt work elsewhere during the mud seasons, a vital source of supplemental income that helps them cover their fixed costs during periods of downtime. This is the new shape of the successful rural business. It is agile, it is diversified, and it is ruthlessly pragmatic. The next woodsman may not fit neatly into the old categories. He may be a logger in the winter, an excavator in the summer, and a firewood processor in the fall. He or she must be an entrepreneur who understands that in a world of increasing uncertainty, the key to survival is not to be a specialist, but to be a multi-talented generalist, a master of not just one trade, but of several. He must have the vision to see new opportunities where others see only problems, and the courage to invest in the new skills and the new equipment needed to pursue them. This emerging model represents an eye-opening challenge to the traditional identity of the logger, but it also offers the most tangible and realistic source of hope for the future. It is a hope that is born not of government programs or academic theories, but of the on-the-ground ingenuity and the fierce, unsentimental will to survive that has always characterized the people of the woods. The human imprint on the forest is not just one of struggle and hardship. It is also one of constant, creative, and often brilliant adaptation. The diversified woodsman, with his multiple skills, his astute focus on paying the bills, and his deep and abiding connection to the working landscape, may be the most enduring figure of all, the one best equipped to navigate the unpredictable currents of the future. The North Lake Road. This tale of the northern forest is a story of constant, ongoing change, a story told in the grand, slow-motion cycles of ecological time and in the frantic, compressed timelines of human endeavor. The forest remembers the glaciers that scoured its bedrock, the great windstorms that tumbled over the timber, and the patient return of yellow birch and red spruce. It also holds the memory of the human hand, the mark of the saw, the fading ghost of the skid road, the echo of the chainsaw. If one seeks a living witness to this long and complex conversation between the people and the land, a single human memory that holds the full spectrum of the modern era, one will inevitably find the way to the western edge of the Adirondacks, to an obscure corner of a world that has been monumentally and irrevocably remade. Here, along the winding ribbon of the North Lake Road, a road as long and as deeply etched into the landscape as his own life has been, lives Bruce Koenig. He is the senior observer of the unending cycles of the woods, an occasional participant in its modern rituals, and a sage whose memory holds the entirety of the industry's recent history. His own sawmill, the one he and his brother Ted bought with cash in an era of greater certainty, now stands silent. The great circular saw that for decades changed logs into lumber is gone, a poignant silence in its place. The unending demands of running a mill, of feeding its insatiable appetite for logs, of managing the complex dance of markets and labor, have been passed on to a younger generation. Bruce has not left the woods behind. He will never do this. The connection is too deep, the habits of a lifetime too ingrained. He can be found, on a good day, helping on his nephew's logging operation, his experienced eye watching the flow of the work, his hands, though older, still knowing the feel of a chainsaw and the heft of a chain. He is a welcome occasional visitor on the job sites of other loggers in the region, an elder statesman who comes not to supervise, but to talk, to listen, and to bear witness. He is the keeper of the collective memory, a man who looks at the modern world of logging and sees not just what is, but the ghost of what was. Remember the North Lake Tower? Built during Bruce Koenig's school days in 1950, it was a confident and reassuring presence in the night sky. Well, in 1998, the lights went out. Fort Drum engineers dropped the tower with explosives, ending a half-century presence on the horizon. For Bruce, the absence was as striking as the tower's height had once been. Its fall seemed to coincide with a deeper change. In the climate and the market, and in the cadence of the forest products, and with it, a sense that the world beyond the tree line was as constant as the seasons themselves. From his vantage point of 8 decades in the woods, he sees the changes with a sharp and unsparing clarity. He sees them most intensely in the weather itself. He remembers the winters of his youth at North Lake, the wicked snows that would seal his family in for days, the deep and abiding cold that was not a threat but a promise. It was the promise of a solid foundation, of frozen ground that would hold a machine, of a long and uninterrupted season of work. He recalls the craft of building a winter road, of packing the snow and insulating it with brush, a skill that was as essential to the logger of his day as knowing how to sharpen a saw. Now he looks at his nephew's crew fighting the mud in a wet November, their powerful, expensive machines struggling for traction on a saturated skid trail, and he knows it is a different world. The simple, non-negotiable fact of the deep freeze, the one constant upon which his entire career was built, has become a fickle and unreliable memory. He sees the change, too, in the equipment. His first day in the woods with Skinny Axtell and the D4 bulldozer, a small but steady machine that felt, to the young Bruce, like the embodiment of mechanical force. He remembers the Bombardier skidder, with its wide tracks designed to float over the soft spruce flats. These were machines that were, by modern standards, simple and modest. They were machines that a man could understand, and that he could often fix himself with a wrench and a bit of ingenuity. He looks now at the modern machinery on his nephew's landing, the Feller buncher with its complex hydraulic head, the massive grapple skidder, and he sees a revolution. He understands the logic of it. He knows that the changing forest, with its smaller, lower-quality timber, demands this kind of high-volume production. He also sees the hefty financial burden that comes with this new equipment. He sees the staggering price tag, the massive investment that requires a logger to work at a relentless pace, a pace that leaves no room for error, no slack in the system. He sees a generation of younger loggers who are tethered to the bank, their professional lives dictated by the dreaded rhythm of the monthly payment. He built a business on the principle of avoiding debt. He now sees an industry that cannot function without it. Bruce sees the change in the people. He learned his trade through a long and informal apprenticeship, by watching and listening to the veteran woodsmen who came before him, the Bob Bramhalls and Fred Rockers of that world. It was a world where a man's reputation was built on his work ethic, his self-reliance, and his practical, on-the-ground skill. He looks now at the young operators in the cabs of the new machines, and he sees a different kind of logger. He sees a young person who must be not only a skilled operator, but a computer technician, a financial manager, a contract negotiator, and a student of environmental guidelines. He hears of the new models, the business schools, and the management theories, and he understands their necessity. He also sees the loss of something, the fading of the old, self-taught craft, the replacement of hands-on knowledge with a more abstract, more formalized kind of expertise. He comes from a world where a man's word and a handshake were often enough to seal a deal. He now sees a world of thick, ironclad contracts, of performance bonds, and of a constant, documented dance of compliance. Bruce sees the change in the land itself, and the motivations of the uneasy links who own the trees. He spent much of his career working for large industrial landowners, companies like J.P. Lewis, whose primary objective was clear, simple, and aligned with his own: to produce a steady supply of wood for their mills. It was a straightforward, professional relationship. He looks at the landscape today and sees a far more complex and fragmented picture. He sees the family woodlot, managed not for timber, but for a view. He sees the recreational parcel, where logging must cease for the convenience of the hunters. He sees the new landowner from the city, who brings a deep love for the forest, but often a deeper misunderstanding of the work required must be as much a diplomat as a silviculturist, where every timber harvest is a unique and sometimes delicate negotiation of competing values. Amidst all this flux and his observations of a changing world, Bruce Koenig found his own true source of stability. An important and meaningful adaptation came later in life than for most, when in his 50s, he married his wife, Chick. A staunch supporter of his outdoor lifestyle, she is a material witness to his world, enjoying their frequent treks up the winding road to their camp on North Lake. She sometimes joins him on the landing with a camera, documenting the flow of wood from his nephew Eric's operations. In a life marked by the passing of seasons and the transformation of an industry, this partnership represents its own subtle optimism, a personal connection that complements the family legacy. Bruce Koenig enjoys looking backward to reminisce, but when he looks forward now, he sees something else, something really great. A new chapter being written, a story of continuity, of legacy, and of a family's enduring connection to the Adirondack woods. The sawmill that he and Ted ran for so many years may be idle, but the land around it is alive with the sounds of new generations. His nephew Eric, the man who now carries the family's logging business forward, lives in a house beside the old sawmill site, just down the road from Bruce and Chick. Eric's son, Trevor, Bruce's great-nephew, now lives in the former home that Bruce and his parents, Otto and Ernestine, once called home. In a turn of history so poignant and so perfect that it seems scripted, Trevor has a young son of his own, a boy named Teddy, named for the brother that Bruce worked alongside for a lifetime. 5 generations of a single family, their lives all rooted in the same tract of Adirondack ground, their history written in the grain of the local woods. The cycle of work continues as well. Bruce is excited to know that in the coming winter, Eric will work on the Raymond Hills. He was there a couple of winters back and will return this winter. It is a piece of land Bruce knows intimately. He and Ted had cut timber on that same long series of rocky hills back in the winter of 1993. Now, 32 years later, he will revisit this place with his nephew's crew, with their modern high-production machinery, harvesting the trees that have been left to grow. Bruce will be glad to lend a hand freezing the road and hand-felling some trees. Eric, a skilled logger in his own right, will work through the stand with a skill and precision that makes Bruce proud. He sees not just a nephew, but a top professional, a man who had mastered the complex art of modern logging. He sees the continuity of the craft, the passing of the torch from one generation to the next. This is what Bruce Koenig remembers and what he sees. He is not a man given to nostalgic despair. He is a pragmatist, a survivor, a man who has spent a lifetime adapting to the changing realities of the woods. He loves the old and happily participates in the new. He looks at the growing challenges facing his nephew's generation, and he sees them with a clear and unsentimental eye. He worries about the future, about the long-term health of the forest, about the viability of an industry that seems to be under constant assault. Most of all, he sees the enduring power of family, of a deep and abiding connection to place, and of the simple, deep satisfaction of a hard day's work well done. He sees the young boy named Teddy, and he sees a flicker of a future he wasn't always sure he could dare to imagine. His own story has reached a slower point of reflection, but cycles and changes in the forest continue. He stands now as a senior observer, a living bridge between the old ways and the new. He watches his nephew's crew work, a looming figure on the landing, a man whose presence is a link to the past, and whose keen observations are a gift to the present. His old sawmill is quiet, but the forest that surrounds his home is not. It is alive with the same slow, patient, and enduring rhythms that have governed it for a millennium. It holds the memory of the deep snows of his youth, of the clanking treads of his first dozer, and of the hundreds of thousands of trees that he has felled and sawn and sent out to the world. His life has been a single remarkable chapter in the forest's long indelible imprint on this land, and it, in turn, has left its mark on him. He is a man of the woods, a man who understands its logic, who has respected its power, and who has made his peace with its constant, unceasing, and unsympathetic change. The closeout. A life in the wet woods is one of adapting. It is a story of people and industries bending to the will of a demanding landscape, of finding ways to make a living in a place of thin soils, steep slopes, and long, hard, and increasingly wet winters. The adaptations of the past were a response to a known set of rules, a conversation with a climate that, while often harsh, was at least predictable. The story told in these pages is now one of a different and more lasting challenge. It is a tale of a supply chain under real and accelerating stress, an account of an industry forced to adapt not to a stable set of conditions, but to the unraveling of the seasons themselves. The research that formed the foundation of this book began not with stories, but with data. It began with a close, clinical look at the climate records, a comparison of the monthly temperature and precipitation averages from the 1980s to the modern era. The findings were stark and unambiguous. The Northeast has become a warmer and wetter place to work. Average temperatures in the critical winter months of December and January have risen by as much as 4.5 degrees Fahrenheit. The month of October now receives, on average, a full inch-and-a-half more of rain. These are not abstract numbers. They are a direct assault on the operational realities of the forest products industry. They translate into a shorter, less reliable winter logging season, higher soil moisture throughout much of the year, and a decided loss of the predictability that once formed the bedrock of the entire enterprise. The central risk facing every link in the supply chain, the forester's ability to schedule a harvest, the logger's ability to remain financially viable, and the mill's ability to procure a steady supply of wood, has been magnified by this new climatic reality. The data only tells half the story. The full story is found in human responses, in the steady, well-hidden, and deeply intelligent adaptations, each one a caper in itself, that are taking place every day in the woods across the region. It is an industry learning to work by the rules of a new, unwritten almanac. The pages of this book are filled with the voices of the men and women on the front lines of this change, and their collective testimony is a powerful illustration of an enduring industry in the midst of a sweeping transformation. We have heard from foresters like Andrea Mercurio, Mike Walsh, and Tim Morton, who have had to abandon the old, season-based approach to harvest scheduling. They must now practice a more dynamic and vigilant form of management, writing timber sale contracts with 2-year windows to provide a necessary buffer against a lost winter, and constantly monitoring ground conditions to find the fleeting windows of opportunity. We have heard from loggers like Andy Irish, who has weatherproofed his operation by investing in a new generation of high-flotation machinery, and from Paul Mitchell, whose honorable exit from the logging business itself stands as a powerful testament to the compounding pressures that can lead even the most successful operators to seek a different path. We have seen how the excavator has become an indispensable tool, a necessity for implementing the best management practices that are now the standard of the trade, a shift confirmed by the first-hand observations of foresters like Matt Langley and Tom Gilman. We have heard from mill owners and procurement foresters like Paul Snyder and Eric Parenti, who have had to become masters of a new, more complex logistical dance. They are sourcing wood from wider geographic areas, managing larger and more strategic inventories, and providing direct, tangible support to their logging contractors in the form of portable bridges and technical assistance, all in an effort to keep the flow of wood from grinding to a halt. Of the Watershed Agricultural Council, who has articulated the dramatic and frequently uncompensated financial burden that this new era of stewardship places on the logger, the double whammy of having to pay for the expensive structural tools and methods of water management, while also absorbing the full financial loss of the downtime required by responsible practice. These are the adaptations. They are a testament to the ingenuity, the resilience, and the deep practical knowledge of the people in this industry. The story does not end there. The challenge of the changing climate is layered on top of a set of even deeper, more intractable human and money problems. The workforce is aging and shrinking, a crisis poignantly captured in Andy Irish's observation that "ain't 25 guys look like me?" The markets are volatile and insensitive, a reality starkly illustrated by Sam Lincoln's story of the 2016 pulpwood market collapse that forced him to park his machinery. The bedrock economics of the business, as we have seen, often traps the logger in a seemingly unbreakable cycle of high costs and stagnant prices. The unsentimental hope for the future, then, lies not in a single technological fix or a simple policy prescription. It lies in the emergence of a new, more integrated and entrepreneurial way of thinking. It lies in the diversified business model of a man like Sam Lincoln, who, when faced with a flooded landscape, had the foresight to pivot his business to meet a new need, guided by the astute philosophy of a man who is, above all, passionate about paying my bills. It lies in the new educational models, like the Vermont Forest Business School, that are equipping the next generation of leaders like Gabe Russo and Paul Snyder with the sophisticated business and project management skills they will need to survive. It lies in the collaborative, trust-based approach to conservation championed by the WAC, a model built on the simple, powerful idea that we are all in this together. The final word, perhaps, belongs to the man who has been our guide through this long and complex story. Bruce Koenig, from his vantage point of a lifetime spent in the woods, has seen the full progression of this change. He comes from a world of better-defined seasons, of simpler machinery, and of a more straightforward relationship between a man and the land. He looks out at the modern world of logging with all its duality of steep challenges and remarkable innovations, and he sees a world that has been transformed, a world he now watches his own family navigate on the same Adirondack hillsides. He sees the one, unchanging constant. For all the changes in the climate, the machinery, and the markets, the work still comes down to the quality of a person's judgment, to their deep and abiding respect for the power of the forest, and to their simple, steadfast commitment to doing the job right. The forest remembers, and it is in this shared memory, this long and ongoing conversation between a tenacious people and a resilient land, that the truest and most enduring hope for the future is to be found. Acknowledgements. Thanks to everyone who took the time to let me interview them about forestry, climate change, logging, and everything else. Bruce Koenig, obviously, Sam Lincoln, and Paul Mitchell in particular, all helped shape my ideas. Paul Frederick was a great help in securing many of the interviews used in this book. I've learned or taken away something from everyone I have worked with or visited in the woods. I learned even more when I launched the Forest Business School in 2020. So I especially appreciate the individual enterprise insights each of the graduates of the 6-month program has shared with me. An early draft of this book was written in 2020 as part of a Lone Mountain Fellowship at the Property and Environment Research Center in Bozeman, Montana. Thanks to everyone there, especially Wally Thurman and Diana Reinhardt. Coeli Hoover, Roger Bird, Dave Randall, Jim Allen, Eric Burkham, George Tucker, Ben Lepiscore, and Tom Lepiscore all read rough drafts of the book and offered me helpful feedback and suggestions. Allison Berry did a great job of editing and pointing out the many things I overlooked in putting this together. My stepson, Evan Nehor, is always eager to swap notes on the forestry world, and I ran a lot of the frequently pressed into service to help me and did so cheerfully most of the time. Most of all, I want to thank my wife, Jennifer, who makes everything I do possible.